rise up to brighter skies. No world you have to hide in. No need to cover your eyes. No, I can't be everything, but I'll never try to hide. Cause you know I break through anything for the battles you can't fight. I know that the stakes are higher now, but this will be your end. I'll save you. I'll save you. Know that the fates are asking now, but you'll rise again. I'll save you. I'll save you. When shadows start to gather and hope begins to fade, I'll be your shield number in the light that we have made. Though I can't promise perfection, stand with you through the night. For the dreams that you have forsaken, I'll bring them all back to life. No, I can't be everything, but I'll never try to hide. Cause you know I break through anything for the battles you can't fight. I know that the stakes are higher now, but this will be your end. I'll save you. I'll save you. Know that the fates are asking now, but you'll rise again. I'll save you. I'll save you. When the weight of the world feels too much to bear, just remember I'll always be there. When the weight of the world feels too much to bear, just remember I'll always be there. I know that the stakes are higher now, but this will be your end. I'll save you. I'll save you. Know that the fates are asking now, but you'll rise again. I'll save you. I'll save you.
Alright, and with that we are live. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, which is for anything and everything animation, including TV and movies, and apparently the Man of Steel, because apparently I'm just going all in on the Superman content this week. I am your host, Jackson Small. Welcome to probably one of the longest supercuts you are going to see on this channel, because the thumbnail does not lie to you. This compilation features 27 movies. And even if you take out some of the Justice League movies I include in here, because Superman is still a major player in those, that's still like 20 plus movies. That's a lot of movies. So it's going to be a really long compilation, and I'm probably not going to be super active in the live chats. I'll be multitasking a bit, getting some written reviews done for recordings I got to do later today. But for now, I hope you guys enjoy this compilation, and no, unfortunately, the Superman Christopher Reeve story documentary is not in this compilation, and it's simply because I have not had time to review it, and I apologize for that, but I promise you, I will do my best to review it. However, you will be getting my out-of-theater reaction and my spoiler-free review of the brand new Superman movie tomorrow, because I will be seeing it tomorrow night at the Ritz Theater in Clearfield, so I'm pretty excited to see that movie, to say the very least, and I just haven't felt this excited for Superman in a while. I guess before we start, I should give you guys a little bit of a preference. When I was a kid, I did not like Superman. like it was obviously because of the whole Goku versus Superman thing. That thing, it's tired, it's overplayed, it's done, it's drawn out. But every single time I saw Goku lose to Superman, I just got salty. And I realized that was just me being a toxic fanboy, and I apologize. However, I still think Goku's better. That's just my own personal preference, because that is what I grew up with. However, as I was starting to become a teenager slash young adult, I was like around the middle age of that, I started to come around Superman a bit. I do have some comic books, and I have come around the character a decent bit. Not to mention, after first seeing the Christopher Reeve Superman movies for the first time, I fell in love with the character. And he's still, in my opinion, again, keep in mind, I have not watched the newest Superman yet. In my opinion, Christopher Reeve is still the best Superman. So, welcome to the stream, Mitchell Kirkbride. It's great to have you here. So, yep, just, I guess that's all I can really say before I start making this as drawn out as possible. But, yeah, I didn't like Superman as a kid. I came around on him as a older teenager slash young adult. I was around like 17 or 18. And now at the age of 24, I've come to really appreciate him. Welcome, Jenny. Welcome both to the stream. I hope you guys have a fantastic time. And like I said before, I'm not going to be super active in the live chat, but I will be looking at your live chat because I'll still have my Streamlabs pulled up on my computer while I'm on my phone writing written reviews for today's stuff. So, I think I've done enough rambling. All I can say now, I guess, is I hope you guys enjoy the video. So, here we go. Here is all 27 Superman movies that I have reviewed, and my personal opinions on each. May or may not be a little bit of 14, 18 plus in there, because some of them are going to get me a little heated. But you'll see as we go along. And yes, some of them will be a little bit out of order, because I did re-review the original Christopher Reeve movies when I did Volume 2 of DC Lie, because I did not like my old reviews at all. So I re-reviewed them, but I put them at the start of this compilation because I wanted to get all the live-action stuff out of the way first. And then, once the live-action stuff is done, then you'll get a slew of animated movies, because there has been so many animated Superman movies, it would literally make your head spin. So, yep, if the order's a little bit off, I apologize, so should be pretty fun. Let me take one last look at the live chat before we get started. Superman is cool, but I am more of a Batman guy. Yes, me too. I need to see more Superman movies. I haven't seen many. Well, up until like a year or two ago, that was me as well. So, okay, I am done rambling now. Here is my Superman Supercut. Quite literally. Like, again, 27 movies. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Yes, a Batman fan is reviewing the Superman movies. Deal with it. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back to Anime Station. I'm just for anything animation, including TV movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Welcome to my review of Superman the movie from 1978. Yeah, it came out a few years before Batman 89, so you could consider this one of the first big superhero movies. And back then, it was definitely a huge risk. Because you have to remember, like, before the days of the MCU and all that, comic book movies were not taken seriously and were treated as jokes by modern society, by most society of the time period. So doing a movie like this was a big, big risk. But thankfully, in this case, it paid off, and this movie was a pretty big hit when it came out. But, is it good? Yes, it is. Is it good by today's standards? Yes, it is. Am I a little bit biased because I prefer Batman 89? Also, yes. Because that's what I grew up with. I didn't watch any of this Superman stuff until I was much older. So, the Batman stuff has more nostalgia, whereas the Superman stuff, it's more of an interesting first analysis.
Now, I've technically already reviewed this movie on Cynical Stain 77, but no one watched it. So, I'm going to give it the actual review it deserves here on this channel, and since I usually try to throw in at least one live-action DC series along with all the animated stuff, it's the best way to keep traditions. So, what we're going to do is that we're going to review the first 4 live-action Superman movies and Superman Returns. So, what you're getting today is the first 3, and then tomorrow you'll get 4, and then the day after that will be Returns. So, without further ado or delay, let's start with this first one. Here's my written review. I hope you guys enjoy. Please don't be mad at me, Superman fanatics. I do like this movie, so please don't attack me. Here's my review. I hope you guys enjoy. I know I technically reviewed these first 2 Superman movies way back in my DCEU marathon leading up to The Flash, but those reviews have not aged well quality-wise, and since I'm also reviewing the 2 infamously bad sequels this month anyway, it just made sense to just review them all in order. That being said though, my thoughts on this one haven't changed much since I first saw it. It's a fantastic origin story film, and despite being from the 70s, has mostly aged surprisingly well. Pros, Christopher Reeves is outstanding as Superman. Like, there's been a decent bit of live-action Superman, but none of them have matched Chris. He was just perfect for the role. Perfect. May he rest in peace. The opening credits are incredible. I mean, the graphics, that iconic music, nothing more needs to be said there. The storytelling is adult, the characters are morally complex, Gene Hackman is amazing as Lex Luthor. I still think Clancy Brown is the overall best Lex Luthor, but live action wise, this is the best one. Suck it, Jesse Eisenberg. The directing from Richard Donner is very impressive, especially for the time period. The emotional moments are all surprisingly effective. The pacing is excellent and one of the best examples of how to do a slow burn correctly. The runtime, while pretty long, does fit the story really well. The opening on Krypton is one of the most spectacular scenes in any comic book movie, especially from an effects standpoint, as it's mostly all done practically, rather than digitally. Like, practical explosions, using miniatures for buildings exploding, stuff like that. And it's so cool to see a comic book movie put an emphasis on practical effects, rather than an over-reliance on digital effects. Maybe that's just my horror side talking because I love practical effects in horror movies, but practical effects are always going to be better than digital. Just my personal opinion. And here, there are some great effects, especially for the time. Now, the flying scenes, yeah, you could take it or leave it, those haven't aged well, but they serve a purpose. They're fine. I can look past them because the rest of the effects are really good. Where was I? I lost my place. The music is legendary. I mean, I don't even need to talk about the soundtrack. It's legendary. You all know it's legendary. The theme song's legendary. It's a legendary soundtrack. Enough said, moving on. The rewatchability is high, and it's painstakingly loyal to its source material. Something that for some reason a lot of movies nowadays continue to misstep on. Cons, there are still some problems with this movie that I do need to discuss, so Superman fans, please put down your pitchforks and allow me to critique fairly. The spin the world backwards thing is still a stupid nonsensical cop-out that ruins the ending. Like, that ending, up to that point, it was actually surprisingly dark, but then they just pulled this weird cop-out thing out of nowhere where Superman spins the world backwards, and it's still the dumbest moment in any Superman movie ever. Like, say what you want about the sequels, they don't pull that nonsense. That scene's nonsense. A few moments are very cheesy. This is the 70s, in a superhero movie with people, well, with a man in bright blue spandex. So, you're still gonna get some cheese. And it is a really long movie that you do feel every minute of the runtime. Even for the standards of back then, this was a very long movie. And I'm pretty sure the extended cut of this movie, that probably exists somewhere out there, is even longer. So, as much as I do really like this movie, that's one thing I can't look past. This movie is very, very long, and as great as everything is in it, you do feel the runtime passing by as you're watching. Specifically with the scenes in the Daily Planet. Overall, though, this has earned all of its praise and is a very important part of comic book movie history. Dark, adult, uplifting, complex, engaging, and iconic, Superman the movie flies high, even to this day, among the best comic book movies ever. I mean, it's not personally my thing, because again, I grew up with Batman 89, that's what I personally enjoy more, but this is still a dang good origin story film and a great movie, especially for the time period. Again, this was made in the freaking 70s. How has it aged this well? Well, because the people behind it treated the project with care and respect, and treated the character with dignity. So, when you get all that together, you get a great film. And because of that, my final verdict for Superman, take this in mind, from a Batman fanatic, my final verdict for Superman the movie is a 9 out of 10. Still a very high recommendation for me. Even if you're not a fan of Superman, I think you'll still really enjoy this movie because it's so adult, mature, and complex. And considering its time period, it's even more impressive. Yes, not everything has aged well, and the ending was completely ruined by the stupidest moment of probably any comic book movie ever. But if you can look past that, you are in for a fantastic movie. That's all I got. See you next time for Superman 2. Please don't call for my head on a spike with that one, because I may or may not have a very controversial hot take. I'll tell you all about it next time. So, you know how I said in my last review that my thoughts have not changed much since I first reviewed that movie? Well, yeah, it's the same case here. My thoughts haven't really changed much since I initially saw it. And, apparently my opinion on this is a bit of a hot take. So, keep this in mind before you come for my head. This is a great film, again. Okay? Understand that. But, as a sequel, it has some problems that we need to discuss. So, let's take it step by step. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back to Anime Station. I'm Mr. Vanthing Animation, including TV and movies as well. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Here's my review of Superman 2. It's a bit of a hot take, but I can promise you right now, it is positive. So please don't come for my head. Here's my review, I hope you enjoy. Many people hail this as one of the greatest sequels in comic book movies of all time, but I can't say I quite agree. This is a great movie, absolutely, without a single doubt, but as a sequel, it's a little bit underwhelming and pretty overrated. Before you ask, yes, I do know about the Donner cut, but to remain consistent with the rest of these reviews, I'm only talking about the original theatrical version. Will I do another review of the Donner cut sometime in the future? Maybe. If you guys want it, let me know in the comments. If you want it, I'll consider it. So, here's all the pros. The love story with Superman and Lois is genuinely sweet. Like, it is genuinely a very sweet and touching, beautiful, romantic love story. Feels like it was taken straight out of the comics. The storytelling is still adult. I mean, you have Superman conflicting with himself whether or not to stay this nearly indestructible being or become mortal and live a normal life. Like, it's such an interesting, unique adult story. It just so happens that it also has a lot of cheesiness in it, but we'll get there when we get there. But storytelling is still plenty adult. The battles are fun. The visual gags are pretty funny. The ending is a lot better than the first one. There's no spinning the earth around backwards bullcrap this time. Thank goodness. Superman's character development is very good in this movie, and the music is still great. Here's my problems, though. It's still very long, and unlike the first one, it doesn't fit the story as well as it did before, causing a few scenes to drag. The pacing is even slower than it was in the first. In my opinion, that's a bad thing, but if it's a good thing in your opinion, I will not hold it against you. The directing is a bit less focused than before, and that's because it's not Richard Donner this time. It's a different director, I forget his name, but I mean, the directing's still good, but Donner, nailed it in the first Superman, so having him just replaced because of some creative differences during production by some other guy, yeah, you can tell the difference, to say the least. Directing's still really good. I just feel like Donner did a better job at directing this kind of movie. Just a personal preference thing. The directing's a bit less focused. Some scenes are still really cheesy. This was made in the early 80s. And it doesn't have quite the same amount of rewatch value. Like, with the first Superman, I can pop that movie in anytime and still have a great time. With 2, on the other hand, I kind of have to be in the right mood for it. Like, if I'm in the perfect mood, I can also really enjoy this sequel. But otherwise, most of the time, I'm just going to watch the first and leave it at that. It's not that this movie's bad, absolutely not. Like I said at the beginning of this review, this movie is positive in my opinion. This is a positive review. It just doesn't quite have that same amount of rewatchability that the first one did, in my personal opinion. Also, I forgot to put this down, I'm sorry. Zod is a good villain, but his 2 henchmen are very flat. Like, they felt like they were just being used for comedic value, and yeah, the visual gags with them are funny, but outside of that, in fighting Superman in one scene, what do they really do ultimately? Like, Zod is really good here, absolutely, but I just wish the other 2 that were with him had more personality and more character outside of, we are evil henchmen, we serve this guy to serve plot. Not bad characters, I just wish they had character. Overall, it is a great movie, but it's one of those movies where after seeing it once or twice, there's not much incentive to watch it again. Just a personal preference thing. I've seen this movie about twice now, and yeah, I feel content with that, honestly. Will I buy it on DVD? Maybe, but again, I'm just not going to watch it as much as I watched the first. Like, the first I've seen at least 5 times at this point. I really like the first. This one, it's great, but after 1 or 2 watches, I feel content. And because of that, my final verdict for this movie is going to be an 8 out of 10. Definitely a recommendation if you haven't seen it yet, but it's very much a one and done. Just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people feel very differently, but in my opinion, great movie, just lacks in rewatch value. But hey, it's Oscar-worthy compared to what we have to review next, because now we gotta get into one of the bad ones. Joy. See you next time for the pile of trash that is Superman 3.
It's time to leave the
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go. Prepare to fight. We're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for that.
How do you get everything so wrong? How do you manage to take a franchise that has a very good reputation at this point, having two movies that were successful and praised, and then you decide to just plummet off a cliff? Reeves deserved better than that. Now, last time, when I first started diving into these movies on my other channel, I outright refused to talk about the other two, because I knew from word of mouth that they were pretty much trash. But I knew that if I didn't talk about them at some point, I would have to end up talking about them later. So, screw it, we're gonna do it now, so we can just forget these things ever existed. Let's start with garbage pile number 1, shall we? What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, your message for anything and everything animation, including TV and movies as well. I am your host, Jackson Small. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Welcome to my review of the pile of absolute garbage that is Superman 3. I mean, I've heard for years about how this is a really bad movie, and yet I was still shocked by how bad it was when I finally watched it. This is not going to be a fun review. Now, if you enjoy this movie, that's fine. We all have preferences. But this is going to be a very negative review. So, if that kind of thing upsets you, don't watch this video. Okay? Continue to like whatever you want to like. This is just my personal preference on it. Here's my review. It's not a very long one, but I hope you enjoy anyway. Last time I outright refused to talk about the other two Superman sequels because I pretty much already knew from word of mouth that both of these movies were absolutely terrible. But I know that I'd still have to review them at some point anyway, so screw it. Let's just get this over with so I can go back to forgetting these two ever existed. Let's start with trash bag number 1. Pros. Some of the concepts were interesting ideas, like having this weird substance that turns Superman into the opposite of what he usually is, like being a jerk and causing damage, like pretty much being Zod in a way. That's a really interesting idea. Or during one of the final scenes in the movie, having the good Clark Kent versus the evil Superman. In like a physical and metaphorical kind of battle between good and evil. Very interesting idea. Problem is, they pissed all over it. Superman acting like a bad guy is unintentionally hilarious. Like, that's one of the reasons why it doesn't work. Because Superman trying to act like a bad guy, it's not intimidating or frightening. It's just funny. It's emo Peter before emo Peter existed. This was the original emo Peter, and just like emo Peter, he's a meme. Reeves is still good as Superman. Reeves is still good in his role. Like, he still understands the assignment even if everyone around him is just farting around. And the robot transformation scene is easily the best part of the entire movie. That scene, as brief as it is, was the one moment where my jaw was on the ground like, whoa, okay, damn, we're doing that? Okay, that was horrifying for a movie that's supposed to be family-friendly. But then, there's everything else. The storytelling is inexcusably lousy and lazy. Richard Pryor in this movie is ridiculously unfunny. And I fault this more on the writers than him, because he himself can be funny. He's a really good comedian. But for whatever reason, in this movie, the writers did not allow him to write or ad-lib his own material. Instead, they tried to write stuff for him, and it's some of the cringiest, most unfunny, terrible jokes you will ever hear in any superhero movie. Yes, even worse than modern MCU. It is that bad. So, I feel bad for Pryor. I don't blame Pryor. I blame the terrible writing. Speaking of that writing, it is horrendous. Cheesiness is turned up to ridiculous degrees and pretty much throws all the adult, serious, moral complexity of the past two movies out of the window. It's still way too long. The action is atrocious. This is when they started giving it less and less of a budget. The effects are awful. Like outside of that robot scene, the effects in this movie are terrible. Even for the time period, they were terrible. And rewatchability is non-existent. I never want to watch this again. Overall, this one's just as bad, if not even worse, than you've already heard about. Sure, 4 is the worst one, but that's not saying much when this is still this atrociously bad. In other words, final verdict is a 2 out of 10. Skip it. Watch the robot transformation scene on the internet and bask in the Reeves being evil memes, and then aside from that, pretend this movie doesn't exist. Because it's not worth remembering. And we have one more. But thankfully we don't have to talk about that till tomorrow. So we can take a small break, because now we have to return back to the animated side for the second movie in the Tomorrowverse. See you next time for Justice Society World War II.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go. Prepare to fight. We're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for this.
I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it. I've heard for years about how bad this movie is. Always considered one of the worst sequels of all time and one of the worst comic book movies ever made. But I thought to myself, oh no, it can't be that bad. Oh, how I was a very naive fool. Look, I said no cursing anymore, yes. But, oh boy, it's going to be hard to talk about this one without at least dropping a couple dams. This movie's reputation precedes it, to say the very least, and, I mean, it's pretty much infamously known as the worst of the Superman movies, and one of the worst comic book movies of all time. In other words, it's everything that new people that are unfamiliar with these movies was afraid the first film was going to be. I know I had to talk about it eventually, just like eventually I had to talk about Batman and Robin. But for now, let's get this one out of the way. Because as soon as we talk about it, then we never have to even discuss it again. Thank goodness. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station. You want to surf anything and everything animation. I am a very done Jackson Small, your host. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Welcome to the cataclysmic fail that is Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. I have been dreading this moment for at least 10 years. But the sooner it's over with, the sooner I can go back to forgetting it exists. Now, going in, I knew this movie was going to be bad. But, my goodness, I was not ready for just how bad it was actually going to be. I'm just going to be blunt. This is one of probably the worst movies I've ever seen. Ever. Now, is it like the worst comic book movie ever made? No. Is it the worst Superman movie? Oh, absolutely. Like, as boring as the next one we have to talk about is, that's going to end off this marathon tomorrow, it's at least watchable. This is downright unwatchable. And I feel drained, I feel angry, and I feel nothing but shame. Shame for everyone involved. Especially with Christopher Reeves. The poor man deserved a much better out as Superman. This is his final performance of the character. He deserved far better than this. And shame on all the corporate brain-dead idiots that greenlit and even made this movie possible in the first place. Because whereas the first two Superman movies did a good job balancing being cheesy, but also surprisingly adult, 3 and especially 4 have done everything in their power to be the exact opposite, to be as safe, cheesy, and non-threatening as possible. And with this film, it has reached its apex, to say the least. This is a movie I've been dreading about talking for a very long time, but I have to, because I'm a critic and that's what I do. Now yes, I am biased towards Batman. I have made that clear. But I think I've also made clear in this marathon, heck, even clear in the first DC Lie, that I do like Superman. I don't hate him anymore. I used to hate him when I was a naive idiot, but now, after watching a majority of his movies, I have grown to respect the character. Do I still think Batman's better? Yes, but that's because of what I'm more familiar with, and what's more my personal preference. But I respect Superman. So, don't think I'm bashing this movie just because of my bias towards the other side. No, I bash this movie because it's one of the worst, most insufferable things I've ever sat through. And that's even taking into account some things I refuse to review outright. I have a pretty scathing written review for this one. There is no cursing, but it's intensely negative. So, if you want to jump out now, I won't blame you, and if this does get much lower reviews than the other ones, I understand. This is pretty much beating a dead horse, but I need to say my piece about it because this is a movie that is a special kind of bad. So, here's my review. I hope, despite my overwhelming negativity, that you enjoy it anyway. And if you do enjoy this movie for whatever reason, I respect your opinion. A movie so infamously awful that its reputation precedes any and all hope you may have going in of it actually being decent. I knew I was in for a rough time, but I was hoping that it could be at the very least so bad it's good. Like Godzilla 98. That's a movie I can pop in and I can laugh at how bad it is. But no, it's just completely unwatchable. Acting is atrocious. Pretty much everyone sounds checked out, unfortunately Christopher Reeves included. Effects are horrendous, by far the worst effects of any Superman movie ever. Just, ugh, I can't even try to describe it to you. You just have to, just look it up for yourself. Go watch Nostalgia Critic's review of this movie. He shows a few parts with the effects, and yeah, it is an eyesore, to say the least. The story is confused and contrived. Yeah, it is very confused and contrived, because it starts out as, trying to prevent nuclear war, which, not a bad plot for a movie, but the way they handled it was bad. And then it just suddenly shifts over into another we need to stop the bad guy and Lex Luthor, etc., thing again. For the third time. Like, give Superman 3 a little bit of credit. At least they had different villains and didn't just reuse Lex Luthor again. But this movie, they do have Lex Luthor again, and it's the same entire crap we've already been over with in the past 2 films. Stupid. Nuclear Man is one of the absolute worst comic book movies ever with zero character whatsoever. Pretty much imagine Doomsday, but lame. With terrible costume, bland, boring voice acting, awful effects, and zero actual character whatsoever. Just a mindless bruise. The jokes fall flat. I don't know why they tried to make these movies comedic from 3 and 4, but oh, goof. Every one of these movies, the jokes get worse. I thought it couldn't get worse than Richard Pryor doing terrible stand-up that he obviously did not enjoy doing. But it somehow got worse here. I can't say how, because it's probably a spoiler, but yeah, the jokes here, I'd argue, were even worse. The recycling of footage is lazy as hell. This is one of the most infamous parts of the entire movie. Because of its budget, they did the stupidest thing they possibly could have done and just recycled a lot of footage, specifically for the flying scenes. They recycled the entire flying scene from the first movie. They recycle multiple times that one shot of Superman flying at the camera from the first movie, just changing the backgrounds into different stock images. Like, it screams lazy cash-in. The action is terrible. Like, that whole slow fight thing on the moon, why was that slow motion? What point did that have to be in slow motion? I mean, zero gravity I get, but in slow motion the whole time? No, stupid. The directing is lousy. We are far, far from the great directing of Richard Donner from the first movie. The message is preachy rather than inspired. Look, I'm sure the message had good intentions of, stopping nuclear war and trying to unite people. I understand that. But the way that they did it, it came off as forced, out of character for Superman, and obnoxiously preachy. Like, that court scene, it felt like I was sitting at a sermon with some kind of, way of life or religion being bashed into my skull. Like, it was so preachy that I was cringing. Like I said, I'm sure it had good intentions, but execution-wise, it fails. The pacing is unbearably slow. Why is this movie so slow? What's its excuse? So we can just keep rehashing a few scenes from the other movies as like a highlight reel? Almost like they knew this was the last one? No. This did not need to be this slow, and you could have easily cut out a lot of the filler. But no, you didn't, because apparently you just did not give a crap. The plot holes are blatant. That's a spoiler. I can't say why they're blatant, but there's a lot of plot holes and they're blatant. The structure of the story is pretty much non-existent. This movie's story has no structure. None. The writing is some of the absolute worst that I have ever seen. And I'm not talking about it's so cheesy it just causes eye rolling. No. I mean writing so bad that it makes every character act out of character. Where you're constantly just scratching your head like, why the hell did that character do that? Or why is this character acting like this? Which is not fitting with the character. Like, I swear, it was written by someone who was completely unfamiliar with the source material. Or at least that's what it felt like. Ugh, so freaking bad writing. The ending fails to feel earned. Nothing else to say. Runtime's obnoxious. Like, yeah, I have criticized all these movies for being too long, but this one especially. You could have easily made this one an hour and a half. But instead, you stretched it to 2 hours. And you feel how stretched it is because of all the meaningless, stupid recycling of other things from the other movies, plus extra filler that's meaningless and doesn't add nothing to the story but wastes time. You feel every freaking second pass by. Oh, it's so bad. It's just so bad. The cheesiness is cranked up to even more intolerable degrees. Look, here's the thing. I don't think cheesiness automatically makes a film bad. For those of you who don't know, I love the 1960s Batman movie. That thing is cheesy as all hell, but what made it work is that they knew what they were doing and they were having fun. Like, you could tell on set that everyone was just having fun being so over the top and comic booky. But with these movies, the cheesiness, it just doesn't work. Like, I already mentioned the bad jokes, but like, I can forgive some of the cheesiness in the first movie. It was made in the 70s. That's inevitable. Freaking horror movies have that same problem. But all the other ones I just don't really get. Like, yeah, I get it. It's a comic book. It's not always going to be dark and serious. I mean, I'm not asking for the Dark Knight here. And I like plenty of goofy, cheesy things. But I like goofy cheesiness if it's something that knows what it is. If it's something that's trying to be taken seriously, that's where the problem comes from. Because if I can't take you seriously when you're trying to be taken seriously, but you're doing all this stupid crap, you just make yourself look incompetent. Like, ugh, it's so dumb. The cinematography's boring. There's nothing pretty about this movie visually. Just absolutely nothing. The characters all feel like they're devolving rather than being developed properly. Like, everyone just feels like they're back to square one. Like, all that development from the other two, kind of 3 movies, gone. And we're just back at square one. Now, with Superman and Lois, I get. But Lex Luthor, he shows no development despite having shown a little bit of development in the second movie. Friggin' Daily Planet people, they're all the same. Like, just no change whatsoever. It's just mind-boggling. Like, they were doing such a great job evolving and developing these characters through the first 2 films, and then starting with 3, they just threw it out. Like, I don't get it. I seriously don't get what they were thinking or why they thought it was a good idea. Gene Hackman gives his worst performance of Lex Luthor, just sounding completely disinterested. Yeah, I'd argue he's one of the worst actors in the movie. Now, he is a good actor when he's in a good role. I praised him as Lex Luthor way back in the first movie, and even in the second movie, he's still really good. But here, he sounds disinterested, checked out, and phoning it in. And it's maybe because this character shouldn't even be here in the first place, because again, it's just rehashing things from the first 2. Laziness. Laziness is the name of the game. The great love story of the first 2 films is completely thrown out. I get why, the whole memory wiping kiss thing, I get it, but here's the thing that ticks me off. They keep teasing like they're going to actually renew it, and then they just pull that same memory wiping kiss again, before the movie even ends. What's the point then? Dumb. Freaking pointless. Absolutely pointless. contains a majority of the most stupid moments in the entire series. Lois breathing in space. Superman trying to end all nuclear war by taking away everyone's nuclear heads by force, acting severely out of character. Or Lex Luthor acting far more dumb than he should be. Or everything surrounding Nuclear Man. Yes, the whole spinning the world backwards thing from the first movie, that's still the stupidest moment in all the movies. But the rest of that movie was so great, I can forgive that stupidity. This is just stupid for the sake of stupid, with no thought or effort whatsoever. Rewatchability 0, I never want to watch this movie again. And there's no passion whatsoever from anyone involved, which screams cash-in caused by corporate idiocy. I mean, my guess for why these two latter movies of this series are the way they are is because they were trying to pull in more kids by being over the top and goofy. And I can kind of see that standpoint, but here's the problem. You've already established that you are aiming for a much higher audience with your first two films. So to suddenly completely tone shift in the second half of your 4-movie series is a bafflingly stupid idea. And thankfully it backfired on them terribly because no one fell for it. Again, I'm sure the message about nuclear warfare was well-intentioned, but it should have been the main focus of the whole movie and actually show how it affects Superman, rather than just treating it as a side plot that's caused by this kid Jeremy from this classroom that's only in like the first third of the movie and then he disappears. In other words, he's just a plot device. This has been labeled as one of the worst comic book movies ever made and one of the worst sequels of all time, and in my opinion, they're right 100% on both fronts. I feel so bad that this is how Reeves goes out, and a big flying flip you to the uncaring corporate morons who screwed him over and had to make this his last movie. Reeves deserved better after all the great work he's done as this character. Dull, boring, haphazard, lazy, passionless, unfunny, and insufferable, Superman 4 is, in the words of the nostalgia critic, anything but super, and is probably one of the worst movies I have ever watched. Downright unwatchable. And that's going to bring me to my final verdict for Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. It's low as it can go. It's well deserved. And I know it's going to seem very harsh to some people, because people do enjoy this movie, and I get it. But, to me, I just don't understand it, especially with how great the first two films are, for this to be the ending. It's a kick in the nuts. And because of that, final verdict for this movie is a 0 out of 10. A 0. It is unwatchable, it is unredeemable, it is corporate, it is stupid, it is dull, it is boring, it is idiotic, and it is one of the worst freaking things that I've ever watched for any review in my life. Don't watch it. Even out of your own morbid curiosity, don't watch it, because it's not worth it. It is freaking trash. It's one of the worst comic book movies ever made. It is by far the worst Superman movie ever made. And it is easily one of the worst sequels ever made, too. Is it worse than Batman and Robin? I don't know. Honestly, it's a toss-up. Both of them suck just as hard as the other. And they're both fourth installments of franchises that were previously established to be for a higher mature audience, and they went the other direction. For whatever stupid reason. Oh, I know the reason. Money. Well, here's the thing about chasing money, Mr. Corporate. When you chase money, you just completely alienate your audience. And as a result, both of these films bombed horribly. and they're now just infamous as piles of trash. Like, let people have creative freedom and don't be so damn controlling. That's the problem with corporations that make movies like this. Because their number one concern is money, and they don't give a single damn about the people that are putting in all this work to do it. It's sickening. And it is something that even to this day is still a problem. Sorry, I'm getting too existential in a movie review of freaking Superman, but that's what happens when you bore me to tears from watching your stupid, crappy movie. That's what you get. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you next time for the much better Superman Returns.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare for the ready for this. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
I've heard many different opinions about this movie. Some people say it's surprisingly good, some people say it's really boring and bad. So what do I think of it? Well, this is another first-time watch. This is a movie that I've seen things about before, and I've seen people review it. But I've never actually watched it myself. It's not because I didn't want to. I've wanted to watch this movie for a while because I always found it surprisingly fascinating, but it's all just a matter of timing, honestly. And this is one of those movies where you don't know what to expect 100% going into it because it might find a way to surprise you in either being really good or atrociously bad. So where do I fall on this? Honestly, I kind of fall in the middle. Why? Well, let's discuss, shall we? In the final live-action Superman movie review of the month. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, Animation fan, and everything, including TV and movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Welcome to my review of Superman Returns. What was supposedly supposed to be the actual finale of the Christopher Reeves movies. It's a movie that's styled like it. It's a movie that's supposed to take place in the same universe, in the same timeline, and it's supposed to serve as kind of like an extended future epilogue. Again, despite the random recasting, but yeah, there's a good bit to talk about with this one, so I'll do my best to be as fair as possible, but I'll tell you right now, this movie's not bad. Especially considering some of the crap I've seen lately. This movie's not bad. Here's my review. I hope you enjoy. This is one that's always fascinated me, as I've heard many different takes on it from many different people, both positive and negative. But with this being directed by the same guy who made the Fox X-Men films, Bryan Singer, for those of you who don't know, it definitely gave it some pedigree. Not to mention how it's supposedly an epilogue to the Christopher Reeves films to give it a proper ending, and try to rinse the bad taste of Quest for Peace out of everybody's mouth. So with all that said, I went into this one with as open of a mind as possible, but expecting something more around decent rather than anything close to the greatness of the first two films. And that's pretty much what I got. This is a much needed and bigger improvement over the terrible third and fourth films. But as a film, overall, it's just okay. It kind of falls dead center in all five of the movies if you rank them against each other. The pros, the acting is pretty good. Like, the guy that got to play Superman was surprisingly good. Like, he's not Christopher Reeves, but he does a good job trying to play this particular iteration of this character. So, props to the casting department. I think they did get Superman right. The references are nostalgic. There are a couple references in here for the die-hard Superman fans, including one I will spoil. When they do like his first ever appearance in a newspaper, he's doing that iconic pose from his first ever comic book appearance. You know, that iconic one when he's holding up the car. It's a really cool reference, and they work it in there in a surprisingly clever way. The music is great. I mean, some of it is reused from the other movies, but even the original stuff that's in this movie, music's still pretty good. Like, it's not bad by any means, and it does feel like it fits well into this, I'll just call it a timeline of Superman movies. So the music's still great. The scene in space is one of the best parts in any of the Superman films. The scene I'm talking about specifically is the scene where you have Superman flying up in space right above Earth, and you can hear all the different distress and people calling for help in his ears. And he has to decide which one of these is the most important to go to at that particular time and moment. Like, that is a really good scene that does hit well on one of the struggles of Superman as a character. Because he wants to save everybody, but he has to figure out which ones are the most urgent first. So, really good scene. And the ending's decent. I mean, it's a bit of a weird ending, but, I mean, considering the terrible ending from Superman 4, I'll take it. However, this movie does have some pretty big problems. The story's a bit flat. Like, it's pretty much a rehash of the first two movies with a few little minor differences. The pacing is pretty slow. This is a movie that's 2.5 hours long, but the pacing is slow even for that standard because a lot of the scenes in this movie feel like cutting room floor filler. Like, you have a scene where you have these people breaking into this building. You see them going up the stairs. You see them setting everything up. You see that they're about to shoot somebody. And that's when Superman comes in, and you get that scene where you see the bullets ricocheting off his chest and one ricocheting off his eye. Really cool effects. But here's the thing. I think they could have done that a little better if the editing was allowed to actually do more. Because I think a Nostalgia Critic actually pointed this out well in his review. You could do a great job with this particular part by having the scene in space and then immediately cut to that scene with him confronting the criminals. We don't need to see the criminals going up the building and setting everything up. It's not Dark Knight. But for some reason, there's just a bunch of scenes like that where it's just awkward dead air, and it doesn't really benefit the story at all. The love story's generic. I mean, they tried to do a rekindled love story thing between Lois and Clark, and there's just no chemistry. Like, unlike with Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeves, where they had a lot of chemistry, even with that scene with that stupid poem, it still felt sincere and genuine. Whereas with these two, I just don't really feel as much chemistry off of them. Not to mention, this is Superman coming back after disappearing for a long duration of time, so Lois is now married to this other guy, played by James Marsden, by the way. And it's like a weird love triangle that doesn't really go anywhere. He Who Shall Not Be Named as Lex Luthor is miscasted. I'm not going to say who it is because it's someone that deserves no recognition, but if you've seen this movie, you know who I'm talking about. He is miscast as Lex Luthor, and in this movie, he simply doesn't work. And the rewatchability is pretty low. Not the movie's entire fault, but it's mainly because there are better Superman films that came out before this. Again, the first two Christopher Reeves films. Specifically the first one. The first one I can pop in and watch any day. The second one I have to be in a specific mood for. Returns, I have to be in a very specific mood for. Like, if I'm not even in the slightest bit in that 100% exact mood, I'm not going to want to rewatch it. Not to mention, this movie's 2.5 hours long. It's weird. Like, things about it work and things about it don't. It's weird. Overall, it is a solid film, and it is a pretty interesting first-time watch, but I don't think I'll be watching it again. Like, it's a decent Superman movie. I've seen way better Superman movies this month, and considering that Quest for Peace was supposedly the actual ending of this series, yeah, I'm glad we have a slightly better ending. But the movie itself is just okay. It's decent. It's solid. I didn't hit myself while watching it, but I didn't really feel a need to rewatch it either. So, give it a try. Maybe you'll fall on the positive side, maybe you'll fall on the negative side, or maybe you'll be like me and you'll end up flat out in the middle. So, for that, my final verdict for Superman Returns is going to be a honest, probably a little bit controversial depending on which side I'm taking off here, 5.5 out of 10. It is close to being a 6. It's close to being good, but it just doesn't quite reach it because the story is just so flat. Like, if the story was a little bit more interesting and they weren't just retreading old material from the older movies, this probably would get a 6 or even a 6.5. But I do recommend you give it a watch. I do think it's one of those movies where you do have to watch it for yourself to really make your own opinion and judgment. So, give it one watch. If you end up really enjoying it, I'm glad I was able to show you a film that you really enjoy. If you end up hating it, I apologize for pointing you in the direction of another bad movie. And if you're kind of in the middle like me, well, I'm just happy to have broadened your point of view a little bit. So, yeah, that's my review of Superman Returns. Thank you guys so much for watching. And, now we gotta talk about the thing that I've been building up this entire DC lie that I have been dreading. Next time, to finish off this marathon, we gotta talk about the most recent entry into the DC animated universe, and the big finale of the Tomorrowverse. And I'm just gonna say right now, it's not gonna be a very pleasant review. So I'll see you next time for the baffling failure that is Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is going. Prepare, fight, we're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for.
So now, from the director of the decent Dawn of the Dead 2004 remake and the writer of Blade comes a piece of shit. Honestly, I guess I overexpected. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Cynical Saint 77, and I just sat through the almost 3-hour fucking bore fest that is Man of Steel. Oh man, I was hoping I'd fall on Angry Joe's side of the fence with this one because I ended up surprised by Superman 1 and 2. I loved the first one. I really enjoyed the second one, even though it had its problems. And I was more than willing to go into this one nice and openly and just clear my head of any disdain I have towards the character and just judge it as a movie. It didn't fucking help for shit. Look, if you're one of those people that can somehow enjoy this movie, more power to you and all the respect in the world for you being able to enjoy something that I just can't. Like, it started out okay. I liked the 15-minute opening on Krypton and how we meet Jor-El and seeing him send Kal-El off to space and seeing a bit more of the politics of Krypton and seeing, you know, General Zod and some of his forces and his interactions with Jor-El. Like, the whole 15-minute opening of this movie, with the exception of the flying penis ships, but we'll get to that later, like, that gave me good vibes. Like, I'm like, okay, it's nowhere near as great as the Richard Donner destruction of Krypton
that I saw previously, but it doesn't look that bad. And then it time jumps. And from there, it becomes slow, tedious, agitating, frustrating, uninteresting, and so fucking boring. Like, I know I just talked a lot of shit about the horrible human crap that's in the Transformers movies, but I think this might actually be worse. Because the human stuff in this movie is the most unnecessary, forced, boring, just fucking stupid shit I have ever seen in a movie. In any movie that adapts any kind of other source material. The human stuff in this movie is fucking boring as hell. And no, movie, just because you have one of the generals be played by the guy from Criminal Minds does not give you a fucking excuse. Look, if you don't want to hear me rip this piece of shit a new one, there's the door. You are free to leave anytime. In my opinion, this movie is boring fucking trash, and I'm going to tell you why. But let's start with the positives, because it does have a few. When I say few, I mean a few. One, Henry Cavill as Superman is the one aspect of this movie that I will gladly get behind. He's a good actor, he fits the character well, I like the costume design, and he does feel like he's trying to play Superman. He's not reading lines off a script and sounding bored out of his fucking mind. Like, I'll give him credit for that. Henry Cavill is a good Superman. He's not a great Superman like Christopher Reeve, but he's still a very good Superman for the version of Superman they're trying to tell here. The final battle is okay. Yes, the final battle of this movie is perfectly fine. Very average and boring, but it's fine. I have seen worse final battles in movies. And this version of Zod, played by Michael Shannon, is very good, and the best part of the movie. Yeah, I will gladly, without any hesitation, say that Zod is the best part of this movie. No offense to Marlon Brando, who played Zod in the original Superman 2, but I feel like this one is definitely a bit more of a grounded, realistic kind of Zod. Like, he literally exists to help rebuild Krypton, but the methods he's using are why he's such a despicable monster. Like, you understand his motivations and you understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, you want to see him fail. And Michael Shannon is a damn good actor, and he does this role very well. Like, Superman and Zod are really good in this movie. And Zod is by far the best part, and because of Shannon's acting. Is it a little bit over the top and cheesy at times? Sure, but it fits the movie and story they attempt to tell here. But oh man, that's where the positives end. Like, no joke, from here on out, I'm about to drop so many fucks that there probably won't even be a counter in the world that will be able to describe it. So, let's just get it over with. The other characters are boring. Yes, every single fucking one of them were boring. Amy Adams was a terrible Lois Lane, especially compared to Margot Kidder. Lawrence Fishburne's in here for almost no fucking reason whatsoever. The captain, played by the guy from Criminal Minds, is mostly okay, but we don't really get to know a whole lot about him. Like, he just feels like generic general, or generic role to be filled by a big name actor for a paycheck. Like, no offense to the guy, I'm sure he was trying his best, but this is nowhere near as great as the character he plays in Criminal Minds. Like, the character he plays in that show is fucking awesome. This guy was fucking boring.
The writing was horrendous. Yes, the writing was horrendous. And like I said, this is from the fucking guy who wrote Blade. One of the coolest, most badass fucking comic book movies ever. But here, it just felt like he was writing the entire script while taking Xanax, because holy shit is the writing in this movie terrible. The dialogue is boring, none of the humor works, and it just all comes off as half-assed. The action was unimpressive. Oh, very unimpressive. I'm sorry. The action in this movie is shite. Like, sometimes it looks okay, but like I said, the final battle is okay. That's not my problem here. The problem is the fight in the city and the fight in the beginning. Well, I wouldn't really call that a fight, but still. And the fucking CGI. The CGI. Fuck it. The rest of the acting is beyond flat. Yeah, from Fiora to the other guy, to the other Kryptonians, to John Kent, to Martha Kent, to fucking Lois Lane. Almost, literally, everyone else in this movie besides Superman and Zod are all putting in the lowest effort performances possible. And it just makes the boring writing sting even more. Because why should I be invested in a movie when the writing is boring and the acting sounds like no one's fucking interested in what they're making? When there's no passion behind it, how the fuck am I supposed to get invested? The shaky cam was extremely obnoxious. Oh fuck, the fucking shaky cam. Oh man, everyone makes jokes about the shaky cam in the Transformers movies, but again, this shaky cam might even be worse. Because even when it's just a fucking still shot, when there's no action happening whatsoever, the camera's going like this the whole fucking movie. It's the kind of shit that really annoys me, because I'm trying to focus on what's happening here, but when the camera's going like this the whole fucking time, how the fuck am I supposed to fucking focus? Seriously. How? And the product placement is forced and awful. Yes. Whoever thought it was a good idea to stuff this movie with so many fucking product placements, especially in the middle of a battle, needs to be fired. Because you take the product placement out, I would have probably actually given a shit about that fight. But I didn't. You know why? Because I was constantly hit with fucking ad placement for U-Haul and Sears and fucking IHOP and... Seriously, the product placement ruined that fucking fight. It ruined it. And the pacing drags like steel against concrete. Oh yeah, it does. This movie is so fucking slow. In fact, it's so slow that it actually makes the 3-hour-long first Richard Donner Superman movie move faster in comparison. You know why? Because that movie actually fucking tried. This felt like rushed out, half-assed garbage. And like I said before, if you're somehow one of those people that can enjoy this movie, more power to you. I'm not saying that you are a terrible person because you like this movie. No, I'm not one of those fucking assholes on the internet when this movie first made its rounds, where if you liked it, you were just betraying all of Superman, and if you didn't like it, then you're just a fucking man baby. Like, No, I'm not one of those types of assholes. Like, if you enjoy this movie, continue to enjoy it. Just because I didn't like it doesn't mean that you can't like it, okay? Just want to get that clear before anyone starts talking shit in my comment section. And I already showed you the door, so if you were here at this point just to hear me rip this movie apart and you're just gonna be mad about it and act like a bitch in the comment section, that's your own fucking fault. Cause I warned you. Look, I wanted to like this movie, okay? I'm not one of those people that thinks a darker interpretation of Superman is a bad idea for the big screen. In fact, I was more than open to it. Because, think about it, with the modern world getting shittier and shittier every fucking day, we can't have that cheesy, that cheesy dated Superman from back then. We need something that's a bit more realistic, a bit more with the times, something darker, something more intense, something more grounded. But the problem is that everyone involved, aside from Henry Cavill and Michael Shannon, treated it like a fucking half-assed order by corporate. If you enjoy this movie, more power to you, but in my opinion, I'm on the other side of the fence. I'm with Nostalgia Critic on this one. This movie is fucking terrible. And it took all the potential that concept had and immediately just threw it deep into space. This movie blows. And Superman deserves much fucking better. And after how much I ended up really loving those first two Richard Donner films, this was a huge disappointment. This movie is tedious, this movie is awful, and this movie's fucking boring as hell. Final verdict for this trash is a 3 out of 10. Arguably Zack Snyder's worst movie. And I'm not watching it again. Look, like I said before, you're allowed to enjoy this movie if you're one of the people that does enjoy it. And if you do, more power to you. I just can't get into it. I'm sorry. If you find more value in this than I do, then more power to you. In my opinion, this movie's shit. Hopefully, the rest of this DCEU marathon isn't torture. But now we gotta talk about a movie that's arguably worse than this. See you guys for the horrible pile of shit that's Transformers 4. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back to Cynical Saiyan 77, your one-stop place for anything and everything not related to animation, and not aimed at kids, so... Yep, welcome to our next episode in the DC retrospective. Now, as you guys know, so far we've reviewed 4 DC movies. We've looked at Superman 1, which was fantastic. We looked at Superman 2, which was a little disappointing, but still a great movie. We looked at Batman 1989, my all-time favorite comic book movie. And we looked at the piece of shit that was Man of Steel. So... now we are at what might be the most controversial of all of these. Batman, Superman, Dawn of Justice. Now before I start, let me make this clear. I am only acknowledging the Ultimate Edition Extended Director's Cut, the 3-hour version. I am not taking into account that horrible, cluttered fucking mess that was the theatrical version, okay? This is only for the Ultimate Edition, so I'm not even going to acknowledge that one. I'm only going to talk about this one, and pretend that this is the definitive original version. Okay? Just want to get that out there before you guys start trying to correct me in the comments section. Alright, without any further ado or delay, let's begin, because I actually have a lot to talk about with this one. So, I already did that. And yes, I will be doing this for the same thing for Justice League. I will be looking at the 4-hour Zack Snyder version, not the crappy Justice League. No, I'm not reviewing that version. I watched it once, never again. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Let's start with the positives. Great action. Action is much improved here. Improved acting, mostly. Yep, because the acting here overall is pretty solid. Ben Affleck is a fantastic Batman. Yeah. I talked so much shit about Ben Affleck when he was first casted as Batman because, well, it just seemed like it wouldn't work. But I'll be damned, he does a great job. He's a fantastic Batman. He's no Michael Keaton, but he's great for what the movie asks of him. Effects are passable. Yes, they are passable. The story is good, if a bit cluttered at times. Yeah. The story is good here, but it is cluttered. Like very, very cluttered. I'll get to that in the negatives. Please ignore the background noise. The cameos teasing the rest of the league were alright and brief, so they didn't get too much in the way. Yeah, I mean, there's way too many of them, but they are brief, and not to mention, in this 3-hour version, it's more spaced out, so it's better. It's not that bad here. Batman's motivations made sense. Yeah. Batman is at the top of this title for a reason. While this is a follow-up to Man of Steel, this is very much a Batman movie. And you can consider that a pro or a con, but in my opinion, I think it worked well, especially since, unfortunately, this Batman is never going to get his own solo movie, so. For what he is, he's good. The battle between the two heroes was awesome despite being brief. Yeah, like the fight is brief and it's very slow, but it's not by any means bad. Like, it has some cool visuals, it has some nice brutality in there, and even Batman's armor breaks apart a little bit. Like, it's a pretty good fight. It's just way too brief. The writing is solid. Yeah, it's not the best, it's not the worst, it's just okay. The ending is okay. Yeah. Like, it's just okay. It's not great, it's not terrible, it's just okay. Jeremy Irons was a great Alfred, not as iconic as Michael Goff, but still really good in his own right. Yeah, pretty much. He serves his role, and I do like how he has this back and forth with Bruce, but I don't know, I just feel like Michael Goff did a better job capturing classic Alfred, but this is clearly not that, it's something different, and I'm willing to accept it as different. I just like that version more. Just personal preference. Wonder Woman was okay, but a bit underutilized. Yeah, that's a big elephant in the room with this one. Like, she's all over the marketing, but she's barely in the movie, and she doesn't really become Wonder Woman until the final act, and even then it's so brief, it barely even matters, so. Yeah, that part I'm not the biggest fan of, but I did like her interactions with Bruce Wayne. Like, those felt genuine, they have a good chemistry with one another, and it's kind of like game recognizing game, because they both find out who they really are, and it all works. The themes of redemption and insurrection are prevalent and don't feel forced. Yeah. Cavill's still a great Superman, yes, even though I ripped the absolute hell out of Man of Steel, I will gladly say that Henry Cavill is without a doubt a great Superman. He fits the character well, he understands the character, and he brings his own unique flair while also staying true and respecting the actual character itself. I did give him credit in that review, and I'll give him even more credit here, even though the way that this movie ends is questionable, whatever. It utilized its extended 3-hour runtime pretty well. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's not amazing by any means, but its pacing's pretty good, and this 3-hour version fixes a lot of the problems that the original theatrical version had, so yeah, there's a reason why some people like Cody Leach just acknowledge this version, not the theatrical cut, because this version is so much better than that cut. It's almost like it's its own different movie. Like, it's so strange. And overall quite entertaining. Yeah, I actually found myself hitting the mute button a lot less on this one, even though there were some stupid parts we're going to talk about, but I was doing it a lot less than I was with Man of Steel, where I just wanted everyone to shut up. Here, it's a lot better. Like, a lot better. So, yep, moving on from that. That being said, though, it still got its fair share of issues. Let's dive into the negatives. The first one, the biggest one, and the biggest elephant in the room. Jesse Eisenberg is an awful Lex Luthor. I don't need to go into detail as to why. You guys all pretty much know this was horrible miscasting from the get-go. And this Ultimate Edition doesn't really do much to fix it. He was an awful Luthor then, he's an awful Luthor now, and he's still an awful Luthor. He was just horribly miscasted, and his acting was more prevalent of Joker than actual Lex Luthor. So, yeah, worst part of the movie by far. Where are we? Doomsday was completely wasted and entirely pointless. Yeah, they could have cut him out and you wouldn't miss anything. Plot is still full of conveniences and holes. Yeah, like this Ultimate Edition does fix a lot of that, but it still has holes, it still has conveniences, and it still has its questionable moments. Superman's motivations were not well explained at all and resulted in his eventual death feeling unearned and shallow. Yeah, pretty much. Not to mention, this is only his second movie and they kill him off. Like, that was a bad move from the start. If they wanted to do Death of Superman, they should have waited like 3 or 4 movies. Like, maybe they can have their Justice League movie, and then later on, they can axe him off in a movie that's actually dedicated to that storyline, not just shoved in here for the sake of trying to get a million things going for a universe to start. Just saying. That would have been the smarter move, but WB isn't exactly the smartest of people, so I don't know why I should be surprised. Where else are we? Lawrence Fishburne was still completely wasted. Yeah, but why is Lawrence Fishburne in such a sidelined role in this movie? Like, it was a problem in Man of Steel, and it's still a problem here. He does get to do a little bit more, but it's still not much, and honestly, if you still cut him out of the story, you wouldn't miss anything. So, yeah. Wasted potential of a great actor. Amy Adams is still not a good Lois, and pales in comparison to Margot Kidder. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't buy her as Lois in Man of Steel, and I don't buy her here either. I don't buy her as the character, it just feels like a big name, put on a poster, reading lines off a script. Sorry. Sorry, Amy Adams, that's another miscasting that I am not okay with. Doomsday's design sucks. Yeah, his design is awful. I mean, at first it's still pretty bad because he doesn't have his spikes and he's just a giant green generic monster CGI thing. And then later on when they actually give him his spikes, it somehow looks even worse because now it looks all cluttered. Not to mention, he doesn't look like a big hulking beast. He just looks like a CGI character from a video game, a mini-boss, when he should be a big hulking menacing threat. But here he's just an ass-pull excuse just to have a final battle where Superman dies in the end. Yeah, it's pretty fucking stupid. The actual battle feels extremely rushed. I pretty much already explained that one. And the actual cause of Batman turning to Superman's ally is beyond stupid and contrived. Yeah, and that's me putting it nicely. The reason why Batman turns to Superman's side in this movie is so fucking stupid that I can't even try to explain it. Like, it's just so fucking stupid, you have to see to believe it. Ignore that. So, yep. Overall, this is a 7 out of 10. It's a much better movie. It's very good. But like I said, Ultimate Edition, not theatrical cut. Thanks for watching. See you next time for Bumblebee. 4 hours. 4 fucking hours. This will happen to you after you finish this movie. You'll feel like you just sat through a fucking war or some shit. Like, holy fuck. Like, I don't know whose bright idea thought it was to make this 4 hours long. Like, come on, man. 3 hours I would accept, but 4 for one movie. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, this will happen to you. Because you will feel exhausted beyond belief by the time you're done. So, I'm not gonna waste too much of your time of my review on this one. Because, yeah, 4 fucking hours I'm exhausted. So, I'm just gonna read off my review that I just posted. And we'll just see you next time from there, okay? Okay. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Saint77, and welcome to my review of the 4-hour monster that is Zack Snyder's Justice League. I already told you, I'm not reviewing Justice League. I'm reviewing the real, true, definitive, completed vision of Zack Snyder that wasn't fucked over by corporate. Well, at least it's not anymore, but you know what I mean. Point is, I'm finally gonna just talk about this movie. I finally watched it, and my goodness, like, it's a very good movie, but it's still not great. Like, why? Well, let me just read it off for you. Yes, it does fix the problems of the horrendous original version, but in turn, it also has its own issues. It's way too fucking long at 4 hours. Lois is almost entirely pointless to the overall story. Darkseid, while having a great design and a great voice, is underutilized and barely in the movie. The pacing is inconsistent because sometimes it's fast and other times it hits a fucking brick wall. Amber Heard is awful, both on screen and in real life, so she automatically docks a point from the movie for that. The story, while definitely feeling complete, does lack refinality. You know, refinement. I was trying to sound fancy. Fucking sue me. The dialogue is hit or miss. Jared Leto is still a terrible Joker. In a few instances, felt like plot convenience and actual natural progression of the story. However, it's saved from being average or below average by much better writing, pretty solid action, a great final battle, Superman finally getting to don the black suit, Steppenwolf having a much better design and overall being a much more effective villain, which in turn makes his demise all the more satisfying, a grand scale, great performances from the actual League themselves, a satisfying ending, Martian Manhunter being a really cool addition that subtly expands the lore without overtaking the others in the runtime, way better effects, decent music, a huge increase in the actual brutality with actual, like, gore, like, straight up blood and gore. We see body parts get thrown around. Yeah, I'm a gore hound, so of course I'm gonna point that out. Some pretty funny moments, very nice cinematography despite the strange 4:3 aspect ratio. I still don't understand why it was in that ratio instead of widescreen, but whatever. Much better directing, and some pretty cool scenes referencing the comics that were a nice Easter egg for fans. It's still got its issues, but for this to turn out this good in spite of everything behind the scenes and its gargantuan 4-hour runtime, which by even today's standards is fucking obnoxious, really is an impressive feat. It's sad it won't get to continue its story since it's being rebooted, but it was definitely a film that was worth fighting for. Recommended for DC fans, but general audiences, it might be a one-and-done kind of thing. Yeah, that's pretty much where I stand on it. Like, you have to really dedicate yourself to watch this one. Not because it's a bad movie, not because it's like a piece of shit or anything like that. No, it's a very good movie, but it's just so fucking long. Like, this would not have worked in theaters, because I know people do not have that kind of patience, so... Especially kids. Kids will not sit in a theater for 4 hours straight, no matter how good the movie is. Like, that's pushing it. Even 3 hours is pushing it. But, like I said, this is not a bad movie. It's a very good movie, and I'm glad that we actually got the full vision Zack Snyder wanted of this movie, despite, you know, the fuckery of WB and corporate and all that bullshit. And yes, it was one that was definitely worth fighting for to actually get made. But, like I said, it's just gonna get rebooted soon, so at the same time, like, you can't help but feel sad. Like, it sets up all these things that could be really fucking cool, but it's not gonna happen. Because WB just had to be a bunch of fucking assholes and screw everything to hell. Like, seriously. This is among WB's worst fuck-ups. And that's saying a lot, because they've fucked up a lot. But point is, I'm glad we got the full complete version of the movie, but I'm not sure if I'll have the stamina to sit through it again. Like, my goodness, 4 hours. Just fuck no. Final verdict for Zack Snyder's Justice League is a 7.5 out of 10. It's better than the last 3 movies we've looked at, and it's way fucking better than Man of Steel, but it's still not great. Like, that 4-hour runtime really drags. I really felt it throughout the movie. And on top of all its other problems, yeah, I can't call it great. It's entertaining, I'm glad that I watched it, but for me, it's a one and done. Like, it's great to see the full completed version, but I don't think I have the stamina to ever sit through this 4-hour behemoth again, so... Yep, one and done for me, probably more rewatchable for the die-hard DC fans, and a one and done for general audiences. That's where I stand on it. Thank you guys for watching, see you next time for Aquaman. This might be a little bit of a hard one to review. But, I will say this. It is very good. Don't think that just because I'm going to be a bit more critical with this one, that I don't think that it's a good movie. No, we haven't really hit a bad movie yet in this marathon, and we literally just started, so... Welcome back to DC Live, welcome back to Animation Station, welcome to Superman Doomsday, the first of the DC Animated Universe films. Or at least according to the internet, it's the first one. It takes kind of the animation of Superman the Animated Series, and turns it into a feature-length film adapting one of his most well-known and tragic storylines. You know, the death of Superman at the hands of Doom... You know, the death of Superman storyline at the hands of Doomsday. But, this one's going to be a bit hard to explain, not only because you're talking to someone who's not the biggest fan of Superman, so there's that, but also because you also tell me that this is PG-13. And if you've actually read the comic book, yeah, that's an R rating at least. So, yeah, that's one big problem I can point out about this movie right off the bat. And the second big problem, yes, I'm starting with the flaws first, because this is a very good movie I want to spend a decent time talking about, is the second half of the movie. It is an absolute incomprehensible mess. Like, so here's the basic gist of the story. You have not even the first half. It's like not even the first half. It's like the first half hour of the movie. You have Superman and Lois, you know, being Superman and Lois as you expect, and then some of the LexCorp people end up finding this thing underground, and they accidentally set free Doomsday. And then Superman comes in, they have their fight, and he dies in the battle. That's all in the first 30 minutes. Like, that Superman is not dead, and he gets revived by his robot in the Fortress of Solitude. Yes, it's a literal robot. And he has long hair now, and he's pretty much stuck in stasis. And then we have this other Superman that's still trying. Well, he's doing what he thinks is right to protect Metropolis, and yeah, his methods are not very civil. Like, this is pretty much Superman if he was raised by Lex Luthor, but then he's also not under Lex Luthor's control. So it's like, well, what's the point here? And then he starts killing more people, and then the actual Superman has to come back before he's fully healed using a gun. Yeah, he tries to use a gun. That might be one of the most boneheaded things he's ever tried. But somehow, with the help of Lois, he ends up defeating this evil Superman, and yeah, pretty much things go back to normal, and Superman reveals that he's Clark Kent to Lois. That's pretty much the whole story, but that whole second half, it has so much going on, and it just gets really messy. If you try to actually make sense of most of it, it's gonna make your brain hurt. Then again, when you actually read the comic books, where there's like cyborg Superman and a bunch of other different Supermen before the actual Superman comes back, yeah, that whole thing is even more messy than the movie. So if you look at it from that perspective, it's better than the comic. It's still very messy, though. And the writing does not help much, because the writing in that second half is, for lack of a better term, it's pretty damn bad. Like, it does a very, very poor job of trying to actually sell what's going on here, and when it tries to actually make some sort of sense, it ends up just becoming even messier. So, yeah, the whole second half of the movie is an absolute mess when you look at it through a story perspective. And I complained about this with Batman vs. Dracula. I have to complain about it here as well. As much as I love 2D traditional animation, and it's great to see it, especially nowadays when it's dominated by 3D animation, it also has its fair share of budget moments. Like, moments where you can tell that it was a little bit on the rush side. But just like with Batman vs. Dracula, it's not like immersion breaking or super noticeable. It's just something that does kind of show itself throughout the movie. Not to mention, they also throw in some unnecessary characters, like Toyman, voiced by John DiMaggio. Pretty much there to be the catalyst for this Dark Superman not being the real Superman, as this Dark Superman sees that this guy managed to actually kill one of the kids. Yeah, there's child murder. That's a little dark. So, what does that Superman do? He flies off to the police station, grabs the Toyman, flies up, and literally just drops him on a car to his death, where he's left in a bloody heap on a policeman's car. Like, outside, like, it's just a here 1 minute, gone the next minute. Like, the character is absolutely pointless. And yeah, that's another big problem with this movie. Most of the characters that aren't Superman, Lois, Lex, or Dark Superman, or Jimmy Olsen, are pretty much pointless, and they do pretty much nothing. Like, Martha Wayne barely gets any time to shine. She gets one great scene with Lois I'll talk about later. But, like, all the other people in here, like, all the bystanders and the head of the Daily Planet, like, they don't get anything to do. The military, the police, they're just there for the sake of being there. And it just feels like they could have been cut out of the movie entirely. So, yeah, that's the problems with this movie. Messy second half, that second half having bad writing, some animation showing its cheapness, and characters being unnecessary. That's literally all my flaws. Now let's get to the actual good stuff in the movie, because there's a lot of really good stuff in here. But first, as always, let's start with our voice cast. If I scroll back up here. First up, we have Adam Baldwin as the voice of Superman. He's a bit on the flat side, but he's still pretty good. You have James Marsters voicing Lex Luthor. He is a really, really good Lex Luthor. Then you have Tom Kenny back again, but he just voices the little ant robot thing what was his name? Toyman. The Toyman drives around, like, it's Tom Kenny. It's Tom Kenny. Then we have Cree Summer as Mercy Graves. She's okay. Adam Wiley as Jimmy Olsen is pretty good here. A lot better than I was expecting. Not that the voice actor's bad, I'm just not that big of a fan of that character. Hetty Lynn Hertz is the voice of the newscaster. She does okay. Townsend Coleman is the voice of the drill operator. He's okay. Kevin Smith, yes, that Kevin Smith, is the voice of a grumpy man. He's literally called Grumpy Man in the in the credits. Thank you. In the credits, he's literally called Grumpy Man, and has like one or two lines. Like, it's funny, but could have left that out. Then there's Anne Hetch, who voices Lois Lane. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. She's a great Lois Lane. Like, she's accurate to the character. The voice sounds like Lois. Yeah, she does a great job as Lois. Probably the best part of the movie. Then there's John DiMaggio as Toyman. He does a great job as Toyman, but you can kind of tell it's sort of just a slight retweaking of his Bender voice from Futurama. Like, is that just me? I can't be the only one getting that vibe. But yeah, like I said, the character himself barely does anything. So, it's cool that he's in here, but the character barely does anything, so it's not really worth caring about. Then there's Swoosie Kurtz, the voice of Martha Kent. She does a really good job for the little bit that she's given. Like, she barely gets to do anything. Ray Wise is the voice of Perry White, the head of the Daily Planet. Again, another character that doesn't really get to do much, but he does a good job with his role. Chris Cox as Damon Swank is okay, even though, again, barely gets to do anything. James Arnold Taylor is the voice of Officer Tucker. He's okay. And Kimberly Brooks as Murphy is okay. And before you ask why Doomsday isn't in the credits here, it's because Doomsday has no voice. Like, they don't even credit anyone for doing the roaring sound effects or stuff like that. So, yeah. Overall, it's a solid voice cast. I definitely think that Anne Hetch as Lois is the star of this feature. And then Alec Baldwin is a good... Adam Baldwin is a good Superman, if a bit flat. And James Marsters is a great Lex Luthor. So, those three pretty much carry the entire movie. And as for the actual fight that Superman has with Doomsday in that first half hour of the movie, it's really good. Like, it's a really good fight, and you do get to see some brutality. But, again, if you compare it to the comic books, it's not that brutal. Like, in the comic books, Superman fights Doomsday for a long time. You see a lot of bloodshed, and pretty much the entirety of Superman's suit is ripped away throughout the battle. When there's just, like, a little bit left here going down, and then the rest of him, there's pretty much nothing. Like, it doesn't have that kind of brutality, but it's still a pretty good fight for the small bit that's in it. And Doomsday's design, Doomsday's design's really good. Lex Luthor here is pretty good. I do like what they tried to do with this character, even though it ended up making the plot messy, but it's fine. But I feel like the best part of this movie is what happens after Superman dies, before that messy second half comes in. That little bit right here in between the first and the second half, this little bit right here, where we see how the characters deal with Superman's death. Like, it's pretty well done. Like, we see everyone in mourning, we see that how much it affects Lois, how badly it affects Jimmy being the one that had the camera and was taking pictures of his literal death. Like, that's pretty traumatizing. And, like, just that part. This movie's more of a character piece than it is about, you know, fights and action like you'd expect a Superman movie to be, which I know sounds like a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing in this case, because it really makes you feel for the characters. It really makes you understand their dilemma and understand their decisions. Again, for the most part, besides the people that barely do anything. But for the main characters, it's really good here. And while it was definitely a bit fumbled in the execution, I do like the concept of a darker clone of Superman who's pretty much taking Batman's mythology, where he has to be brutal and not abide by the law. You know, not be the Superman that we're used to. And again, while it doesn't have the brutality of the comic books, it's still pretty brutal here. There's one scene in particular where Doomsday grabs Superman by his head, keeps punching him in the chest, and then when he puts him down, he just spits out a huge pool of blood. Like, that one part was the part I was just like, whoa. Okay, this is brutal. But again, the comic books did it better. But this isn't really meant to one-up the comics. It's more trying to be a faithful adaptation of the comics, while also doing its own unique thing to try and stand out. And I feel like, for the most part, this movie really does succeed at that. I know this movie reviews probably sounds very mixed, because I spent so much time talking about negatives, but trust me when I say this is still a really good movie, and a really good Superman movie. I think the fans will be pleased with this one. And if you haven't seen it yet, even if you're not a fan of Superman, I still say give it a look. It's a tale of tragedy, but also really great characters. Like, so well done here. I really enjoyed this one, and while, again, it has a bunch of problems, like a whole flip ton of problems, I would still go so far as to call this movie very good, almost great. Like, if that second half wasn't so messy and the writing didn't decide to just nosedive, if that part was fixed, this would have been an 8. It would have been up there with Batman vs. Dracula. But for me, it's just a little bit below it, and it kind of averages out to the same score I gave Batman v Superman the Ultimate Cut. But trust me when I say this is way better than Batman vs. Superman in every single way. So, yeah, it's a pretty solid start to the DC Universe animated movie filmography, but it's just not perfect, and I can't quite call it great, but I still think you're really gonna like this one. I think it's a really good, enjoyable, entertaining movie, and it's not even an hour and a half. Like, it's barely over an hour. So, it's not like you're wasting too much of your time with it if you end up not liking it. I definitely think it's worth at least one watch, and if you're a Superman fan, you'll probably get a lot more out of it than most people. There is some gruesome parts. I just wish you could really go all the way with it, but this is DC's first animated film, so of course they were limited with what they could do, but overall, my final verdict for Superman Doomsday is going to be a solid 7 out of 10. This is a very good Superman movie, and again, if that second half wasn't so messy, I would have been nicer and gave it an 8, but it's not quite there. It's a very good movie. I definitely recommend you give it a look, and if you're a Superman fan, I think you're really going to enjoy it. Not as great as the comic that it tries to take inspiration from, but it's still a really good, entertaining film that's short, sweet, and to the point. So, yep, that's gonna do it. I know this review's not nearly as long as the Batman Dracula one, but this one I kind of have a bit less to say. So, yeah, if you're a fan of Superman, absolutely check this one out. If you're a DC fan, check this one out. If you're an animation fan, I still think it's worth at least one watch. And if you're part of the casual viewers that's not really into comic books or anything like that, well, why are you watching this movie in the first place? So, yeah, I definitely recommend it. Give it at least one watch and make your own conclusions. But that's all I got. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Animation Station. Stay tuned because we still have 16 more DC animated films to go through before we have to switch gears to, yeah, something else. I'm not going to say what it is, just something else. So, I will see you guys tomorrow when we revisit our favorite Cape Crusader with Batman Mask of the Phantasm. I'm so glad I finally watched this one. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station. You know what? So this is Everything Animation. Welcome back to DC Lie. Yes, I know it's been a good while since we've actually done another review, but trust me, I'm back. We're doing it now. Welcome back to DC Lie. Welcome to Superman, Batman, Public Enemies. This is a movie that I've seen little bits and pieces of here and there, but I've never actually watched it in its entirety. But now that I just have, oh, I love this one. Like, not only as a huge Batman fan, but also just as a DC Animated Universe comic book fan in general. This is a fantastic movie, a terrific team-up, so much action, so much great story. There's a lot to break down, but unfortunately, I just don't have the time to do that, because unfortunately, I'm still playing catch-up. So unfortunately, yeah, I know I'm saying unfortunately a lot, but it does suck. Unfortunately, I have to do the more brisk format for this one, and that sucks because I really wanted to give this one the full deep dive analytical treatment, but unfortunately, I just don't have the time, and that really does bum me out, but I will make up for it a little bit and talk about this voice cast. Holy crap, this freaking voice cast. Clancy Brown is Lex Luthor, arguably the best one ever. Kevin Conroy is Batman. Need I say more? Tim Daly is Superman, who I assume is the same guy that voices him in the animated series. Fantastic. Xander Berkeley, Corey Burton, Ricardo Chavira, Allison Mack, John C. McGinley, CCH Pounder. Yes, that's literally his name. I'm sorry. LeVar Burton, Calvin Tran, Mark Jonathan Davis, Brian George, Jennifer Hale, Rachel McFarlane, Alan Oppenheimer, Andrea Romano, Bruce This cast is freaking stacked. Like, not only do they have the two animated universe TV show voice actors for the big two characters, and not only do they have Clancy Brown as Lex Luthor, which is always a win, the rest of the cast is incredibly strong, very stacked, and incredible performances all throughout. Like, they were all so well done here, especially Allison Mack as Power Girl. I want to shout out her specifically because she did a fantastic job in this movie playing as this character that's conflicted with what side she should be on. The story here is also great of how Lex Luthor becomes president and uses this incoming kryptonite meteor as a way to frame Superman and have everyone hunt him down, exactly like they wanted. But what he didn't count on was that Batman would be right there with him, and this turns into an unlikely team-up that is a ton of fun to watch. I love Superman and Batman's back and forth, which both has a bit of snark, but also a lot of camaraderie and respect for each other. They do have each other's back all throughout the movie, despite their drastically different personalities and, you know, ideologies. And that's what I love about these kind of crossover movies, where they're able to keep them true to their character, but also not be afraid to poke a little fun at it. And this is what that movie does so freaking well. And the writing here is great, the voice acting is great, the animation's fantastic. It gets pretty bloody in the last third, which, I mean, I love seeing brutality in animation that's actually done well and used well for story purposes. And the final act of this movie is just excellent. I loved this movie all throughout, but I can see why some people may or may not be a big fan of this one, because it is a bit light on story and does put at the forefront a whole bunch of epic, crazy, over-the-top, insanely freaking awesome action. Like, this movie is action-packed. Like, there is almost a fight every 5 minutes against a bunch of different characters, from Shazam to Captain Marvel to Black Bolt to Starfire to Grundy to Captain Cold. Like, they throw in so many different villains and heroes to hunt down Superman and Batman and fight against him. Not to mention, the first fight of this entire movie is Superman and Batman fighting Metallo in a graveyard. It's just as awesome as it sounds. Like, again, I really wish I could go deep dive analysis on this one, because I love this movie. I think it did a phenomenal job bringing these two characters together and giving us a really, really good story that, yes, maybe a bit light compared to some of the other ones, but it works for what it needs to, and the action is at the forefront, as it should be. This is a superhero movie after all. Action does kind of matter with something like that. But this is a fantastic movie, and I seriously cannot do it justice, even if I did a full deep dive analysis. You guys need to check this one out, whether you're a Superman fan, a Batman fan, a DC Animated Universe fan, or just a comic book fan in general. You need to check this one out. It's not as masterful and amazing as Mask of the Phantasm, no, but it is a ton of fun to watch, and I can almost guarantee you, you're going to have a blast with this one. Final verdict for Superman Batman Public Enemies is going to be the highest 9 out of 10 I can possibly give. I want to give it a 10. Trust me, I was enjoying it so much I wanted to give it a 10. But when I really more sit down and think about it critically and try to calm down from my fanboyism, it does drop down a little bit because the story is basic. But if you put that aside, the rest of the movie is phenomenal and more than makes up for it. Just phenomenal job to everyone involved. I really wish I could do deep dive analysis, but I just don't have the time. But I hope to one day give it that treatment. Maybe in another DC Live with like a spoiler review or something. I don't know. Point is that this one's incredible, and from what I've heard, Apocalypse is even better. Oh, I'm so excited. But that's going to be it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And stay tuned. You got a bunch of DC Live reviews coming your way, starting next time with Justice League Crisis on Two Earths.
I've been fighting, but I just can't do enough. I can't do enough. I never do enough. And when the times get rough, why is it always me that's burning? Yeah, when my time is up, I'll finally feel like love has come to ease the hurting.
Hello, welcome back to Animation Station, your number one stop. This movie sucks. What a disappointing snoozer. Think about it. You have the Justice League going against an alternate reality, Earth, universe, whatever, evil Justice League. That sounds so freaking cool. But this movie fails at that premise. In fact, I'm glad I'm not doing a deep dive analysis on this one, because I don't want to. Even if I was still doing a deep dive analysis for all these catch-up reviews, this is one I would still just do in the normal short format, because this piece of crap doesn't deserve it.
Look, it's not technically a bad movie considering the score I'm gonna give it, but this movie's bad. This movie sucks. This movie's disappointing. This movie's frustrating. And after this review, I'm going to pretend that this piece of crap doesn't even exist. I have a written review. I'll read off that. I'll talk about the voice cast a little, give my final verdict, and then see you in the next one. Here's my written review. A disappointing bore fest that takes all the potential of its concept and throws it down the toilet. The voice acting is decent, the fight scenes are okay, the animation is still good, and its concept was definitely intriguing. But the story sucks, the characters are bland, the writing is terrible, the Syndicate, excluding Owlman, he's good, are generic throwaways that aren't memorable, the pacing is horrendous, and the ending is just plain freaking stupid. Undeniably the worst one I've watched so far, and a huge disappointment. It's not quite bad, but I still recommend just avoiding it. Not worth your time, forget it even exists. Yeah, that literally sums up all my thoughts right there. Like, it starts out okay with this heroic Lex Luthor fleeing from this evil Justice League, but after that, it just freaking tanks down. It just falls off a cliff. It tanks, and it becomes really difficult to watch because it's so slow, so tedious, so freaking boring. Like, this one angers me, legitimately angers me. Especially considering the fact that this is the one that follows up Superman, Batman, Public Enemies. A movie I freaking loved. But this is crap. Complete and total crap. I bet you, if I didn't have any of those other positives listed there, this movie didn't have any of those, this would probably be down to a 3. Heck, maybe even a 2, because of how disappointed and angry it made me. This should not be this bad. This should not be this disappointing, and this should not be this half-efforted. This is the kind of movie that I think of when people say the DC Animated Universe movies all suck and aren't worth people's time. Because this one sucks and it's not worth your time. Talk a little bit about the voice cast, because I literally have nothing else to say. If I try saying anything else, it's going to end up turning into a censor-filled F-bomb friggin' rant. So, let's just go over the voice cast real quick. William Baldwin is Batman. Fine. Mark Harmon, yes, the guy from CSI, as Superman. He's good. He's given crappy voice direction and no good writing to work with, but he's good. Chris Noth as Lex Luthor's okay. Gina Torres as Superwoman's okay. James Wood as Owlman's actually pretty good. Jonathan Adams as John Jones or Martian Manhunter is okay. Brian Bloom as Ultraman's okay. Bruce Davidson's President Wilson's okay. Josh Keaton as Flash is pretty good. Vanessa Marshall as Wonder Woman's okay. Nolan North as Green Lantern is somehow boring and bad. I don't know how to explain that one because it's Nolan friggin' North, but whatever. Freddie Rogers as Rose Wilson's fine. James Patrick Stewart as Johnny Quick is fine. Carlos Alazraqua? I don't know how to pronounce that. The same guy that voices Rocco in Rocco's Modern Life. As Breakdance, he's okay. Richard Green as Jimmy Olsen is okay. Even though I don't like this version of him at all. Jim Meskimen as Captain Super is fine. Andrea Romano as the Watchtower Computer School. And Bruce Timm as Uncle Super is fine. Like, most of these castings are fine. The problem is they're given absolutely horrendous writing to try and work with, and the voice direction to make them sound so flat and generic. Like, I feel bad for the voice actors more than anything else that they had to partake in any of this garbage. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get into this one. It starts out good, and then by the second act, it just
head dives off a cliff and I lose all interest and I want to just turn it off. A turn your brain off, boring movie that you put on as background noise whenever you want to go to sleep. Nothing more, nothing less. Final verdict for this disappointing pile of crap is a 4 out of 10. A 4. Don't watch it. After this review, forget it even exists. Not worth your time, not quite bad, but incredibly frustrating, disappointing, and so half-efforted that it doesn't deserve your time, even out of your own morbid curiosity if you're a fan of the comic this is based on. It's still not worth it. Just screw this piece of crap, pretend it doesn't exist. Okay? See you next time for Batman Under the Red Hood. Okay. I don't like it more than the first, but I do think it's a pretty good sequel. It's solid enough. What's up, it's happening? Welcome back to the Animation Station. Welcome to the final review of the day, and then tomorrow we will be back to normal and back to the actual full deep dive analysis reviews. Superman, Batman, Apocalypse. This is the sequel to Public Enemies, which we are. Yeah. Sorry about that. Got a little bit interrupted, but anyway. Continuing on with our review. I don't like this more than Public Enemies. I feel like Public Enemies is still a better movie. But I feel like this one does have a better story, and it is better in a few different aspects. Let's try to break it all down as fast as we can. The first thing I should say right off the bat about this movie is that the voice acting is still fantastic. Like, it's still Tim Daly, it's still Kevin Conroy, it's still the big two guys doing an amazing job in their performances. That is absolutely a plus right there. But then there's also Andre Braugher's Darkseid, Susan Eisenberg as Wonder Woman, a pretty good Wonder Woman, though not as great as the one from the actual Wonder Woman movie. Summer Glau's Kara's pretty good, aka Supergirl. Julianne Grossman's pretty good, Edward Asner's pretty good, John Saigon, Dave Mitchell, Rachel Quaintance, Andrea Romano, Sally Saffiodi, I don't know how to pronounce that, Tara Strong, Jim Ward, Greg Allen Williams, April Winchell. They all do a really good job here. It still has really good voice direction. There's still really good performances in here. But this title is misleading, because it leads you to believe that this is another movie that's centered on Batman and Superman. And while they do have a decently big, significant amount of screen time, more so Superman than Batman, there's an undeniable fact that this is a Supergirl movie first and foremost. She's the star of the show. This is her origin story in this particular timeline. And she is the big main focus throughout the movie. So this should have been called Supergirl Apocalypse, and they could have still called it a sequel to Public Enemies, but they want Superman Batman to avoid confusion, which I understand, but at the same time, it's very misleading. Because this is a Supergirl movie first and foremost, and Superman and Batman just happen to be a part of it. Darkseid's a really good villain, and I think he's done great justice here. We get some really good fights in here, and Wonder Woman's in here as a nice bonus. The whole thing with Themyscira is pretty good. Like, this is still a very good movie. Like, I'm not calling this a piece of crap. It's not Crisis on Two Earths. No. I'm just saying that it's inferior compared to the first, because in the first movie, it had a lot more fun factor. Whereas this one tries to be more of a self-centered storyteller thing, but I just don't think it's quite as fun. but that's just my opinion. I know there's some people out there that actually prefer this over Public Enemies, and if you do, that's okay. We all have our own different opinions, we all have our own separate views on things, but point is, this is still a pretty good sequel. And while I do think it's inferior to the first, I still don't think it's a bad movie. I still think it's pretty good. I still think it's entertaining. And if you're a DC fan, I recommend you go check it out. Just know it's not going to be better or as fun as Public Enemies. That's all I'm saying. Final verdict for Superman Batman Apocalypse is going to be a solid 7 out of 10. I feel like 7 is entirely fair to give this movie. It's really good, but not quite great and inferior to the first. That's all I'm saying. Well, that's going to do for today's reviews because I ended up reviewing Fallout a day early, so I'm done with that stuff. And tomorrow it will just be one Animation Station review because it's going to be cleaning day. I'm going to need the energy, trust me. But thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And I promise you tomorrow we'll be back to full-on 30-minute plus deep dive analysis. I just really had to rush these ones out because if I didn't, I would end up having to cancel the whole month, and that would have sucked. So, yeah, I apologize for these other reviews not being as in-depth as the other ones that started off this marathon, or that are going to continue this marathon starting tomorrow, but I still hope you enjoyed hearing my thoughts regardless, and I do recommend you still check this one out. It's still really good, it's just not a masterpiece, and it's not as great as the first. That's just my opinion. You're more than entitled to your own. Well, hopefully we'll be back to some kind of normalcy tomorrow after I finish cleaning, because tomorrow we only have one review. We're back to only one review a day from here on out because I'm going to drive myself mad if I don't. With the exception of one, but we'll get there when we get there. So, yep, thank you guys so much for watching. I probably said that way too many times, but I apologize in advance. But, yeah. Thanks for watching. I'm Jack Small of Animation Station. I'll see you guys tomorrow for our return to the deep dive analysis reviews with All-Star Superman. Sorry. I tried to be emotional on camera, but, wow, I don't even know where to start with this one. And let me just say, I'm glad that starting with this review, I'm going back to full analysis. I don't have to rush them out anymore, which is nice. I do appreciate that. So, yeah. Welcome back to Animation Station. Welcome to All-Star Superman. I'm your host, a very emotionally wrecked Jack Small. Yeah. As I've stated many times in the past, I am not the biggest fan of Superman. At first, I thought he was a really stupid character, and I just liked Batman a lot more. But, through watching these movies, specifically the ones that have Superman in the title and focus mainly on him, I've come to appreciate him more. Like, through this marathon, I've come to appreciate this character more than I could have ever predicted. I mean, I knew these Superman movies were going to be good, but I did not expect them to be this good. This one in particular. Which I'm going to say, and this may tick off some people, and I apologize, but this is on par with Mask of the Phantasm. Yeah, I really just said that. It is on par with Mask of the Phantasm. And it is arguably one of the best DC movies ever made. All-Star Superman is an adult, mature, gripping, sad, yet also beautiful and uplifting, well done, just wonderful movie. And I have a lot to say about it, so buckle up. This is going to be a pretty long review, and spoilers ahead. This is your spoiler warning, because this one, I gotta go into spoilers to really articulate all my thoughts on it. So this is your spoiler warning. Let's start with the basic premise. While saving the crew of the first manned mission to the sun, Superman is poisoned by solar radiation. Dying, he decides to fulfill his lifelong dreams, while still saving Earth from various threats. But when Lex Luthor reveals his latest plot to control the world, Superman must use his remaining strength to stop him in one last final confrontation. That's as basic of the premise as we can really get into. And it's a good premise, and from what I've heard, this is one of the most beloved, well-done comics in Superman's entire history. A beloved one that a lot of people consider one of, if not the best Superman comic ever made. Now, I haven't actually read the comic myself yet, but I've seen a few things about it, and I'm just going to start right ahead with the negatives first, because I have very, very little negatives to even go through with this one. So let's get the little minor negatives out of the way. The first thing is that there is one scene that I do know about that's from the original comic that's not in the movie. And that is the scene where Superman saves a young kid from committing suicide. Yeah. I do wish that was put into the movie and could have really driven home, how great Superman is, and it being one of his last actions before his inevitable death. But I mean, at the same time, I kind of feel like that scene may have been a bit problematic, because, the Karens, they're gonna overreact about everything, and if they find out anything like that would be in this movie, they'd be like, oh, well, Superman's now making fun of suicidal people, twist the narrative around like they love to do. So I can kind of understand why it's not in the movie, but at the same time, I really wish it was, because that is a very powerful, emotional scene. Heck, arguably one of the most powerful, emotional, just beautiful comic book panels possibly ever made. Like, it's amazing, seriously. I'm going to leave a link in the description box below to a short that talks about it. Not from me, it's from somebody else, but yeah. It was in the original comic, and I do wish it was in the movie. That is a minor nitpick. And then my only actual problem with this movie is that there are one too many ridiculous subplots. Let me explain. So, Superman realizes that he's dying. So, the first thing he does is he goes to find Lois Lane. He reveals, as Clark Kent, he reveals himself as Superman, takes her back to the Fortress of Solitude, and gives her this serum that he creates, a special birthday present for her, where she can have his superpowers for 24 hours. And it's really a beautiful thing to see. Heck, Superman even made her own suit. So it's like for one day she's Superwoman, and it's a really beautiful, touching part. But then we get to subplot number 1 of the movie, and that is the first thing that Superman encounters during his date with Lois. And that is... what the flying frick were their names? I'm sorry, give me a second. Samson and Atlas, who ended up provoking a lizard race that apparently lives in the core of the Earth. It's never explained. And they do it to get Lois's attention, and they start flirting with her, and Lois starts to flirt back, which I know that did tick off some people, but really think about it. It's her backhanded way of getting revenge on Superman, who's been lying to her all these years about his true identity. Yes, he had a good reason for doing it, but it was still lying, so I can't really be that mad at Lois here for wanting to get a little bit of revenge against him. So she starts to flirt with these guys, and they turn out to, of course, be scumbags, and they give her this ancient Sphinx thing that they apparently ended up stealing, And it puts her in this weird state where she's neither alive nor dead. She's kind of in the middle. And to free her, Superman has to answer what is considered an unanswerable question. And of course, being Superman, he figures it out, but it does take him a little bit of thinking. And he manages to save Lois, but then the stupid... Please excuse my language here, but the stupid douchebags aren't done yet, as they still think that Superman needs to have a contest with them to claim Lois's affection. Yeah, they are pretty annoying. But Superman takes them down pretty quickly with some arm wrestling that leads to a very funny scene where he literally arm wrestles them so badly that he puts them through the freaking ground. It's funny. It's pretty funny. And thankfully that's the last time we see them in the movie. After that, they're done. They're gone. Then after that, we have subplot number 2 of the movie, which is these ancient Kryptonian astronauts that come to try and terraform Earth, specifically Metropolis, into a new Krypton. And of course, Superman's now okay with this, and he gets his butt kicked as a result. But then it turns out that while passing through to track him, when he first arrived in the space pod and everything, they ended up going through this kryptonite asteroid field, and their cells literally become kryptonite and they start to die. And the wife of this astronaut, the wife character of the astronaut, I'm sorry, I forget his name. Is his name in here? Sorry, give me just a quick second to figure this out. Huh. Let me go to top cast, see if it might be a little better. Bar-El, that's his name. Bar-El, thank you. Bar-El. Bar-El's wife ends up getting so infected by this kryptonite that's forming in her bloodstream that she loses her eyesight. And this absolutely scares the crap out of Bar-El. And Superman takes them back to the Fortress of Solitude, which they tried to reform into their own headquarters, and they even mocked him viciously for, being one with the humans and everything. But despite everything that they did to him, Superman still does his best to help. Because that's what he does. He helps people. And in his own words, forgiveness. He has the capacity for forgiveness. Like, they can do everything that they want to him, but he'll still find a way to help because he's such a kind, good-natured soul. So, to save their lives, Superman sends Bar-El and his wife into the Phantom Zone, which stops the kryptonite from developing in their bloodstream, and they get to live on in this alternate reality, and they don't have to worry about, dying. So yeah, there's that subplot. Then there's subplot number 3, which is Lex Luthor is about to be executed, literally executed, by the electric chair. That in itself is pretty dark. But then it turns out that he asks for this special concoction right before he ends up getting zapped. And it turned out it was a replication of the super serum that Superman gave to Lois. He gives it to himself, he survives the electric chair shock, and he goes on a killing spree. Well, not a killing spree per se, but, lures out Superman into a final confrontation. And Superman gets his butt kicked yet again. But instead of killing him, Lex suddenly has some kind of clarity because he's given exactly what he wanted. He wanted all powerful. He wanted all this power that Superman has always had. But when he gets all this power, he realizes the responsibility and the heaviness that comes with it. Like, he starts seeing how everything connects and how everything works and how everything has to be. And he finds his humanity. And it's a really beautiful scene that you never expect to find in a movie like this, especially from a character like Lex Luthor, who has done so much terrible things in the past. But it is a very powerful, touching scene. Like, that scene is just amazing. And then he gets sent back to prison. But then there's another subplot that happens right before that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going a bit out of order. I'm literally trying to remember everything I just watched. where Superman admits to Lois that he is in fact dying, and he wants to take this little city that he had in his Fortress of Solitude, and he wants to take it to a planet far away where he can, where he can find a way to bring them back and they can recolonize. But Superman himself said it's going to take like 3 weeks to travel there and back. In other words, 2 months. And, well, Lois is obviously not very happy about this, but Superman realizes that's something he has to do, and she learns to come to grips with it, in a way. So he flies off, and then 2 months later he returns, and then that's when the Bar-El subplot came in, and then after that's the Lex Luthor subplot, and then the final subplot where, well, it finally gets to the actual plot somewhat, but there is one last subplot where Solaris comes into the picture, and he does barely anything. Oh yeah, and there's also another subplot where Clark Kent is in jail with Lex Luthor trying to interview him, but instead he ends up kind of sort of revealing he's Superman and kind of sort of not. It's a bit confusing. But like I said, that's where I'm just going to draw the line right there. It's way too many subplots. Like, you already have the perfectly solid premise of Superman trying to face death, yet also still continue to be that beacon of hope for people, despite his power weakening every single second. But for some reason they shoved a bunch of other crap in here, and it's not terrible by any means, but it just starts getting a bit cluttered. By the time Solaris comes around, I pretty much lose track of everything that's going on. So yeah, one too many subplots is this movie's biggest problem, but it's a very small price to pay, because it's literally my only problem, and even then it's technically a minor one. The rest of this movie is just wonderful. It's fantastic, and let's go ahead and start, because I already brought it up earlier. Let's talk about the voice cast, which I've been trying to do for each one of these movies, because they deserve recognition. First up, we have Gene Stenton as Superman. At first it sounds a bit bland, especially if you just watch the trailer without any context, but when you actually watch the movie, his soft-spoken tone makes a lot more sense. Because this is a humble Superman. This is a Superman that's juggling a lot inside his head, like trying not to tell Lois that he's dying until he thinks he's ready, to still being the beacon of hope for Earth, to still defending Metropolis from all these different, atrocities that continue to come at him despite what's going on. Like, he does an amazing job. Trust me. I know he sounds bland in the trailer. I know, but stick with it. He does a great job in the movie, especially one scene in particular, his final journal log that he has in his Fortress of Solitude, where he pretty much puts all his thoughts into this one final giant stone page that he's writing with his heat vision, where he says pretty much, "Thank you for the life you've given me. I'm proud of the life that I've been given, and now I'm going to go save the Earth, even if it's the last time that I will ever have the ability to do so before I die." Like, it's haunting. It is a very haunting monologue that he gives while writing that journal entry. And it's something that really is going to stick with you when you see it. Like, seriously, it's phenomenal. It's so good. Like, it's so good. And then, of course, the final scene that he has to portray when, it's literally his final act before he turns into nothing but pure energy and dies. Gene Stenton does an amazing job with this part. Like, it's amazing. I cannot do it justice. You just need to see it for yourself. It's fantastic. You need to see it. Then we have Christina Hendricks as Lois Lane, also known as Superwoman, because, again, she gets to be Superwoman for 24 hours as a birthday present from Superman. And she does a great job here. I still think that the Lois Lane from Superman Doomsday is still my favorite one, but I still think that this is a great Lois Lane, and she does an amazing job with the character, especially when she has to deal with all these extra things and given all this information at, such a quick, brief pace. Like, constantly given information, constantly finding out and discovering things, and constantly just well, really getting to know this Superman more than she's ever gotten the ability to do so before. So yeah, phenomenal. I especially really love her final line in the movie where she says that, well, he's not dead. He's just fixing the sun, and I'll be here whenever he comes back. Like, it's such a tragic but beautiful line where she's pretty much come to terms that, well, he is gone, but in her way of coping, she still holds on to this hope that he will come back. It's such a beautiful and profound final line to end the movie on, and while it also gets repeated as the music swells and we actually get to see that final shot with Superman inside the sun, pretty much just working as nothing but pure energy at this point. Like, it is profound, it is mature, and it is very well done here. Like, she does an amazing job as Lois Lane. Then we have Anthony LaPaglia, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, as Lex Luthor, and he's a great Lex Luthor. I don't think he's better than Clancy Brown, that's still my favorite one, but he does an amazing job as this character, especially again in the scene where he's humbled and finds his humanity after given all the power he's ever wanted and desired. Like, Lex in this movie is fantastic. Like, he goes on this arc, and at the ending, he finds his humanity and decides to pay for his sins, going back to prison willingly, not fighting Superman any longer, and in a way of also trying to honor his memory, giving that scientist that Superman saved at the very beginning of the movie, and the one that Lex tried to kill with one of his weird replicant things, I don't know, it's not really explained what that thing is. He gives them the thing for the serum that he made to get the superpowers in the first place. But he also says it requires the ovum of a human woman. And immediately you know this scientist is going to go to Lois. And in a way, this is pretty much the creation of Superboy. They always wanted to have children, and this was their one opportunity to do it. And Lex, Superman's greatest enemy, is the one that's giving them this opportunity. Yes, we don't actually see it happen, but the ending more than pretty much implies that that's exactly what's going to happen as the story wraps up. Like, it's a beautiful scene that really shows that Lex developed as a character, and after given everything he's always wanted, he finds his humanity, and he finds out why Superman exists and why he means so much to so many. Even after all the years he's done, after all the years that he has made constant plans to try and destroy him and get this ultimate power, when he finally gets this power, he realizes the responsibility it comes with, and in a way learns to respect Superman and finds his own humanity and redemption. Going back to prison perfectly fine and without a single fight, and, well, pretty much accepting that he is also going to die because he doesn't have the serum anymore. He's not going to survive a second shock, but he, in his own way of honoring Superman's memory, he gives this scientist everything he needs to keep Superman's legacy going forward. Like, it's such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful scene. Like, Lex Luthor is so good in this movie. Seriously. Then we have Ed Asner. Yes, the late, great Ed Asner, the same guy that voices Carl in Pixar's Up as Perry White. He's okay. He's not really given a whole lot, sadly. Then we have the Judge, voiced by Abba Babatunde. He's okay. And while I hate Atlas as a character, I thought he was extremely annoying. His voice actor is anything but annoying, because he's voiced by Steve Bloom. Yes, the guy that voices the main character in Cowboy Bebop. And even though I don't like the character at all, I think Steve Bloom, he's Steve Bloom. He's a legendary voice actor. Of course he does a fantastic job. He's Steve friggin' Bloom. Then we have Nostalgia, voiced by Linda Cardellini. Yes, that Linda Cardellini, who is Lex's daughter. and also kind of a secondary character. She's not really in the movie that much, so it doesn't really matter. But I do want to mention the one scene she has with Clark Kent, where Lex Luthor gets Clark Kent out of prison by taking him on this riverboat, and he lets his daughter take him out of there. But in a weirdly profound way, even though it's not what actually happens, it looks like Lex is sending Superman across the river Styx to the underworld. I couldn't be the only one that got that image with the rowboat and the dark cave and the water, and just the way it's all set up and written and delivered. Like, it just all gave me Greek mythology vibes, going across the river Styx into the underworld, where your soul will be Hades to do whatever he wants with. Like, it's a very dark scene that also, again, cleverly foreshadows how Superman's going to die. Like, it is extremely profound and very, very clever. But outside of that, the character's just fine. Then there's Kathy Cavadini, who's the voice of Floral Cat Grant. And that's it. She's fine. Not really much to say there. Frances Conroy does an amazing job as Ma Kent, even though she only gets one scene. It's a very touching scene when Superman visits his father's grave one last time before he faces the inevitable end. And of course he doesn't tell his mom that he's dying because she's already going through enough, but instead just says, "I love you." He just gives her one last kiss and hug goodbye, and while he doesn't actually say it's the last goodbye, in a way, you kind of get that feeling and sentiment. And Ma Kent does an amazing job in that scene. Seriously, huge shout out to Frances McCoy. Amazing job. Then Chris Cox as the lead agent's fine. Alexis Denisoff as Leo Quintum is really good. He's the doctor that Superman saves at the beginning of the movie, and the one that Lex gives the serum formula to keep Superman's legacy going. So he doesn't play a huge role in the movie, but he also, at the same time, plays a great deal, despite not given the most screen time. Then we have John DiMaggio back again in his second DC animated universe. Well, actually his third. He was in Superman Doomsday as Samson and Ultra Sphinx. Again, I think Samson is a really dumb character, and he was just, I hated him and Atlas. They were both annoying, and they both could have just been left out of the movie entirely. But John DiMaggio, being John DiMaggio, still does a great job with the performance. And his short little performance as the Ultra Sphinx is also really good. Like, it's John DiMaggio. I don't need to say more than that. Then Robin Atkins Downs voices Solaris. He's fine. Michael Goff voices Parasites. I didn't realize that was such a huge name in this movie, but yeah, he voices Parasite, and he does okay. Matthew Gray Gubler voices Jimmy Olsen. Again, apologies if I'm mispronouncing these names. He's okay. Finola Hughes as Lilo's okay. Kevin Michael Richardson is Kevin Michael Richardson. I don't even need to explain that one. Fred Tatasciore? I don't know how to pronounce that. Voices Kroll. He does a great job, and he's also the voice of one of the other astronauts. And Arnold Vosloo as Bar-El is pretty good, but he doesn't really get a whole lot of screen time, so he can't really leave that much of an impact, but he does have a really nice turnaround where he goes from hating Superman to respecting Superman. So, yeah, do with that what you will. So yeah, that's the whole voice cast. It's pretty good, pretty stacked, I gotta say. But, yeah, they all do a pretty great job. So, great job to the voice cast. Alright, where's the writer? I need to talk about this movie's writer. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, and Grant Morrison. Yes, the guy that actually made the comic helps with the writing of this movie. And then Dwayne McDuffie in one of his last little side roles in the crew before he sadly passed away the day before this movie released, and a day after his birthday, tragically enough. Helped translate Morrison's words and comic to the screen into a script. And it is a very good script. Like, the writing here isn't half-efforted, it isn't half-baked, it isn't just thrown out the door like Crisis on Two Earths. No. This writing is adult, mature, sharp, and incredibly well done. Like, the writing here is so good. There are so many great quotes and memorable lines from the movie. I already referenced Lois giving that amazing final line of how, well, he's not dead. He's just fixing the sun, and when he's back, I'll be here. You know, that really profound, beautiful line. Where is it? He's not dead. He's up there fixing the sun, and when he's done, he'll be back, and I'll be here waiting for him. Like, such a profound line. And the whole writing's like that. There's a ton of other quotes I could think of. Heck, let me pull up a few here. Let me try and find one. This one. His conversation with Bar-El is the one I'm going to use as an example. After everything we've done, you still show us kindness. My Earth parents taught me forgiveness. Humanity has a lot to teach us. Perhaps. Kal-El, son of Krypton, I'm proud to call you my kin. Our greatness lives on in you. We don't have much time. There's a way to save us both. Surely you've thought of it. Yes, but it has to be your choice. I'll try to find a way to cure you. But your own time is short. Do what you must. Send us to the Phantom Zone. Like, it is such a... The writing here is so good. The character dialogue is so well written and extremely mature and adult. Like, it's not half-baked. It's not half-efforted. It does an amazing job. I gotta find one more. I'm sorry, I need to find one more quote to really give you guys a feeling of how well this one right here. His final line with Lois when this radiation's starting to literally take him over and turn him into energy with the white lines all around his face. And this is his final interaction with Lois before he flies up to the sun and, well, dies. Oh, your poor face. No one can repair the sun but me, Lois. I'm turning into pure energy and I only have one chance to save the world. That's all you've ever needed. I love you, Lois Lane, until the end of time. Like, oh, it's so profound. It's so well done. Oh, one more. I gotta talk about this interaction right here. This is the interaction where Lex Luthor, you know, after he finds his humanity, tries to redeem himself and keep Superman's legacy alive. And it starts with that one line that started the movie with little screenshots quickly going through Superman's origin. Doomed planet, desperate scientists, last hope, kindly couple, Superman. At first I wasn't sure if that was Lex delivering that line or if it was just a narrator for some reason. But when it is revealed that it's Lex and that line's repeated again, it all finally clicks with you. Like, it's such a great line. We all know the story, Luthor. Why did you ask to see me? If this is an escape attempt, I'd already be free. Now I've already accepted my imminent execution. This is a confession. Forgive me, Doctor, for I have sinned a lot. You killed him, and my deathbed claims that I've seen the error of my ways. Can't change that. But there is one thing I can do to honor his memory. And that's when he hands him the book with the entire, you know, formulas needed to make the serum, to keep his legacy alive. But again, it needs a female ovum. Of course he's going to go to Lois. It's not shown, but it's pretty obvious. Like, seriously, the writing in this one's so friggin' good. Like, there's so many great great lines all throughout this movie. I really can't do it justice. You just need to go see this movie for yourself. But yeah, the writing's fantastic. The character dialogue's excellent. The voice acting is fantastic. The messages are profound, adult, and mature, but also so beautiful and uplifting, while also being sad. And the animation. I think the last thing I have to really talk about with this movie is the animation. The animation of this movie is really, really good, even though I'm still not used to the weird lip thing they started doing with starting with Superman, Batman, Apocalypse. They did this weird thing with the lip animation. It's weird. It's the only thing I don't really like about it. But it's a small little price to pay, and you get used to it pretty quickly. And aside from that, the animation in this movie is fantastic. Yes, it's a bit static for most of it because this isn't an action-packed, punch fest like other movies have been, but it doesn't need to be. This one is a profound, moving, beautiful, emotional, uplifting character piece. So it doesn't need to do anything that crazy or taxing. And not to mention, little to no CGI. Yes, thank you. I will always praise when a movie is able to actually be mostly 2D animated and not rely so much on jarring CGI just to get the job done. Unless, the whole movie's CGI, then I'll give it a pass. But if it doesn't fit the art style and it doesn't fit the actual animation, don't use CGI. Unless you're really good at blending it, like in Mask of the Phantasm, okay? Just saying. But yeah, the animation here, fantastic. So, I've babbled on for almost 40 straight minutes about pretty much everything I love about this movie. About the writing, the characters, the story, the amazing character dialogue, the great ending, and its profound messages of, hope and forgiveness. And how even after Superman faces the inevitable, it's still going to be around, and it'll still exist in one way or another. Like, this is one of the most adult and mature animated movies that I've seen in a long time, but it's also safe to watch for kids, because unlike Under the Red Hood, this one isn't a hard PG-13. It's actually a pretty light PG-13. Because it's not like it's not gory, it's not relentlessly dark and violent, but instead its PG-13 rating more comes from its themes and the fact that, we're literally watching Superman slowly die, so yeah. It earns its PG-13 rating, just not in a visual way. It's more of in a conceptual writing, storytelling way. And those are the PG-13s that I'm okay with. There is a few action scenes in here, yes, but they're not the main focus of the story. The main focus of the story is Superman himself and what he does with his life before he faces the inevitable end. And in a way, finds more humanity than he's ever realized. Like, I literally cannot do this movie justice. It is so faithful to the source material, and aside from that one amazing scene from the comic that is sadly not here, it is incredibly faithful to said comic, from what I've been able to tell, and just so well done. I can understand why some people don't like it, but to me personally, this is a wonderful movie, probably one of the best first-time watches I've had ever since I started this channel. And I'm glad I was able to do the deep dive analysis for this one, because this is a movie that not only does a great job representing Superman, it is a movie that perfectly understands what Superman is all about. His themes of hope, his ideology of positivity, and trying to face the new day with a smile no matter what may come your way. To be thankful for everything that life gives you, and to make the best of the one life that you have. Sorry, I know this probably sounds super silly for me to get this dark and this super serious and profound on an animation movie review. I know, but animation is more than just something for kids. It's something that can also be used to tell powerful stories for adults too. And I feel like that this is one of those stories that you're definitely going to appreciate more as an adult rather than a child. Kids can still watch this movie, absolutely, but adults are going to get a lot more out of it, especially if you are a fan of the All-Star Superman comic book this comes from. And considering that this is the source material that James Gunn's working off of for Superman Legacy, yeah, I'd say we're in pretty good hands. I really cannot say anything more about this movie that hasn't already been said. It's wonderful, it's beautiful, but it's also sad, gripping, tragic. But it's profound and it's uplifting at the same time. It truly is a wonderful movie that's made me understand why Superman is so beloved, why he's been so celebrated over the years. Do I still prefer Batman? Yes, I do, but that doesn't change the fact that Superman in his own right is a fantastic character when done correctly. And this is a movie that absolutely does him correctly, and arguably even better than any of the live-action movies have. I loved those first two Christopher Reeve Superman movies when I first watched them, way back in my own DC marathon on Cynical Sand 77, but I have to say, this is probably my favorite Superman film. Like, yes, it may not be action-heavy, yes, it may not be super punchy or frantic, but more because of its profound messages and its adult, mature writing. It is a phenomenal movie, plain and simple. My final verdict for All-Star Superman is going to be my first ever time giving this score to a DC Animated Universe movie, and it earns it. Final verdict for All-Star Superman is going to be a full 10 out of 10. It is a gem of a movie that you absolutely need to go and see. Even if you're not a fan of Superman, I still recommend watching this movie. It is truly incredible. It is gripping and it's sad, but at the same time, it is also beautiful and uplifting. One of the most adult, mature, and high-quality movies that DC has ever done, and at this point ever will do. A truly fantastic movie. I literally have nothing more to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Animation Station if you haven't already. And stay tuned because we have more DC on the way because it's only the 12th. We still have like 6 or 7 more movies to go. So, what is next on the itinerary? Tomorrow you're actually getting 2 reviews, but one of them's going to be more in-depth than the other. Because one of them is actually going to be a collaboration review with my other channel, Cynical Sand 77, on the Christopher Nolan trilogy, starting with Batman Begins, a movie trilogy I'm sure a lot of you would love to hear my thoughts about, even though it may tick you off a little bit, just a heads up. And the next DC Animated Universe movie, Green Lantern Emerald Knights. I have nothing more to say. Double DC coming your way tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching. Highly recommend go seeing this movie. Stay super, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Oh, I was excited about this one. This is one of the few DC comics that I've actually read. I don't own it, sadly, but I have read it, and it is a great comic. Arguably one of the best in DC's entire catalog, new and old. So when I heard that there was an animated movie adaptation of Tower of Babel, I was more than excited to check this one out. Yes, there is the one difference where this is Vandal Savage in the movie, whereas in the comic it was Ra's al Ghul. I feel like Ra's al Ghul would have been a better pick, but I feel like they wanted to try and balance it out a bit and not have two Batman villains. Like, that makes a lot of sense, because Ra's technically is a Batman villain, first and foremost, and Bane's already in the movie, so it makes a lot of sense. And as for the movie itself, yeah, it did it justice. I love this one. This is another great one from the DC Animated Universe pantheon, pre-Flashpoint Paradox. So, I have a lot to say about this one, so let's talk about it. What's up, what's happening, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, your one station to paint the everything animation. Welcome back to DC Live. Welcome to Justice League Doom, the adaptation of the Tower of Babel storyline from the comic books, where someone steals Batman's confidential plans that has the weaknesses of the entire Justice League, and this Legion of Doom forms to take them all out. It is suspenseful, it is dark, and it's definitely very suspenseful. Like, it is such a great movie. I have so much to say about this one. So if you're one of the turds on IMDb that's rating this movie as 6 or below, get out of here. This review is not for you. So, let's talk about Justice League Doom with my one and only gripe. Literally the only reason I'm not giving this a perfect score or a break the rating score. And it's that the first act of this movie is very slow. Like, very slow. Like, I understand that it has to be slow to set everything up. I get that. And it does have a great fight scene with them fighting, what was it, Ace and the gang? I forget what they were called, but Ace and his whole gang of card-themed enemies. I mean, that's a really cool fight, but after that, it kind of stagnates a bit. Because then you have Mirror Master infiltrating the Batcave, slowly going over to this other scene in the swamp where the hideout is, where Bane meets Star Sapphire, to them finding this new hideout, to them meeting Vandal Savage, and him forming this alliance with them. It's so freaking slow. Like, it's not awful by any means, but it's just a really slow start that I can understand if it may or may not bore a few people. But trust me, it only gets better from there. Literally, the slow beginning is the only problem I have with this movie. The first 10-15 minutes of this movie are very slow. That's literally my only gripe. Now let's praise everything. Let's start with the voice cast, which according to the internet is supposedly the exact same one from Crisis on Two Earths. And you guys know how much I did not like that movie, but I did praise the voice acting. But there are a few new ones that I do want to talk about, so let's dive in. Let's start with the ones that shouldn't come as any surprise to anyone if they're in this movie. Kevin Conroy and Tim Daly back once again as Batman and Superman. Kevin Conroy especially giving a great performance as Batman, who's for the first time scared, like legit terrified. And it's really fascinating to watch, and Kevin Conroy being Kevin Conroy absolutely gives it 110%. And then Tim Daly as Superman, I really liked him in Public Enemies, I liked him in Apocalypse, I still really like him here. He's really, really freaking good. So, yeah, those two, I mean, they're Kevin Conroy and Tim Daly voicing their two most well-known characters. What more do I need to say? Then we have Susan Eisenberg voicing Wonder Woman, she's pretty good. Then we have Nathan Fillion back for the second time, voicing Green Lantern. Yeah, after Emerald Knights, he actually came back to voice Hal Jordan again, and arguably gives his best performance of Hal Jordan I've seen so far out of him. And yes, I am very excited that he gets to play a Green Lantern in the live-action DC reboot that's upcoming. So, yeah, that's got me absolutely excited. So, yeah, and Nathan Fillion does an amazing job here as Hal Jordan. This time, him actually being somewhat of a focus, and this time, well, having to deal with this existential crisis sort of thing that goes on due to Star Sapphire's plan, using the plans that Savage stole from Batman. Like, it's all really good here. So freaking good. Then Carl Lumbly is the voice of Martian Manhunter. He's really good. Michael Rosenbaum is Flash. He's really good. Bumper Robinson is Cyborg. He's really good. Carlos Alazraki. I'm just gonna take a guess at it. Alazraki, the guy that's been in almost all these movies in some capacity, is the voice of Bane. He does a really good job here. Then Claudia Black is Cheetah, does a great job. Paul Blackthorne as Metallo is really good. Olivia Diabo? I don't know how to pronounce that. As Star Sapphire is really good. I'm actually surprised that Star Sapphire is in this movie, considering the fact that she's such a deep-cut DC character. Then Alexis Denisoff is Mirror Master. He's pretty good. Phil Morris is Vandal Savage. He's really good, but Savage as a villain's just okay. And then Grey Griffin is Lois Lane. She does really good for the one line that she gets. Robin Atkins Downs is also back as Alfred. He does a great job. Brian George as the mayor is okay. Danny Jacobs is okay. And then the one SWAT officer that talks to Cyborg when he tries to talk down Wonder Woman because she's having this... Well, she has this toxin going through her head that makes her think that everybody's Cheetah, which is a really nice twist. And he is voiced by D. Bradley Baker, which many of you may or may not actually know better for the multiple characters that he's voiced on SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, I'm a SpongeBob nerd, and yes, I'm bringing it up in a DC review. Shut up. So, yeah, he does a great job for the one or two lines he gets. Like, seriously, this cast is really, really freaking good. Like, they all do a really good job, and of course, Kevin Conroy's Batman is the star of the show. He does an amazing job. All of them do an amazing job. So seriously, great job to the entire voice cast. They did an excellent job on this one. Next up, let's talk about the animation. And from what I've been able to tell, according to the internet, I did a little research after finishing watching this movie. Apparently, this is the same art style and animation style as Crisis on Two Earths. But yet somehow I actually like it more. I feel like it does a better job utilizing this style. Like, it's uniformal, it works with all the characters, nothing feels that out of place, and it's all animated really well. Like, this animation's great. There's no freaking crappy CGI, there's no obnoxious, horrendous, awful walking cycle like in Mystery of the Batwoman. It is all really done well. Very, very, very well done 2D animation. Excellent job to the animators. Next up, let's move on to the writers. This is another one that Dwayne McDuffie had a hand in writing before he passed away. Heck, this movie's actually dedicated to his memory. And him and Jerry Siegel do a really good job with the writing here. Yes, it's not one for one like the comic book, but it still feels very faithful to its source material. Like, it's not the DCEU where it feels like it's just trying to insult and completely, devalue that source material at every single turn. No. Here, it's very faithful to the Tower of Babel storyline, but it has its own unique little twists that make it very unique and stand out on its own, both from the DC Universe movies as well as the actual comic that it comes from. So, yeah, the writing here is great. It's adult, it's mature, it's well done. It's the DC Universe at its absolute peak. And then there's the storyline. I'll read off the synopsis here on IMDb to give you guys an idea, even though there is a little typo in here I want to make a little joke at. So, here it is. The Justice League are a team of great power, but also of personal secrets they thought safe. That changes when the immortal supervillain Vandal Savage has Batman's Batcave secretly raided to learn them all and more. Soon the Leaguers are individually bested. It says beset, but it's bested. By their enemies who attack them with inescapable death traps. Well, with inescapable death traps, specifically designed with said information. And Batman gets buried alive by Bane. Yeah. That happens. With that, all seems lost until an indomitable knight and a young titan combine to deliver salvation, even as Savage uses the opportunity to implement a far grander scheme. So, yeah,
it's a pretty good story. Like, yeah, it is a little bit by the numbers when it comes to actual DC stories, but the DC stories, especially the one it's, again, adapting off of Tower of Babel, is really, really well done. I really enjoy that. So, yeah, that one's pretty cool. Next, I think I'm actually going to read off some cool little trivia facts, because this is, some of these are pretty interesting. I know I haven't done this with any of the other DC movie reviews, but I really want to talk about the trivia here, because some of it's really fascinating. First up, as I already pointed out, in the comics, it was Batman's enemy Ra's al Ghul that got a hold of Batman's secret files regarding the Justice League teammates and their weaknesses instead of Vandal Savage. But again, I can kind of understand why they didn't use Ra's al Ghul here, because again, you already have Bane in this Legion of Doom. If you had two Batman villains, that would be a little bit lopsided, as great of a villain as Ra's al Ghul is, when done correctly. No one trilogy. Sorry, that was a bit of a low blow, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I mean, Vandal Savage still works for what he is, but as a villain, he's just okay. What other facts are here? Phil Morris reprises the role of Vandal Savage from Justice League 2001. Oh, apparently he already voiced this character, okay. Morris also played John Jones, the Martian Manhunter, on the television series Smallville. That's interesting. This marks the 21st time that Kevin Conroy has provided the voice for Batman. That doesn't surprise me. He is the small screen Batman and will never be topped. No offense to Jensen Ackles, but you have a long way to go before you ever top Kevin. While most of the film material is completely original, the plotline of Batman developing countermeasures against his Justice League teammates as a deterrent, only to have the plan stolen and used against the Justice League, is based off the 2000 JLA storyline Tower of Babel, which, like I said, great comic book. Kevin Conroy, Tim Daly, Susan Eisenberg, Carl Lumbly, Phil Morris, Olivia Diabo, and Alexis Denisoff all reprised their previous television roles for this film. Additionally, Michael Rosenbaum, who previously voiced Wally West Flash, returns to voice Barry Allen Flash. Okay, interesting. I actually didn't know about that one. For the Justice League members that appeared in both the original comic storyline and the film, the contingency plans that Batman developed differ between each version. A few examples from the comics are that Superman was exposed to a special red kryptonite that caused his skin to turn red as a result of absorbing too much yellow solar radiation, or that Green Lantern's ring caused him to go blind due to a post-hypnotic suggestion that made him believe he was blind, which was placed while he was sleeping. In the film, Superman is shot with a kryptonite bullet, and Green Lantern was made to doubt the power of his ring by giving into fear. Yeah, I also kind of noticed that part as well while I was watching it, because again, I have actually read the comic storyline this is coming from. But I feel like the alternatives that they picked still do work. Like, I think Superman getting shot with a kryptonite bullet is pretty good, and I do like the whole thing with Green Lantern giving into fear and doubt after he thinks that he killed Carol Danvers. Yep. I'll get into that scene later. In the original comic book storyline, Wally West was serving as the Flash instead of Barry Allen. This was due to Barry Allen being lost in the Speed Force at the time, and he did not officially return until 2008, which was 23 years after he was originally killed off. Okay. In the original comic book storyline, it was Kyle Rayner and not Hal Jordan who was serving in the Justice League as Green Lantern, since this took place after Hal Jordan had become Parallax and then Spectre prior to the storyline's release, and he wouldn't serve as Green Lantern again until the Green Lantern Rebirth storyline that was released 5 years later. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forget that there was ever a storyline where Hal Jordan became evil. Like, I completely forgot that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. A slight difference between the lineup in the Justice League between the original comic book storyline and the film is that Cyborg was serving in the Justice League in the film, while in the comics both Aquaman and Plastic Man were part of the Justice League. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they weren't in here, because they are, Aquaman specifically, a bit more well-known members of the actual league. Although not his first time voicing Superman, this is the first time Tim Daly has voiced Superman in a Justice League feature after initially being unavailable for the Justice League series. Okay, interesting. George Newbern, who was the second voice of Superman for the Bruce Timm animated universe, was originally meant to play Superman here, but not available, so ironically he was replaced by Tim Daly.
Yeah, and George Newbern's also the voice of Superman in Multiverses, for those of you that play that game. In the original comic, Wonder Woman was dreaming of fighting supervillains for her contingency plan, an illusion. But in the film, she doesn't have a clearly stated plan. Instead, Cyborg gets a more dynamic version. Nanomachines in his brainstem affecting his auditory and visual perceptions to Vandal Savage's wishes. Yeah, that is a bit flipped around in the movie, but I honestly don't think it's that it's not even that, it's not egregious. It's different, but it's not bad by any means. Cheetah has an Australian accent because her voice actress Claudia Black is Australian. Okay. The Justice League in this movie look very identical to their Young Justice Season 1 and 2 counterparts. Yeah, that is actually a pretty interesting similarity. And the film was animated in Japan, implied by the end credits. Okay, interesting. So yeah, there's some facts. I guess next to do is to try and look for some of my favorite quotes. Okay, this one I absolutely need to talk about. This is the one where Batman reveals to the League that the plans to neutralize the League were his own, and that Savage was the one that actually came up with the killing part. I've carefully studied every Justice Leaguer, past and present, and create contingency plans to neutralize you should that be necessary. You've got to be kidding me. Neutralize, not kill. Whoever implemented my plans altered them. It's still a completely unacceptable breach of our trust. The members of the Justice League are among the most powerful and potentially dangerous people on the planet. You think one of us will go to the other side, or succumb to mind control? Yes, it's possible. That's why I developed plans for containing any and all members of the JLA, should the need ever arise. None of us would ever do that to you. Then you're damn fools. Like, Batman doesn't regret what happened. He doesn't regret making these contingency plans. He regrets that it almost got the League killed. That's what he regrets, but he doesn't regret making the plans either. Adding more depth and dimension to his character. Oh yeah, this one. This one where he decides to leave the League even though he was about to be voted out. In light of the recent breach of trust revealed to us during the Vandal Savage matter, we have to decide whether Batman should remain in the League. All those in favor of wait. Before we vote, I believe the accused should be allowed a few words in his defense. Second, okay, Batman, my actions don't require any defense. In the same situation, I'd do it again. Oh, come on! Flash is hilarious in this, by the way. As individuals, and even more so as a group, the Justice League is far too dangerous to lack a failsafe against any possible misuse of our power. So he's not doing it because he hates or suspects any of them of being evil. He wants to keep the world safe in case they become evil. So, yeah. He does it for completely non-selfish reasons. We use our power to protect the world. We always have. And what if we ever used it for some other purpose? If you people can't see the potential danger of an out-of-control Justice League, I don't need to wait for a vote. I don't belong here. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Like, that little monologue is great. This one right here, when Batman digs himself out of his parents' casket. Yeah, dark. And he realizes what's happening. Alfred, get the Batwing ready. The Justice League is under attack. By whom? By me. Like, he immediately realizes that someone stole his plans. I'll do one more. Let me try and find a really good one. This one. I gotta do this one. This is Batman and Alfred's little back and forth, unaware that Mirror Master has already infiltrated the Batcave via the Batmobile's mirror. Late night playing cards, Master Bruce? Something like that. How did you know? I believe tradition for hiding these up one's sleeve. Was that sarcasm, Alfred? Mild teasing at best. I'm being uncharacteristically gentle with you, mainly because you're bleeding all over my nice clean floor. Not going to let me go to work. That is correct, Master Bruce. Not until you've had proper medical attention. Fine. Food and a minimum of 8 hours bed rest. Let's get this over with. I made chicken soup. You can eat while you brood, and I'll put in your stitches myself. It will be delightful, I'm sure. Alright, by the way, the part about the stitches, that would be sarcasm. Like, the humor in this movie is really well written and well done, and it adds a little levity to this pretty grim and dark storyline. But it doesn't come off as forced, and it's not like roll your eyes cringy humor. It's actually funny. Any more? Ah, yeah, this one. This one I have to talk about. This is the one when Star Sapphire tricks Green Lantern into giving into his fear and taking off his ring. In other words, existential crisis. She sort of looks like me, doesn't she? Carol? Yes, her name was Carol too. She's beautiful, of course, and she has dark hair like mine, and the stench of your failure hanging over her. You didn't mean to get all those people killed? You didn't mean to betray me, drive me into becoming this? What didn't you mean, Hal? I don't know. I'm afraid that you don't deserve to have so much power, that nobody does? Yes, I don't deserve this. Then I hope you have the decency to do what's right and suffer for your many sins. Like, damn, such good freaking writing. Let me see if I can find the other one where Green Lantern talks with Batman. Let me see. See if I can find it. Because I really want to talk about that. Is it in here? Miss Metallo, Vandal, Batman. Aha, yes, here it is. Hal, listen to me. However it looks, this wasn't your fault. Whose fault was it then? I was the one with the most powerful weapon in the universe. I was the one whose arrogance led to this girl's death. I know more than a little about arrogance. I also know that about dead bodies, and that isn't one. She's a sophisticated android. They all were. The entire scenario was created to convince you that you made a bad call, but you didn't. I was afraid that no. You weren't afraid, not really. You were dosed with a synthesized version of Scarecrow's fear gas, because will is the source of your strength, and fear is the enemy of will. I've got the antidote to the fear gas. Don't need it. Robots, advanced drugs, physiological profiling. No way Star Sapphire came up with this on her own. I did this to you. To all of you. Like Batman reveals how the whole plans came from him first to Green Lantern. Imagine how you'd react in that situation, finding out that someone you thought was your friend having this contingency plan that was stolen by other people just to make sure that you're neutralized. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed. So, yeah, that's pretty much all the quotes I want to say, because it's already almost 30 minutes into this video. But yeah, the writing and character dialogue in this movie is so freaking good. Like I said, the only drawback is the first 10-15 minutes being slow. And even then, it's not boringly slow. It's just slow compared to the rest of the movie, which is pretty fast-paced. So, yeah, I've discussed the voice acting, the pros, the one con, the writing, the story, some of my favorite quotes, and I even gave you some extra bonus facts. Oh yeah, also Andrea Romano returns as the voice director once again, and she's amazing at this. So, yeah, I pretty much talked about everything I can with this movie, so let's go ahead and get straight into the final verdict. This is another excellent movie from the DC Animated Universe back catalog. It is a fantastic film, a great adaptation of the comic book while also adding its own unique aspects to make it stand out. Great characters, great writing, great story, great action, great animation. It's just a fantastic film that's darn near flawless. I seriously cannot recommend this one enough. Whether you're a Batman fan, a Justice League fan, a Tower of Babel fan, or just a fan of these animated DC Universe movies, you're going to have a great time with this one. This one is so much fun. I cannot recommend it highly enough, and it is so well done. Dwayne McDuffie would absolutely be proud of this one, and this one was more than worthy of his dedication at the end. So, yeah, great movie. Absolutely check it out if you haven't already. My final verdict for Justice League Doom is going to be an easy, high, yet again another 9 out of 10. Once again showing how the animated DC Universe movies are leagues better than the live-action failure bomb wreckages that was the DCEU. Like, this is so much better than half of those movies that it's comical. And the fact that this movie costed not even a quarter of how much those other movies costed to make, that is, that's sad. But this one is fantastic. You absolutely need to check it out. And at only an hour and 14 minutes, it is absolutely worth your time. Highly recommended. Absolutely check this one out. And I'm a bit sad that this is the only one in this specific timeline, because I would love to see a sequel where they would have to, deal with the repercussions of what happened here. How Batman would have to survive without the League, or how the League would have to try and continue to operate without Batman there to help with their decisions. Like, that would have been so fascinating, but you know what, as it is, it's still a great movie. It may be a one and done, but it is fantastic. Fantastic movie. I can easily see why people consider this one of the best in the DC Universe movie pantheon, or at least according to the internet. I'm not listening to IMDb because I feel like half of those are made by bots, so yeah, great movie, excellent adaptation of a great story, a great comic book storyline that you need to check out if you haven't already. Well, that's it, and it is officially the 15th, so we only have 2 more days of DCLI, and then we have to switch gears to another certain group of comic book heroes. But I think I've got some pretty good ones lined up to finish this off. Then again, I haven't watched one of these, so who knows? Maybe I might be surprised and we might have another dud on our hands, but I don't know. But the point is, I've had a lot of fun with this marathon. I've had a lot of fun reviewing and watching all these movies. A lot of these were first-time watches, and a lot of them were fantastic. And the one dud, Crisis on Two Earths, I mean, it's not, like, bad, it's just forgettable. So, yeah, I have literally nothing more to say. Thank you guys so much for watching this, as well as all these other reviews. Leave your thoughts and opinions on today's movie review in the comments down below. If there's anything that I can do to try and upgrade my presentation, I'm all ears, and I'd love to hear your feedback. And stay tuned, because like I said, we still got 2 more days, so you have 2 more movies. Well, technically 3, but we'll get there when we get there. See you tomorrow for Superman versus the Elites.
I've been fighting, but I just can't do enough. I can't do enough. I never do enough. And when the times get rough, why should it always be this burden? Yeah, when my time is up, I'll finally feel like love has come to ease the hurting.
Well, looks like I called it without even knowing it. Welcome to the worst DC animated movie I've had to watch so far for this marathon. As much as I hated Crisis on Two Earths, I couldn't call the movie straight up bad, because it had a few redeeming aspects. This, however, is not just bad, it is terrible. This is one of the worst animated movies I've probably seen in a good long while. Like, we are at the bottom of the barrel territory, guys. This is the reputation that DC has built itself up for the past few years now. These are the movies that more people expect out of these. These low effort, horribly written, abysmally freaking put together pieces of rushed out garbage. I'm not doing a full in-depth analysis on this one because A, I don't want to be disrespectful to the voice actors because they tried with what they had, and 2, because this piece of crap isn't worth it. This one's instead going to be a nice quick review, or a rant if you will, because this movie is a piece of trash. a piece of bottom barrel sewage trash that shouldn't be watched even by those that are morbidly curious. It is a piece of garbage. Thankfully, it's the last bad one we have to review, though, because tomorrow we're reviewing something amazing to end off this marathon. Don't be surprised if that review is over an hour long, by the way. But, for now, let's talk about this piece of garbage. Welcome back to Animation Station, welcome back to DCY, welcome to the worst movie I've had to watch for this entire marathon, and actually somehow makes the under par, boring Crisis on Two Earths look like a friggin' masterpiece in comparison. Welcome to Superman vs. the Elite. Or as I'm gonna call it, Superman versus the boring throwaway cliche, boring, stupid cliche trash piles. I'm just gonna read off my written review, give you my final verdict, and then see you tomorrow for a far superior movie. Undeniably, DC Animation's lowest point so far and the worst DC film that I've reviewed in this entire month. Sure, its animation quality is okay, and pretty good voice acting. Like, the voice acting in this is still good, which is why I'm not doing full in depth, because I don't want to, trash the voice actors, because they did find what they had, and George Newbern is a really good Superman. But everything else is complete, lazy, rushed-out, half-efforted garbage. The villains suck, the animation style was way too goofy to be taken seriously. Seriously, I freaking hate this animation style. It's trying to tell a slightly serious story, but because the animation is so freaking goofy, I can't take it seriously. And thus, it ruins the tone. The story is shite. The writing is horrendous and cliche. The character dialogue is so cringy I swear my spine cracked in at least 3 places. The pacing is agonizingly slow. The action absolutely sucks. Its runtime is obnoxious. The humor is terrible and doesn't work. The final battle was lousy. And let's not forget another little fact about this movie, that the first villain you see in this movie, this guy they call Skull, yeah, real creative name there, is a direct, obvious, blatantly, obviously so, rip-off of freaking Ghost Rider. It feels more like a parody, or a rip-off, than an actual, little Easter egg or nod. No, this is an insult. Because this guy is absolutely inferior and crappier than Ghost Rider in every single way, shape, and form. And no, I don't care if that ticks off some DC fanboys. It's a fact. And the final battle was lousy. Like, seriously, screw the final battle. You may have a cool battle damage Superman at the end, but that's it. The actual battles itself is garbage. At least with other terrible Superman movies like 3 and 4 Quest for Peace, they have some entertainment value in its ironic hilarity from stupid decisions that's fun to laugh at with friends and a drink. But this is just flat-out torture to sit through that can't even be laughed at ironically. As bad as Crisis on Two Earths was, I could at least find a few decent things that keep it from being actually bad. Whereas this one has little to no redeeming aspects whatsoever. Avoid it. Stay far away from this trash. Yeah, that sums up all my thoughts. Final verdict for this horrible, freaking boring trash pile is a 2. It's a 2 out of 10. Piece of unredeemable garbage. Avoid it. Even if you want to watch it out of your own morbid curiosity, don't. It's not worth wasting an hour and 14 minutes of your life over. Piece of trash. Thankfully, tomorrow, like I said, we have a far superior movie. Well, it's technically 2 movies, but it's being released now as one whole set, so I'm just going to do it in one review. Tomorrow, we are going to be ending DCY on a pretty exuberant note, because I have a really, really great, masterful movie to end this franchise off. Well, not franchise, but this first DCY. Hopefully next year we'll be able to go full 31 days and there won't be any other releases that happen that build up to another... You know what I mean. Hopefully next time I can go into even more deeper detail in DCY 2, but
to end off DCUI 1, I think I got quite the masterpiece for you guys. It has been widely regarded as not only one of the best animated superhero movies ever made, not only as probably the peak of DC Animation's entire back catalog and lineup, and not only one of the best Batman movies of all time, but arguably one of the greatest comic book movies ever made. Yeah, we have quite the masterpiece waiting for us tomorrow, so buckle up. Tomorrow's review may or may not actually cross the 1 hour mark, because I'm going to have a lot to say, because it's going to be a very, very highly praising review. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the DC Live finale, Batman, The Dark Knight Returns, Part 1 and 2. Peace. And screw this.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time again. How you doing? I'm Jackson Small, host of Animation Station, the channel that is now over 800 subscribers. And, yep, title doesn't lie, intro doesn't lie. It's time for DC Live Volume 2. Because we still have a lot of these animated DC movies to get through. And I already did. If you want to know all the details, check out the description of the separate upload with just the intro. Very proud of that intro, by the way. Love that intro. So, yeah. Last time I believe we started off with a Batman movie, Batman vs. Dracula to be more specific. And this time we're starting it off with a Superman movie. How fitting. So, let's not waste any more time and dive into to my recollection, is the final movie of this self-contained one-off story era of these DC animated movies known as Superman Unbound. I didn't really know what to expect going into this one, but let me just say I'm glad I watched it. This is a really good Superman movie, and I'm going to tell you why. So, I have a pretty long review for this one, not nearly as long as the one I have for Flashpoint, spoiler alert, but it's still a pretty detailed written review. I have a lot to say, so you guys can just sit back, relax, and enjoy, and since I no longer have audio problems, it's full live action, none of that weird screen recorder crap. So, without further ado, let's kick this off. Here's my written review for Superman Unbound. I hope you guys enjoy. Whoa, we're already off to a positive start for DC Live Volume 2. This is a pretty good ending for the self-contained era of the DCAU series overall, and a really good Superman movie. Based on the Superman Brainiac comics by the legendary Jeff Johns, which many people herald as one of the best Superman writers of all time, Unbound tells the story of how Superman, voiced this time by Matt Bomer, and his cousin Supergirl, voiced by Winx Club alumni Molly Quinn, battle against the interdimensional evil known as Brainiac, voiced by Denethor of Lord of the Rings himself, John Noble, who took Kara's home planet Kandor for his own personal collection many decades beforehand and is now setting his sights on the Earth. The biggest thing I can praise about this movie right off the bat is definitely its exciting action scenes and the excellent writing. The fight scenes in this movie are absolutely fantastic, with a really big emphasis on both choreography and PG-13 boundary-pushing brutality. Seriously, this movie's battles are violent as heck, and it's awesome despite the rating. Like, don't let that PG-13 scare you. This isn't like a Blumhouse PG-13 where they can barely show anything. No, this is an animated DC PG-13. And in here, they're not afraid to show you some blood and some very violent scenes, especially Superman fighting against this army of Brainiac robots. He rips them apart. It is visceral. It is very on-screen. And, and the ultimate death of our main villain. It is as brutal and satisfying as you want it to be. In other words, it's awesome. Plain and simple. Then there's the superb writing from both Johns himself, as well as Bob Goodman and Gary Frank, that does a great job bringing the characters to life from the comics, while remaining true to that source material, which nowadays seems like a Herculean task for most comic book movies. Flash! Sorry, I had to get that out there. Then there's the voice acting, which is genuinely great here, especially Bomer, who's surprisingly a really good Superman, and Quinn, who sounds fantastic as Supergirl. Like, Molly Quinn is great as Supergirl, and I really hope this isn't the only time that she gets to voice this character, because she's really freaking good at it. And of course, Noble as Brainiac is great too, really embodying the cold-hearted, calculating personality of this iconic DC villain. And of course, there's all the rest of the positives of the movie too. Solid storytelling, excellent characters, brisk runtime, great pacing, and some pretty good rewatchability. That being said though, I wouldn't quite call this a total knockout, as there are a few issues that do need to be pointed out. But before we get into the negatives, let's start with my biggest mixed aspect of the film for me, and that is specifically its animation. Don't get me wrong, it is very well done, fluid in 2D animation, and it's by no means bad. But my issue lies in the very strange art style and color palette they chose for this movie. It's very different from the previous animated Superman films and takes some time getting used to. And while some characters like Lois and Supergirl look excellent, pretty much one-for-one models like their original DCAU series counterparts, like television series counterparts is what I'm talking about here. Others like Superman and Brainiac look a bit off-model. It's the elongated faces. It looks weird to me. It might just be me having that problem, but it does take some getting used to. And while it starts off decently colorful in the beginning, somewhere around the middle it sadly becomes a bit dark and dreary, which can lead to it feeling a bit empty visually. This movie does have its moments where the visuals aren't really all that impressive. Not the stuff going on screen. No, the stuff going on screen is still really good, but I mean, like, visually speaking, it doesn't really have much personality, and it kind of turns into that same dark and dreary landscape color palette that we're so used to seeing by now. It's more so a nitpick rather than a negative, so it's just a little bit off-putting to me, so I felt it was necessary to point it out. As for the actual negatives of the movie, there are still a few. Third act is a bit rushed, Superman and Supergirl feel like they're constantly fighting for screen time, plot can be a bit formulaic and flimsy, and as great as the storytelling is in this movie, it's also pretty basic DC. Like, it's what you'd expect from DC, and it doesn't feel quite as grandiose as some of the past animated Superman films did. I don't know if that's, again, probably just a me thing, because I'm not the biggest Superman fan out there, but it's just something I noticed while I was watching this movie, along with the recollection of having watched all those other Superman animated movies from last DCLI. So, just something I found a bit strange. Overall though, while it is definitely flawed, I still really liked this one. Sure, it's a bit basic and far from the best Superman film out there, I still stand by that title belonging to All-Star Superman. Seriously, if you haven't watched All-Star Superman yet, you need to see it. It is an incredible movie that you need to see. But considering that Superman 4 and the abysmal Superman vs. the Elite both existed years prior, and not to mention this came out the same year as the awful trash pile that was Man of Steel, you can definitely do a lot worse. Action-packed, brutal, well voice-acted, and lots of fun, Superman Unbound delivers another pretty good outing for the fan-favorite superhero that really packs a punch. Final verdict is a rock-solid 7 out of 10. A pretty good time that I do recommend giving a watch, especially if you are a fan of the Man of Steel. So, yeah, pretty much a short, sweet, to the point review for a short, sweet, to the point movie. So thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, because this is only the beginning of our very, very long DC Live Volume 2 journey. And next up, oh boy, we have a big fan favorite that I'm pretty sure a lot of you were bummed was not in the previous DC Live. But It's finally getting its spotlight. I have finally seen it, and I'm super, super excited to talk to you guys about it. I'll see you guys next time for the underrated masterpiece that is Justice League: The Flashpoint Paradox.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to come. Prepare to fight, we're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for this. Tell me what you are. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
Okay, I knew the movie was going to be good, but not this good. Like, damn, like, I was completely caught off guard by this. Completely caught off guard by this. I know a lot of you were probably really bummed that this movie was not in the previous DC Live, and that's because we only had 23 days last July to really dive into this entire DC animated universe filmography. But now is the time, because now we are getting into the movies that are now part of an entire, actual continuing continuity. We're not dealing with, like, one-offs or spin-offs anymore. No. From here on in, all these DC movies are all connected to each other. Whether it's in plot, whether it's in similarities, or the way that each one leads into the next one with a post-credit scene. From here on out, all the DC animated movies we're going to be talking about are all officially linked together as one continuous canon. That alone is going to make this a lot more monumental than last DC Live, because, no offense to last DC Live, last DC Live had more than its fair share of gems. But they were all self-contained one-off stories that didn't really have much of a continuing universe. Like, it kept resetting, they kept getting different actors to voice the characters. Like, it was about time for a reboot. Not to mention, again, this came out the same year as Man of Steel, where they were trying to start their live-action DC universe. So it kind of makes sense to do the same for the animated ones. And yeah, they could not have picked a better story to start it off with, because, oh my goodness, guys, Flashpoint Paradox, like, oh my goodness. I knew this movie was going to be good because I've heard for years and years and years about how truly amazing and spectacular it is, but damn, I was still caught off guard, and I was still just in complete shock and awe. This movie is amazing. Just straight up amazing. I have probably one of the longest, most detailed written reviews that I have ever done, because there is so much to talk about with this one. And don't worry, I'm not going to spoil the twist in the third act. I'm not that kind of person. I still try to keep these movie reviews spoiler free, that way if you guys want to see them, you can still see them without, having to be spoiled about everything that happens. So, with my long preamble out of the way, let's dive into this animated gem. What's up? What time is going by? Welcome back to the Anime Station, and Mr. Fantasy Animation, including TV and movies as well. I am your host, Jackson Small. I can barely talk right now because today we are talking about Justice League: The Flashpoint Paradox, arguably one of the best DC movies ever made. Yep, right up there with Dark Knight Returns Part 1 and 2, and All-Star Superman from last DC Live. This is simply an outstanding, phenomenal, spectacular movie, and I am super excited to talk to you guys about it. So, I'm not going to waste any more time and let my written review do the rest of the talking for me. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy as I review probably one of the most anticipated installments of any DC Live. Let's dive into the Flashpoint Paradox. Wow, where do I even begin with this one? I've heard for years about how great it was, and how it's a huge fan favorite for many DC fans, and how it's arguably one of the greatest movies that DC has ever done, animated or otherwise. But yet, now that I've finally watched it for myself, I'm still in complete shock. Flashpoint Paradox is not just a good DC film, it's a flat-out amazing DC film. After a close call at his Memorial Museum, I can't talk today, I apologize. The Flash, voiced by Grey's Anatomy alumni Justin Chambers, wakes up the next day to the horror of everything he knew shifting drastically. His mom is alive, his girlfriend is married to someone else and has a daughter, Batman isn't Bruce Wayne, Superman is non-existent, the Justice League doesn't exist, he doesn't have his powers, and worst of all, Wonder Woman, voiced by Vanessa Marshall for the second time, and Aquaman, voiced by Dr. Lawrence Gordon himself, Cary Ellis. Yeah, that Cary Ellis. Are about to begin World War III on each other. With time running out and more blood being shed with every passing day, it's up to Flash to set everything right before the entire world is destroyed. Before I even begin talking about the ton of positives of this movie, I must start by talking about the voice acting, because this cast is absolutely stacked with legends left and right. Like, there are so many recognizable names here, it's nuts, so strap yourselves in, I'm gonna list pretty much all of them here. First up, Vanessa Marshall returns to voice Wonder Woman after previously voicing her in Crisis on Two Earths, one of the only good parts of that painfully average bore. 80s film icon C. Thomas Howell, which many of you may know from movies like The Outsiders, E.T., a bunch of movies from the 80s. As the voice of Speed, aka Reverse Flash. Saw's very own Cary Ellis, who's most well known nowadays as the bowling tournament dad of Wade Whipple in the Knuckles series. The Michael B. Jordan, yes, Adonis Creed himself, as Cyborg. SpongeBob alumni D. Bradley Baker as Etrigan, another Grey's Anatomy graduate, Kevin McKidd, as this new timeline's Batman. Kevin freaking Conroy as main universe Batman once again. Steve Blum as Lex Luthor. Tim Daly's son Sam carrying on his father's mantle as Superman. Scooby-Doo legend Grey DeLise Griffith as Nora Allen. Nathan Fillion returning once again as Hal Jordan. Jennifer Hale as Iris. Lex Lang, yes, Neo Cortex from Crash freaking Bandicoot, as Captain Atom. Video game veteran Peter Jessup, best known as Wesker from Resident Evil, and Paladin Danse from Fallout 4 as Dr. Volko. Danny Huston as General Lane. Hellboy himself, Ron Perlman as Deathstroke. Kevin Michael Richardson as the President. It is freaking insane the amount of talent that's in this movie. And the insanity doesn't even end there, as all of them deliver incredible performances and not a single person phones it in. Whether their role was major or minor, they all really brought their characters to life and did an outstanding job. In other words, in conclusion, the voice acting is amazing in this movie. Probably some of the best in all of DC. Then there's the writing and storytelling, which are both absolutely top-notch. Adapting a huge comic event like Flashpoint into a single 65-minute movie was always going to be a challenge. Not to mention having it beginning an official in-universe canon for later animated films to build off of on top of that, but leave to Jeff Johns, returning from Superman Unbound, and Andy Kubert to save the day. The writing is adult, dark, gritty, and painstakingly loyal to its source material. Especially the character dialogue, which is absolutely spot on all throughout. And the storytelling here, while more condensed from the original comic book storyline, is still very well told, succeeding at being very complex and intricate, but also avoiding the trap that most time travel movies fall into, with becoming too muddled or too confusing. It's such a great story, and you can tell that it was definitely handled by veterans of the medium. Then there's the rest of the mountain load of positives. Good animation, great runtime that doesn't overstay its welcome, superb pacing that doesn't rush anything, brutal action that really pushes the boundaries of the PG-13 rating. Like, this movie is like the violence of Superman Unbound times 10. It's crazy violent. A ton of vicious bloody deaths that will leave you in shock, an insane final battle, amazing character development, ridiculously high rewatchability, and pretty much perfectly adapts the source material into a feature-length format almost flawlessly. Honestly, my only gripe with this one is that I wish it was just a tad bit longer, so the ending had a little bit more time to truly emphasize the impact it had on the other characters, besides just Flash and Batman. But if I'm asking for it to be longer, then you know you've done something right. And one other thing I will point out about this movie, it's another mixed aspect that kind of carries over from Superman Unbound. It is the art style they chose for the animation. Most of the time it looks really good, but in some certain spots, specifically with a couple character models like main universe Superman, for example, it looks a little bit off. Like, not to the point of ruining your experience, but to the point of leaving you a little bit confused. But it's mainly just in the beginning portion at the museum. Aside from that, most of the animation in this movie is amazing. So, what else is there to really say here? Flashpoint Paradox is an absolutely outstanding animated movie that's just as great as you've heard. Intense, dark, violent, bloody, action-heavy, adult, excellently written, and amazingly voiced. Flashpoint Paradox is a very strong start to this new conjoined canon, and an all-around electrifying experience that the rancid live-action Flash movie could never dream of being. Yes, I'm throwing shade at it, and no, I don't regret it. So, that's going to bring me down now to the final verdict for the Flashpoint Paradox. It's a bit difficult to rate. I was bouncing between an 8 and a 9. This movie's legit great, absolutely, but I had to really think about it between an 8 and a 9, because when you really stop and think about it, I mean, it is an adaptation of a storyline that already exists in the comics, just condensed into a 65-minute runtime. And, like I said, the art style, sometimes it doesn't quite work with some characters. But the more I thought about it, and the more that I reminisced on how amazing of a time I had watching it, yeah, I'm gonna give it that extra little bump. And heck, I'm not even a Flash fan, so that is definitely saying something. So, what's my final verdict for this movie? It's a 9 out of 10. It is so close to being a 10. If it wasn't for the art style making some characters look a bit off, and the ending being just a little bit too quick for my liking, this would be a 10. It has 10 out of 10 potential, and I can definitely see a lot of DC fans giving this a 10 out of 10. But as it is for me, it is a very high 9 out of 10. One of DC's biggest achievements and easily the best Flash movie ever made. Cannot recommend it highly enough. That pretty much sums it all up right there. It is an incredible movie that does a great job adapting the source material into a 65-minute runtime and condensing the storyline from several issues into just one movie very successfully. Then you add on top of that the great animation, the fantastic storytelling, the excellent writing, and especially that insane voice cast. You have a masterpiece, plain and simple. I'm giving it that green heart of approval because I still want you guys to see this movie. I usually try to reserve that for 10 out of 10 movies, but for this case, no, it needs to be seen. It may not be a 10 out of 10 movie, but in my opinion, it's still a masterpiece. And again, easily the best Flash movie ever made. Well, that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more videos like this almost every single day. And I'll see you next time when we see how they follow up this incredible masterpiece with the solid sequel that is Justice League War.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go. Prepare for the ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for. Tell me what you are. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
Yeah, I felt like a little change of wardrobe was in order, so now I'm wearing my Batman shirt. Deal with it. So, what's up, what's happening? Going back to the anime station of this anything animation, including TVs and movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Welcome to our continued look of DC Live Volume 2. And now we are on to the second movie of the continuous canon era of this series, with Justice League War. I don't really have a whole lot to say about this one. My written review is not nearly as long as the one I did for Flashpoint, so I'm just going to let this one do the talking for me. But I will say this, it's not a bad movie, even though it is based on the New 52. but it's not a bad movie. But it is a drop-off from Flashpoint. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll do my best to explain, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. While I had plenty to say about Superman Unbound and Flashpoint Paradox, honestly I really don't for this one. Saw it for the first time a few years ago after finding it at a now non-existent video store for a cheap price. Same day I got the excellent Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie Dark Side of Dimensions, by the way. I really hope I get to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Someday. I freaking love the original Yu-Gi-Oh! So much. And thought it was just decent. And watching it now, it's solid enough to be worth one watch. Based on Justice League Origins, the first comic book storyline in the New 52 era of DC, created by Jeff Johns and Jim Lee, Ward tells a new origin story of the Justice League: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, and Shazam. Even though it was Aquaman in the comics, but here it's Shazam. Why, I don't know. They don't really give a reason. As they are forced to band together to fight off a parademon invasion produced by the evil tyrannical overlord of Apocalypse known as Darkseid. In other words, it's what you expect from DC. Let's start with the voice cast again, as this time it's both changed from Flashpoint Paradox and also isn't. Steve Bloom, who voiced Lex Luthor in Flashpoint, is now the voice of Darkseid. He is amazing as Darkseid, by the way. And D. Bradley Baker is now the Parademons instead of Etrigan. And then the rest of them are all completely new. Michelle Monaghan takes the reins of Wonder Woman. Christopher Gorham, hope I'm pronouncing your name right, aka Augie Anderson from Covert Affairs, is the new voice of Flash. Alan Tudyk, the current voice of Joker in the Harley Quinn TV series, is now Superman. Jason O'Mara, Jeffrey Mace from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., is now the new voice for Batman. Justin Kirk, Bardo Zane from the TV show Jack and Jill, is now Green Lantern. And Criminal Minds fan favorite turned Sonic Cinematic Universe gun agent Shamar Moore is now the voice of Cyborg. Then for the completely new additions, there's Rocky Carroll, Leon Vance from the original NCIS as Silas Stone, Georgie Kidder, Willow from Fortnite as Freddie Freeman, Kimberly Brooks, Hex Girl Luna from Scooby-Doo, yes, that Hex Girl Luna, as Darla, and the biggest new additions, Zach Callison, yes, Steven Universe as Billy Batson, and Sean Ashton. Sam from Lord of the Rings, Raphael from TMNT 2012, that one guy from Stranger Things, I forget his name, etc., as the voice of Shazam. The actual performances this time are kind of hit or miss, but they're overall solid, and this is a really good cast. As for the rest of the positives, good animation, great fight scenes, a cool final battle, decent storytelling, short runtime, some good performances, Ashton as Shazam being a huge standout. He is great as Shazam. I don't think it's better than his performance as Raphael in TMNT 2012, but it's still really good here. Solid pacing, a cool final battle. I don't know why I'm saying that twice, oh well. Some enjoyably brutal, bloody PG-13 violence. Yes, they are continuing the trend from Unbound, which is great to see. And some pretty good music. Unfortunately, though, much like the comic it is adapting from, it has a lot of problems. This is New 52. They are infamous for having a lot of issues. The characterization of the main cast is needlessly mean-spirited. Like, pardon my language here, but every single one of them acts like a total a-hole throughout the entire movie, and it gets a little bit tiring. Writing is a bit haphazard, dialogue at times is pretty bad, story is way too simplistic, it really needed something else. Aside from seeing Cyborg's new origin story, there is no character development, rewatchability is non-existent, and in my personal opinion, O'Mara is just not a good voice for Batman, which leads to some eye-rolling moments where he's clearly struggling in the vocal booth. Yeah, I hate to be that guy, I don't want to be harsh, and I do have respect for the guy, but at the same time, I just don't think he was a good choice for Batman. Especially considering in the movie that came literally right before this, that started this new continuity in these animated movies, you had Kevin freaking Conroy. Like, seriously, man, why couldn't you just keep Kevin? Was he too expensive? Did you have other plans? I don't really know. Is it because this is supposed to be a new Batman? I don't know, man. I just feel like they should have kept Kevin Conroy instead of going for someone different. Overall, though, while it's a big drop-off from Flashpoint Paradox quality-wise, it's still a decently solid film that delivers some fun action and some good animation. Final verdict for the movie, it's a solid 6 out of 10. Solid 6. It's still a decently solid film, and it's worth at least one watch, but afterwards, it's pretty forgettable. It's DC as DC could ever DC, is what I'm saying. If you know DC, you know exactly what to expect here, and if you're not a fan of the New 52, you're not gonna like this movie at all. But if you can tolerate it, like I can, despite its numerous issues, I think this movie still has enough of its own merit to be worth a watch. It's not as great as Flashpoint Paradox, or as well told story-wise as something like Justice League Doom, for example, but it's a solid film. I think it's a decent movie. It's above average. Just very much a one-and-done kind of film. Well, that's it. See you next time for Son of Batman.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare, finally ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for this.
Tell me what you are. I can see right through. No hiding those scars. I'm not
Well, I mean, we had to hit a dud eventually, right? It can't all be perfect. None of DC's entire filmography is actually perfect. So, I mean, we had to hit a dud, right? Yeah. This isn't a bad movie. Let me make that really clear. Not a bad movie. It's just, in comparison to what we've reviewed so far this month, it's by far the weakest one. So, yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this one, so we're going to make this one quick. What's up, what's happening, what's going on? Welcome back to the new season of Visitor of Anything Animation, including TVs and movies as well. I'm your host, Justin Small. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Welcome to Justice League Throne of Atlantis. It is a painfully average snoozer. Here's my written review. I hope you enjoy. Well, they can't all be good, and unfortunately we've reached the first dud of the marathon. But honestly, it's pretty fitting that's the sequel to the very forgettable Justice League War. It's not bad, but it's very, very average. When the underwater civilization of Atlantis, led by the insidious duo of Black Manta and Ocean Master, to wage war on the surface world, the Queen requires the newly formed Justice League to find her long-lost son, Arthur Curry, and restore him to his rightful place as the true king of Atlantis, before Metropolis and the rest of the surface world is slaughtered. Voice cast first, starting with the returning actors. Sean Astin, Jason O'Mara, Shamar Moore, Christopher Gorham, and Steve Bloom are all back in their respective roles from War, and previous other DC films, Shazam, Batman, Cyborg, Flash, and Lex Luthor, respectively, as well as Serena Irwin, previously Allura from Superman Unbound, who's now the voice of Queen Atlanta, and Nathan Fillion is back again as Green Lantern. He's still the best voice with Hal Jordan, in my opinion, which is why they keep bringing him back so many times, if you ask me. Then everyone else is new. Sam Witwer, Darth Maul from the Clone Wars animated series, is Ocean Master. Jerry O'Connell, Derek from Scream 2. Yes, that Derek from Scream 2, the one that has that cringy cafeteria scene, is the new voice of Superman. He does a decent job. Sumali Yutani, Yuna from Ghost of Tsushima as Mira. Matt Lanter, another voice actor from the Clone Wars, this time being Anakin Skywalker, as Aquaman, and finally Rosario Dawson, Ahsoka from the live-action Star Wars shows, as the new voice of Wonder Woman. Let's start with the negatives first this time, because this has even more problems than War did. The story's boring, the battles are lame, the characterization of the League is still too mean-spirited for my liking. I mean, it's probably a New 52 Comics problem, but it's just too mean-spirited. The villains are bad, the pacing is way too slow, this thing drags like a rock. Rewatchability is non-existent, writing is lousy, and the overall plot is a complete and total mess. But on the other side of that fence, there's still solid voice acting, more brutal PG-13 boundary-pushing violence, good music, decent animation, and some neat ideas with the Atlanteans, specifically how they utilize water into weapons. Overall, though, this was a snooze fest, and definitely the worst one we reviewed so far in this second DC Lie. But it's not quite bad. Sure, it's boring, generic, poorly written, contrived, and cliche, but it has its moments here and there. Unfortunately, just not enough of them to really save the film. Final verdict, dead average, lowest so far, 5 out of 10. A very subpar entry that I recommend skipping, it's just too damn boring. Yeah, that's all I got. This movie's boring. I'd say skip it, but you're allowed to make your own decision as well. I'm just giving nothing more than my own personal opinion. Well, that's it. See you next time for Batman vs. Robin.
We can't take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare, finally ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for that. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
This is probably going to be one of the shortest reviews of this entire marathon because I don't really have a lot to say about this. Yes, it is the introduction of the Teen Titans into the New 52 canon universe films, but at the same time, the title is a bit of a lie. Yeah, they pulled a Batman vs. Robin. The title's a bit of a lie, but I can't say it once again because of spoilers, which I'm getting sick of doing. But let's discuss anyway. What's up, this time is going by going back to the decision of this different animation, including 2 busy movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Here is my very brief short review for Justice League vs. Teen Titans. It's really good. It's nothing remarkable, but it's really good. Here's my written review. Honestly, don't have a lot to say about this one. Title is a tad bit misleading and has a lot of pacing issues, but it's still a pretty good introduction to this New 52 version of the Teen Titans. Most of the voice cast from Throne of Atlantis returns to their roles here, and the handful of new additions, aka the Teen Titans themselves, do a pretty good job. That's pretty much it. And the animation's good. Outside of that, it's a bit unremarkable. Final word, 7 out of 10. Really good film. Sorry this review is so short, but it's so self-explanatory I don't really have a lot to say. Do you like Justice League? Do you like Teen Titans? Do you like the two of them together? You'll mostly get what you want. We gotta take off and throw away the smile because now we gotta talk about the first genuinely bad movie in this marathon. Next review is not gonna be fun. That's it for this one. I'll see you guys next time when we tear apart the piece of crap that is the adaptation of Batman the Killing Joke. I'm not ready.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare, finally ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for that. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
Damn it, I wanted to like this one. But nope. Second time DC tries to recreate this storyline in film, and the second time that it fails. Well, technically the third time if you count that terrible freaking forced one from Batman v Superman. But in animation-wise, this is the second time they're trying to adapt the storyline. The second time. And for the second time, they botched it. But also for the second time, it's not a bad movie. I'm so torn on this one, man. It's going to be hard to review this, so let's just take it step by step. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back to Animation, animation, including TVs and movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Welcome to my review of The Death of Superman. Like I said, this is the second animated adaptation of this storyline. The first one from way back in, 2008, 2007, that I reviewed way back in the first DCY. I really enjoyed that one, despite the fact that the second half of the movie felt like a completely different movie altogether. Whereas this one has a different problem. Well, a lot of problems, as a matter of fact. So, I have a pretty short written review for this one. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I don't really have much to say. Aside from the fact that this is disappointing, and for the second time, DC animated movies have botched this storyline. And I really hope and pray to goodness above that we don't get a third try. Man, I'm torn on this one. On one hand, it's better than Superman Doomsday, with the full involvement of the Justice League, the sheer impactfulness of the ending funeral. Like, the death itself is very well handled. The far bloodier violence in battles, wearing that PG-13... Was this movie PG-13 or R? Editing, correct me. Yeah, that rating. Whatever is on your screen. And actually taking place in the canon of the mainline series, in this case the New 52, rather than the animated series. Because for those of you that don't know, the original adaptation of this storyline from 2008, which was titled Superman Doomsday, that took place in and had the animation style of the animated Superman series from DC's original, like, big animated universe thing. You know, you had Superman the animated series, Batman the animated series, Static Shock, Batman Beyond, Justice League Unlimited, that whole universe. But then on the other hand, it's inferior because its pacing is very slow, agonizingly so. It takes a half hour to actually start the freaking plot, which causes a lot of eye rolling. Like, the first 30 minutes of this movie are bad. They are slow, they are tedious, they are unbelievably boring, and I was almost at the point that I wanted to quit. I didn't even want to review the movie, I was just going to skip it. I was that bored with just the first half hour of the movie. Thankfully, though, after that, it did get better. Luthor's involvement, feeling beyond force and adding pretty much nothing. See, here's the thing. In Superman Doomsday, they actually had Lex Luthor in there for a good reason. They were trying to adapt pretty much the entire storyline with a little bit of creative freedom. So, you had Lex Luthor creating this evil Superman to try and make people think that Superman's still around. But it goes evil, and then the real Superman comes back. It's a whole mess. Go watch my review if you want more thoughts on that. But here with this one, he does pretty much nothing the entire movie. He gets a few good hits in on Doomsday, and then almost gets killed at the end. That's it. Aside from that, you could cut him out and not miss a thing. In a final 5 minutes, that almost completely ruins the impact of the actual death itself, just for the sake of obnoxious, blatant sequel baiting. Yeah, I will give it this. There is going to be a second movie here, because they're actually adapting the entire storyline as 2 parts. Whereas with Superman Doomsday, way back in 2008, they tried to put the entire storyline with a little bit of creative freedom, again, making that very clear, into one feature-length film. Because they had the death of Superman in, like, the first 30 minutes or so of the movie. Whereas here, it takes pretty much the whole movie to get to that point. And the final minutes, yeah, they don't even try to hide what's going on here. Like, yes, if you've read the comics, you know that Superman will come back, but they almost completely ruin the impact of the actual story and the death itself, because they immediately go straight into the whole Reign of the Supermen thing, which, I mean, yes, that is the second half of this story, but at the same time, could you really not, like, put that in a post-credit scene? If you put it in a post-credit scene rather than at the end of the movie, I would forgive you a little more. But by putting it at the very end of the movie itself, before the credits even start rolling, it's just blatant sequel bait, and really bad sequel bait at that. But I will give it this. The voice cast here is still pretty good, especially Jerry O'Connell, who gives hands down his best performance as Superman, and the entire cast of the Justice League, minus Shazam for some reason, reprising their roles from the previous New 52 films. So you have, like, Rosario Dawson back as Wonder Woman, you have Jason Momoa back as Batman, you have Nathan Fillion back as Green Lantern, etc., etc., etc. Which does give this movie a good bit of pedigree. Not to mention, most of these New 52 films have been pretty good. It had a very rocky start with 2 painfully average snoozers, but then it started getting really good, especially the Batman side of this New 52 movies, which I have really, really liked. Heck, I'll even praise the performance of good old Max Tennyson himself, Paul Eiding, as Pa Kent. Yeah, Pa Kent is voiced by Max Tennyson, also known as Grandpa Tennyson from Ben 10. And while you can obviously tell it's him just doing a slightly older version of his Max Tennyson voice, he still does an amazing job in this movie with the little role that he's given. And I'll also say that it's nice to see Superman finally have a starring role in a New 52 movie after having spent pretty much its entirety thus far as just a side character. Like in Justice League War, he was a side character. In Throne of Atlantis, he was a side character. In Justice League vs. Teen Titans, he was a side character. Like, almost every single film of this New 52 so far that has Superman in it in some way, shape, or form, he's always a side character and not the main focus, which doesn't really allow you to get to know him more, which is this entire universe's biggest damning aspect. And it is very well earned because Superman himself is the best part of the movie, especially his scenes with Lois, as he debates whether or not to tell her the truth that he really is Superman. And seeing this debate he has with himself back and forth, not to mention a couple of the conversations he has with the League concerning this dilemma, it's effective, and you really do feel his conflictedness inside of his head during these scenes. It's very well done. And again, the scenes with Lois are great in this movie. What was the other thing I was going to give the movie? I forget now. Shoot. And as I stated before, the actual death itself is effective and very well done, feeling impactful and seeing the reactions to everyone witnessing his death, especially the League themselves, more specifically Wonder Woman and Batman, really does break the viewer's heart. In other words, way better than that half-efforted portrayal in the live-action films. Like, yeah, this is a really good part of the movie that I will give praise, because as great as the death of Superman was in Superman Doomsday, that was really well done, it did feel very self-contained, because you didn't see the Justice League, you didn't really see a funeral or anything like that. Like, it was pretty much all the Superman animated series characters only. You didn't see anyone else from that animated universe, even for a quick cameo coming in for even a brief moment. So it is nice that this one actually does have the League, just like they were there in the comic books. And not to mention, another thing I'll praise the movie, the whole League fights Doomsday before Superman dies, which does not only sell how just powerful and monstrous this character is, but it also builds up tension really well, as you're like, well crap, if he's taking out all these members of the Justice League, how in the heck is Superman going to stop him? And yeah, Superman does stop him, but at the cost of his own life. And I'll also give the movie this, and I forgot to put this in my written review. I do really like the little scenes that we get with the city and its civilians interacting with Superman. Specifically, this sailor character, which apparently Superman has helped a dozen times, and he thinks that they're best friends. And when he dies in the movie, and no, it's not a spoiler, it's literally in the title of the freaking movie, this sailor, this guy that's actually grown this attached to Superman, he gives this very heartbreaking speech at the end that did almost have me tearing up a bit. Like, he is a great side character, and you really do feel his connection with Superman, and how much it breaks his heart that he gets to go on living while Superman, the protector of the entire city, is dead. Like, the scenes with the sailor are some of the best in the movie, and despite him being a side character, very effective. And seeing Superman interacting with the civilians of the city really does add a bit more character to this movie, because we didn't really get much of that in Superman Doomsday. But this one just has so many problems that weigh it down significantly from being able to reach true greatness. Sure, unlike Superman Doomsday, it doesn't have a second bizarre half of the movie that does feel like a completely different film, but it just takes way too long to get to the actual plot and what people actually came to see. And because Superman has spent the majority of these films as a side character, it really lessens my attachment to him as a character, in this continuity, which is its most damning aspect. Like, why did it take this long in this New 52 for Superman to get a starring role, damn it? Like, why did it take this long, and why does it have to be just because it's a readaptation of his death? Like, come on, man. You could have put, like, at least one or two little solo Superman movies in between all this. But no, you kept him as a side character, which kept me from being unable to be as attached to him as I am to some of the other Supermans. And it's just frustrating, because I feel like if they did let Superman have one or two solo movies before this, in this New 52 continuity, I would be attached to him more, and thus his death would be even more effective than it already is. But here, because he's been a side character for this entire New 52 continuity up to this point, I don't feel as attached to him as I would like animated series Superman. That has an entire show that allows me to get used to that character, that allows me to connect with that character, and that makes me feel the actual impact and weight of his death. This feels like a cash grab. Is this a good Superman movie? No. But is it a good movie? Yes. That's pretty much all it is. It's a good movie, but it's not a good Superman movie. And I am baffled why they didn't give Superman his own solo movie before his death, so we could actually connect with the damn character. Because in every other single one of these new 52 canon continuity movies that he's been a part of, he has always been a side character. Just there to be there. So because of that, as good and well handled as his death is in this movie, and the funeral, which is legitimately one of the most effective that I've seen in these DC animated films, I just don't feel that attached, and the whole movie suffers because of that. And not to mention, like I said before, the first 30 minutes of this movie are straight up bad. Because it's slow, it's tedious, it's boring, it's sleep-inducing, it's not engaging. And like I said, the second time they have tried to adapt this storyline, and the second time they have failed. And like I said, third time if you count Batman v Superman, which I refuse to count. That was a forced freaking crap scene that should not have been in there. So, are these animated movies better than that live action one? Yes. Are they good adaptations of the source material? No. And both of them fail for different reasons. Superman Doomsday, as much as I really enjoyed that film, it suffered from a very bizarre second half that felt like a completely different movie. This has the problem of taking way too long to get to what matters, And because Superman was stuck as a side character for this entire New 52 continuity, it lessens the impact of his death as a result. If there's one word I can use to sum up Death of Superman, it's frustrating. And the fact that we have seen this many tries of this particular storyline and they still can't get it right pretty much convinces me that they're never going to get it right. Because apparently it was just one of those comic book storylines that was never supposed to be adapted to any feature film length. They tried, but both times they failed. Which is a shame, because the actual comic is still iconic to this day. Yes, it was a gimmick to try and boost up sales back then, but it was still effective. And seeing the hero that so many people idolized and loved for years slowly stripped away of his life in the ultimate battle to the death. That moment, those moments, those panels of comics are still just effective now as they were back then. And these two films, for as much as they try, just can't recapture that. So here's the way I see it. Death of Superman is a really good New 52 film. But as an adaptation, a second attempt at an adaptation of the actual Death of Superman comic book storyline, it flops horribly. And because of that, like I said at the beginning of this review, I am torn down the middle, because there are parts of this movie I really like, and I do think that the final battle of this one is better than the one we got in Superman Doomsday. But at the same time, in Superman Doomsday, I felt more attachment, whereas with this one, it was really blasé. It could have been better, but it could have been worse, I suppose. And because of that, final verdict for the Death of Superman, this second failed attempt at an adaptation of one of the most iconic comic book storylines ever written, is a 6.5 out of 10. It is a good movie, but it is not a good Superman movie. That pretty much sums up all my thoughts on it. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more videos like this almost every single day. Sorry if I got really negative in this review, but I just want to emphasize, this is a really good movie, and I do think that it is worth checking out for yourself and to draw your own conclusion. This is just my personal experience with it. I do think Superman Doomsday is better, but this movie does do some things better than that film. Honestly, it's pick your poison. Either way, they just can't adapt this storyline to feature film length faithfully. And that's a shame, because if they actually tried, and if we actually got a fully faithful adaptation of this storyline without this baggage or any of this other nonsense, this could have been one of DC's best films. But they just can't do it. And I only hope that they start putting more emphasis on the other iconic storylines of Superman rather than this one. Because this one has been done to death, and it's about time they just stop trying to adapt it altogether, because they very clearly can't. It's a good New 52 movie, but not a good Superman movie. That's the best way to summarize it. If you like these New 52 films, you'll enjoy it. But if you're looking for a faithful adaptation of this iconic comic book storyline, you need to look elsewhere, because it's not here. I do recommend watching it, but just temper your expectations accordingly. Alright, that's it. See you next time for hopefully a much less negative review with Constantine's City of Demons.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming to go, so be prepared to fight. We're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready.
You had the perfect opportunity. You had the perfect opportunity to not only make your previous movie better, but actually find a way to be better than Superman Doomsday. Well, instead, you decide to screw it up in every single way you could have possibly screwed it up. To the point where I'm now reconsidering giving Death of Superman a 5. Because these two, as a complete entire story, sucks. I mean, I got excited because this was the one thing that Superman Doomsday did not cover. They didn't cover the whole reign of the Superman storyline with all the different Supermen and how it ties into Superman's actual resurrection. Like, that's one of the things that I did not like about Superman Doomsday, because the second half of that movie did not feel like it was connected to the actual rest of the movie. Here, it's a stretched out story with a bloated runtime, horrible writing, and just all around boredom. This felt lazy, this felt contrived, and by the end of it, the only thing it made me feel was legit anger. No, I'm not gonna curse or swear, that's too easy. No. What I am going to do is I'm going to tell you specifically every single reason why this sucks. So what's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, your minister for anything and everything animation. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Welcome to the piece of absolute dog crap that is Reign of the Supermen. The sequel to The Death of Superman. You know, because these totally work together as one story, right? No. These two almost feel completely disconnected from one another, with itty-bitty little things to keep it somewhat continuity. And honestly, this is honestly in the running with Judas Contract for the worst movie of the New 52 canon. Yes, this sucks that hard, and I'm going to tell you why. Yep, pretty much what I expected. Below average borefest that was better not being adapted in the first place. Story is lousy. There is no build up to the other Supermen at all. Pretty much all the new characters are boring. Only one of them's good, and we'll get to him when we get to him. Writing is subpar, the plot is a mess, and rewatchability is 0. A flat out 0. Also, who turned out to be the actual villain is beyond stupid. I'm just gonna spoil it for you, because I don't want any of you to watch this piece of crap. The main villain of this movie, this cyborg Superman, is a entity created by Darkseid using the brain and body parts from the astronaut that died in the last movie. So this whole film is all about revenge. If it sounds stupid and contrived, that's because it is. And as soon as it was revealed, I was there just rolling my eyes. Like, really? That's the ultimate villain you went with? Really? And why do I feel like it wasn't this way in the comics at all? Because it probably wasn't. It was probably just DC and WB throwing in a bunch of other stupid meaningless crap that didn't need to be there. What, were you running out of ideas or something? Did you not know how to properly adapt the freaking storyline here? Sure, the Reign of the Superman storyline is not that great, sure, but that doesn't give you an excuse to be lazy. And that's all this movie is. It's lazy. It's contrived. It's stupid. It's boring. And it makes Death of Superman worse by just existing. But I'll give it this. There are still some positive things here. Lois's development is still solid. It carries over well with her grief and mourning from the events of the last movie. Lois is still good here. Superboy is the one decent new character. I like Superboy. I like this iteration of Superboy. And I like that he's voiced by Cameron Monaghan. Yes, the guy from Shameless and Cal Kestis from Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. And he does a great job with the voice acting here, and I did like the character. Now, but to be 100% blunt here, he started out as an unlikable douchebag, but that was because of Lex Luthor, the guy who created him. Later on in the movie, he ends up becoming a better character. By the end, I was rooting for him. I liked him. I want to see more of him. But the other clones here, well, the other Supermen here, Steel, I mean, he's fine, I guess, but he's not really all that engaging or interesting. Even though I do like the whole inspired by Superman carrying on his legacy thing. Especially the cyborg Superman that turns out to be this freaking astronaut is an awful, awful main villain. Just awful. I did not like him in the freaking slightest. And who was the other one? Oh, the Eradicator. Eradicator was fine, but he was really boring, and spoiler alert, he's just a hologram. Yeah, that whole time, he was just a hologram. Which doesn't really explain why he was suddenly fighting the other Supermen at LexCorp in the one scene, but whatever. Plot hole, whatever. Point is, Superboy is the only decent one in this movie that I actually care about. The rest of them are boring, average, throwaway characters that do little to absolutely nothing. Voice acting is still good. Like, voice acting here is still solid enough. I mean, it was good in Death of Superman, it's still good here, but problem is they're not given shite to work with because the writing is so bad. And the action is fine. The action in this movie is okay. But okay, considering how great the action has been in all these other New 52 movies, that's inexcusable. Also, the animation is okay. Yeah, the animation's fine. It looks a bit cheap at times, honestly a little cheaper than it did in Death of Superman, but it still is okay, it's fine. It's not bad animation, it's not Flash animation, it's just okay. Overall, though, this is a definite skip and somehow even worse than the bad second half from Superman Doomsday. Like, when you had the opportunity, DC, to make this better than that second half of Doomsday, and instead you completely failed. And given the fact that you were actually able and allowed to adapt the whole storyline this time in 2 parts, is inexcusable to come out this poor and this contrived. Not to mention, you know what else was 2 parts? Justice League X RWBY. That was great. Or you know what else was 2 parts? Batman The Dark Knight Returns. Still one of the best comic book movies ever made. This is crap. Pure and total crap. And I'm sure even if you are the most forgiving Superman fan in the world, you're not going to like this movie. Because I'm sure even the fans can tell you this is a bore. That's all it is. I mean, technically the score I give says it's not bad, but no, in my opinion, this is trash. And this is unacceptably bad. Is it as bad as Killing Joke? No. Is it as bad as Judas Contract? No. But it's pretty freaking close to both of them. And again, considering how mostly really good to great most of this New 52 canon era movies have been, this is unacceptable. Plain and simple. And it just feels like something leftovers from the rocky start from the first 2 Justice League movies, War and Throne of Atlantis. But somehow smushed together and sucking even harder than both of those combined. May not be the worst movie we looked at this month, but it's definitely one of the most aggravating and disappointing. You had the opportunity to actually make this better than Superman Doomsday, and instead, you failed so hard that it makes your Death of Superman movie look worse just by existing. I got nothing else to say. Final verdict for this below average bore is a 4 out of 10. 4. Inexcusable, lazy, contrived, poorly written, and absolutely just frustrating on every single level. That's it. That's all I've got. In my opinion, screw this movie. It's a piece of crap. Don't bother. It may not be actually scoring in the bad tiers, which are 3-0 for those of you who are wondering, but it's still not good, and it's still not even close to being passable. Dull, bland, boring, monotonous, pointless, lazy, and frustrating. Skip it. That's all I got. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more positive videos like this almost every single day. And stay tuned as we continue through these movies, starting next time with Justice League versus the Fatal Five. Please be better. See you next time. Screw this movie. Goodbye.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare for the ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
Knowing the source material, I expected more, but it's solid enough, I suppose. It's not a bad movie. It has some really good parts in it, but it's not a very good adaptation of the source material. And I think this is one of those comics that they shouldn't have tried to condense into a feature-length movie, because it doesn't quite work. But let's discuss it together step by step. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, your host for anything animation, including TV movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Welcome back to DC Live Volume 2. Let's talk about the animated adaptation of Superman Red Son. Another one of the most famous Superman stories ever written. I don't really know what else to say here aside from the fact that I went in with my expectations decently high and came out a bit disappointed. It's not a bad movie. Not at all. I still consider this movie good, but it's not that good. Like, it feels like it's just good enough to be worth one watch and then done. My written review for this one's not very long, so this review shouldn't be very long. I hope you guys enjoy. I wish I had more to say about this one, but I can pretty much sum it up like this. It's a solid film, but it's just not for me. Pros: the voice acting is great, especially Sonic himself, Roger Craig Smith as Batman, and Jason Isaacs giving a pretty good performance as this new Soviet version of Superman. Also, Vanessa Marshall finally returns as Wonder Woman, and probably her best performance of the character yet. The runtime is good, the pacing is solid, the action is decent, the ending is surprisingly uplifting, and taking advantage of its PG-13 rating with some pretty brutal deaths. Like, it's not quite like super boundary pushing like it is in some of the other DC films, but this movie is violent, and it's not afraid to show dead bodies. Cons: Diedrich Bader is sadly not a good Lex Luthor. He's a good voice actor. He is absolutely a good voice actor. But in this movie, he's just doing a slight variation of his Batman voice from Brave and the Bold, rather than trying to actually sound like Lex Luthor. Like, every time he spoke, I just was expecting him to throw on a cowl and tell me that he's Batman. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm more familiar with him there than I am here, but he's just not a very good Lex Luthor. The story is noticeably weaker compared to its source material due to the condensing of the plot into only 84 minutes. This one should not have been condensed at all. This should have been a movie that was split into two parts, a lot like Dark Knight Returns. which did a great job being a two-part story. Here, it's all condensed into one movie, and it doesn't work. It's not nearly as badly condensed as something like Injustice, but it's not great either. Rewatchability is pretty low. I can't really see myself watching this one again. And the third act is way too rushed to be actually effective. Overall, it is a decent one-and-done film and one of the mid-tier DC animated movies. It's worth a watch, but nothing more than once. Final verdict for me is going to be a 6 out of 10. I expected a little bit more from this one, but I'm not mad by any means. I've seen worse movies than this. I mean, heck, the movie we just reviewed before this, Wonder Woman Bloodlines, that movie was trash. This is watchable. It's decent. It's good enough. It's just that considering how great the source material is, I expected a lot more. Maybe that was my mistake. I don't know. Well, that's it. See you guys next time for Justice League Dark 2 Apocalypse War.
We cannot take it anymore. The time is coming. Prepare, finally ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for this. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not
Well, this is it. This is the end of the first canon era of the DC Animated Universe films. After 16 movies, it's time to end the New 52. With a sequel to one of my favorites of this canon universe thing. That being Justice League Dark 2 Apocalypse. I didn't really know what to expect going into this one, but I was definitely sad going into this one because it's the end of the entire New 52 canon and it transitions into Tomorrowverse. And without spoiling anything, it ends the same way that it began. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I have a pretty lengthy written review for this one. And while I do have to keep a lot of it vague to avoid spoilers, just know that this is a great note for them to go out on. Here's my written review. I hope you enjoy. Well, this is it. It ends the same way it all began. After 16 films, the New 52 canon era of the DC Animated Universe filmography comes to a close with one last movie, the sequel to Justice League Dark. I was definitely a bit sad going into this one, as these New 52 films have been surprisingly good for the most part, and I wasn't ready yet to say goodbye, but I hoped that it would be a fitting send-off to these iterations of these iconic characters. And thankfully, it is a very strong note to go out on. Now, this is usually when I talk about the story synopsis, but there's no way in hell I can do that without spoiling pretty much everything. So instead, I'll just say that it's the darkest New 52 movie since Constantine's City of Demons and very gripping. I wish I could say more than that, but saying any more would be a huge spoiler, and I do not want to spoil this movie for you guys. You have to see this one for yourself. Along with saying goodbye to these iterations of the characters, it's also time to say goodbye to their voice actors, as they all come together for one final time to deliver some of their greatest performances. Sure, not everyone leaves for good, as Matt Ryan does continue to voice Constantine to this very day, but for the big majority of them, O'Mara, O'Connell, Dawson, Moore, Chase, McIntyre, Walsh, Formiga, Gorham, Romesian, Allen, Alessio, and Luddington, this is their final time voicing these characters, as they'd all be recasted shortly after. The only new arrival here is the Candyman himself, Tony Todd, as the new voice for Darkseid, who does an outstanding job. Overall, they go out on a high note. The writing is also some of the best of the entire New 52 era of films, as it's dark, gritty, tragic, and unapologetically adult, while also keeping all of the characters in character, with the exception of those that are turned over to Darkseid's side. Yeah, sorry for the pun. The dialogue here is also great, showing how the unfolding events affected all the characters. And it affects them greatly, by the way. I can't go into details of why, but it affects them greatly, and it is going to leave you pretty shocked. While it's not as hard of an R rating as City of Demons, it still very much earns that rating with a massive body count and some of the most gory, brutal deaths of the entire filmography. Not as gory and brutal as City of Demons, but it gets close. This is also coupled with some of the best action as well, delivering on the grandiose battles befitting of a finale. Then there's the great animation, fantastic pacing, perfect runtime, a ton of emotional moments that do hit hard, a sad but unfortunately pretty inevitable ending, high rewatchability, and some of the darkest, most bone-chilling moments in any comic book movie. However, there's a few minor flaws here. Some of the deaths of major characters are brushed away too quick, including the whole taking over the Oa side of the plot felt a little unnecessary, and King Shark being completely new, which allowed zero time to develop his character, because he wasn't in Suicide Squad Hell to Pay, and he hasn't been in any of these other New 52 films, so he's kind of just here to be here. Which is really weird. I don't know why they decided to throw in a brand new character into this universe at the very last film. It just feels like a weird decision that doesn't quite make sense. Overall, though, this is an excellent sequel to the first Dark, and a great note for the New 52 to go out on. But it's not quite better than the first because it's just a bit too heavy. In other words, it has the Logan problem. It's a fantastic movie, but it's a bit tough to watch sometimes because it is so gritty and so brutal. So long, New 52 canon. Thank you for all the great things you gave us while you lasted, and a big thank you to the entire cast and crew for all the hard work they put in to bring all these stories to life. And with that, final verdict for Justice League Dark 2 Apocalypse War, the final movie of the New 52 canon, is a strong 8 out of 10. It's not quite better than the original Justice League Dark, but is definitely a great film among the high tier of this New 52, and a very, very good movie to go out on. Excellent job to everyone involved, and thank you for everything that you gave us. Well, that's it. See you next time. We're going to dive into modern times as we begin the Tomorrowverse, starting with Superman, Man of Tomorrow.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go. Prepare to fight. We're ready for this. I really hope that I'm ready for this. Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not waiting.
Really? This is how we're gonna start this Tomorrowverse? Really? I hope it gets better, otherwise we're in for a rough ride. Unfortunately. What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back to Animation Station. I'm Mr. Vanthony and Animation, covering TV and movies as well. I'm your host, Jackson Small. Here's my review of Superman, Man of Tomorrow, the first movie of this new Tomorrowverse after the ending of the New 52. It sucks. It is below average, it is boring, it is bland, and it is extremely monotonous. I don't even have that long of a review for this one because the best way I can describe this movie to you is boring. It's boring and it's just way too safe. Like, it doesn't try to push its rating, it doesn't try to bring in adults, it just feels like the most safe Superman animated film that you can make. huge disappointment considering how much the New 52 movies tried. As much as I did not like the Death of Superman two-parter, it at least tried to push its rating a little. This doesn't even try. This is just bland as bland can be. It's as bland as bread. So, here's my written review. I hope you enjoy. Yikes. Tomorrowverse is not off to a good start. Pros. Lobo is great. Lobo is the best part of this movie. It's awesome to see him in a movie because he was not in the New 52. His voice acting is fantastic, and his character is dead on. Like, he is straight out of the comics. So yeah, Lobo, best part of the movie. Voice acting is decent. Nothing against the voice actors. They're okay here. Seeing some other DC characters like Martian Manhunter is cool. Yeah, it's cool. Not really much more I can say. Action is solid. I mean, it better be for an animated DC movie. And the battle with Lobo is easily the best part of the whole movie. Like, all the scenes with Lobo and Lobo's actual battle with Superman in the early part of the movie is the best part of the movie. Because it's a great fight. Lobo's spouting off all these weird lines that keeps the viewer entertained, and the battle just keeps escalating and escalating until it finally ends. And half of my enjoyment of this movie goes out the window with it. Yeah, Lobo and his battle, easily the best part of the movie. But the cons are very, very critical. The writing is flat, the animation is jarring. I get that they were trying to make it look like a comic book come to life, but it just doesn't work. It looks really rough. Characters are bland. All that interesting complexity and development from the New 52 movies is gone. Joy. There's zero attempts of pushing that PG-13 rating. There's barely any blood. There's no gore. There's no enjoyable violence to at least make this watchable. The runtime is obnoxious. It does not earn an hour and 20 minutes. No. Pacing is slower than a snail. It's a slow burn as a slow burn can ever slow burn. And it's that type of slow burn where you just don't care. And it just feels like you can feel every minute of your life wasting away watching this pile of crap. And the story, while it is different from New 52, which I'll give it some credit for, it is different, it just plays it way too safe. Like, this is the most safe, marketable, generic Superman story that you can conjure. And it shouldn't be like that. These movies should be boundary pushing. These movies should try to appeal to adults as well as kids. They should actually try to push that rating. But here they don't even try. Like, it is so safe that it becomes bland. Overall, this is a very rocky start to this era of the animated filmography. Outside of Lobo, it's just way too generic and boring to be worthwhile at all. Add in the zero attempt of trying to be more adult, instead just playing everything as safe as possible, and you have a really forgettable snooze fest. Really hoping that's not an omen of what's to come, otherwise this DC lie could be ending on a very bad and underwhelming note. Final verdict is a 4 out of 10. Not a good Superman movie, not a good DC animated movie, and not a good start to this Tomorrowverse at all. And this is what we had to look forward to going forward with this new Tomorrowverse. Lord help us all. Thankfully, though, the next movie we have to talk about is not from the Tomorrowverse, and it's actually one that I have seen before. It's another Batman movie. Again, it's weird how this always happens. It's like almost after every single dud I watch from this marathon, a Batman movie follows it afterwards, and it's always great. And here we are again in the same situation. So, I'll see you guys next time when we take a look at the one-off comic book adaptation of Batman's Soul of the Dragon.
We cannot take it anymore. The time has come to go. Prepare, finally ready for
I should have known this was going to be bad going in because it's a Tomorrowverse movie. But also because these assholes had the balls to make it 3 parts, aka 5 hours long. 5 hours. I'm sorry, what the hell were you thinking? Yes, I usually praise the multi-parters. I praise Long Halloween, I praise Dark Knight Returns. Yes. But with those multi-parters, it felt like one continuous story. This feels like a bunch of random storylines just immediately thrown together into some kind of resemblance of a plot. And it is probably going to be on the worst list for the year. Because this movie was bad. Like, bad. Like, possibly top 5 worst of the entire year bad. I was hoping that I wouldn't end up being right when I said that we may or may not be in for a rough time to close out DC Alive Volume 2. But no, I ended up predicting the future. Because this was one of the hardest things I've ever had to watch. Ever. It's not the worst thing I've ever watched. It's not worse than Superman 4, but it is still hard to watch. Let's rip this thing apart nice and quick. That way I can go back to pretending it doesn't exist until year-end list season. What's up? What's happening? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, which is for anything and everything animation. I am a very frustrated and pissed off Jackson Small. Welcome to my review of the absolute embarrassing, disastrous, colossal failure that is Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths. This movie sucks. All 3 parts of it suck. Is it the worst thing ever? No. But, oh my goodness, this is probably one of DC's biggest failures, and one of the worst DC movies I've ever watched, period. This movie was awful, guys. I can't even begin to describe you how awful it is, because if I did, it'd be going straight into spoilers. And as much as I hate this movie, I've made a vow to try to keep spoilers out of my reviews unless it is specifically labeled a spoiler review. So because of that, this is one of those where I have to be vague about why it sucks, but just know that it sucks and that it's not worth your time. And again, 5 freaking hours. Really? Really? Here's my review. I hope you enjoy. Wow. I mean freaking wow. This Tomorrowverse is such an underwhelming dumpster fire. And what was supposed to be its biggest big game changer turned into arguably one of DC's absolute biggest blunders ever. The story is stretched out and meandering. The writing is the blandest of bland. The characters are cutouts with little to no actual character. The animation is cheap and unremarkable, by far the worst Tomorrowverse animation I've ever seen. And some of the worst DC animation that I've ever seen. It is so cheap, it is so flat, it is so lazy. Add in the terribly integrated 3D CGI. Yeah, the animation in this movie is terrible. The amount of characters is way too much for the story to properly handle. The pacing is really bad and drags like a rock. The dialogue is some of the worst I've heard in a DC movie ever. The ending is absolute balls. It goes back to playing things way too safe until the 3rd part, rather than fully embracing the adult aspects of its source material. The jokes all fall flat and none of them are funny. Rewatchability is 0, and the runtime of 5 hours is not only obnoxious, but absolute, complete, and utter torture. So is there anything good here? there's a few things. The voice acting is still very good. Bringing in the cast from pretty much all these Tomorrowverse movies together. The fan service is prevalent and does do its job well enough. Kevin Conroy's final moment as Batman was genuinely touching. He did get a pretty great, badass final line to go out on. And it is awesome to see Batman Beyond again after all these years, especially since they even went the extra mile to get back his original voice actor. Like, that is commendable. Thank you, DC, for bringing back Batman Beyond, even if it's just for one movie. The action is okay. I mean, the fights give you what you want, but they kind of lack actual memorability. It just feels like your typical DC fare. And it does have some pretty good character moments, specifically Old Man Flash, who's the best part of the movie and is unfortunately in only the first part of this 3-part, 5-hour movie. Oh, and Constantine. And probably the last time we're going to hear Matt Ryan do the role. I mean, it's Constantine. I praised him this entire DC Live since he showed up in Justice League Dark. And he's still great here. But to be entirely honest, those positives are not nearly enough to justify sitting through this train wreck of bad storytelling and abysmal execution. Overall, this is one of DC's worst films ever, and definitely one of the worst animated movies of the year. And what a terrible way to end this second DC Live. Like, yes, it's not Quest for Peace, but this is still a terrible note to go out on. Highly recommend that you skip it, and honestly skip this entire atrocious, sorry-ass excuse of a canon known as the Tomorrowverse. Aside from the long Halloween, it's been nothing but an underwhelming, colossal, lazy failure that just makes me appreciate the New 52 even more than I already did. Hate the New 52 all you want, at least it was freaking consistent. And compounding that all together is going to bring me to my final verdict. It's probably going to be controversial. I'm probably going to have some fans attacking me in the comment section, but this is my pure and brutal honesty. After suffering through these 5 hours of absolute crap. And because of that, final verdict for Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, all 3 parts together, is a 2! 2 out of 10. Trash. Absolute trash. Do not watch it. Do not waste your time on it. And sure as hell do not waste your money on it. It is lazy. It is confusing. It is haphazard. And it is just plain awful. And again, 5 hours is too long for any movie. That's it. I'm sorry we have to end this month on such a intensely negative note, but I hated this. I hated watching all 3 parts of it, and I hated wasting 5 hours of my life on this pile of crap. Well, if you excuse me, I gotta go calm down now. So thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more videos like this almost every single day. And this is the last video for the day because I'm not reviewing Warworld. I refuse. And I've already said that I'm not reviewing Batman Ninja until the sequel gets an official release date. So this is the end for our second DC Live, and that pretty much covers the grand majority of the DC animated movies. Wow, what a wild, crazy, freaking jumps in different amounts of quality this has been. Most of them have been very good, but there is a decent bit of them that have been either underwhelming or just flat out terrible. I'm probably going to have to do like a top 10 best and worst list at some point, but it's not going to be right now. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed all these reviews. Thank you for watching all of these reviews. Your viewership means the world to me. And even if I don't give a very positive review, I appreciate your guys' support. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Now, if you excuse me, I have another theme month to plan. That literally starts tomorrow. So, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next review. Don't watch this movie, it's trash, it's 5 hours of your life wasted, don't bother, goodbye.
Tell me what you want. I can see right through. No hiding, no scars. I'm not
Okay. Hi, I'm jumping back into the fray again for a minute. So, that pretty much covers all the big Superman-related movies. However, because I forgot how intensely negative that last review is, I'm gonna throw in a few little bonuses in this one. Here's what we're gonna do. First, I'm gonna show you my review of Batman Ninja, a movie that did come out this year, Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League, and I'm including it in this supercut because Superman, a Yakuza version of Superman, is the main antagonist of the movie. So, I think it justifies it just enough to make it worth talking about in this video. And then I'm also going to, afterwards, pull up my top 10 worst movies of 2021 list so you guys can get my thoughts on Injustice. That way I never have to review that movie, because I can never watch it again. And then we will finish off with the Justice League X RWBY two-parter. And I feel like it's the most fitting, not only because Superman is a major player in that two-parter, but also because RWBY literally just got greenlit for a 10th volume. So, I think that's the best way to do this. So, first we're going to do Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League, then I'll pull up my worst movies of 2021 list, and fast forward to Injustice, which I believe was my number 2, maybe number 3 on that list. And then we'll finish off with Justice League X RWBY. So, that's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to end off this. So, stick around for just a little longer. We're probably going to pass 6 hours by this point. Again, this is one of the longest supercuts I've ever done. And technically that is going to boost this up to 30. It's going to boost this up to a full 30 movie reviews. So, yep, I'll make sure to change the thumbnail after this live stream is uploaded on the channel and boost it up to 30 movies instead of 27. And also because I want to end this on a much better note than Crisis on Infinite Earths, because it's such a piece of crap. So, yep, that's what we're going to do. So, without further ado, here's my review of Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League. Hope you enjoy. And we'll go from there.
I was not expecting to review this until tomorrow, when it comes out on physical. But I was unaware it came out on digital on the 18th. So that's my bad. I missed the day one boat on that one. I apologize. I was working with the information that I was given. So because of this review is actually later than it's supposed to be. Sorry. So, if you saw my last review, you knew that I was not a big fan of Batman Ninja. I thought it was a poorly written, horribly dubbed, and all-around just terrible movie. So naturally, when I heard it was getting a sequel, I didn't even want to bother. But since this is Animation Station, and I review animation for a living at this point, I didn't have an excuse. Not to mention, I had to watch the first one, so yeah, I didn't really have much hope. But, surprisingly enough, this movie's not bad. It's definitely better than its predecessor, and it's not a terrible piece of garbage. But, it's still not good, and there's still plenty of problems to pick apart, so yeah, this is going to be one of my more confusing reviews because it's average, honestly. At best, it's average. And with average movies, there's really not much to say. So, this will not be nearly as long as my review of the first Batman Ninja, but I can tell you right now, it will be a little more positive. There's still a lot of problems, but it's a decent movie. So, I'll be nice this time. What's up, what's happening, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Animation Station, your source for anything and everything animation, including TV and movies. I'm your host, Jasmine Small. Welcome to the sequel of Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League. I didn't watch the trailer. I barely even knew this thing was coming out. So, I didn't really know what to expect. And not to mention, after watching the first Batman Ninja, my expectations were pretty much in the toilet. However, now that I've actually watched it, not only can I say this movie's actually competent, but decent overall. It's a decent movie. It's not bad, it's not good, it's okay. But considering the first movie was terrible, okay is more than satisfactory. So, yeah, let's dive in, shall we? A shorter written review this time, because there's not really much else to say. Here we go. Thankfully, this one came out on digital early, so I don't have to wait until tomorrow to review it. And I'll say that this one is a little better than the original, with an actual story this time. Like, the original, it was two movies smashed together, and you could clearly tell it was two movies smashed together. But with this one, it actually has one singular focused narrative. You know, an actual story worth caring about. Now, granted, it's not a very original story, as we've already done this evil Justice League thing a dozen times previously. Go watch my DC Live reviews if you want more context. We have done this a dozen times. But it's still better, nevertheless. I'll also say that the animation's a little better this time, with a more unique style, and slightly more budget. Like, you can tell they put a little bit more effort into this one, and it actually has a style to it, as its 3D animation actually has an overlay of 2D animation. Probably inspired by TMNT Mutant Mayhem and SnyderVerse, but honestly, I would take it when I can get it, and this one has an overlay of that 2D animation with the watercolor aesthetic of, like, these old Japanese paintings, which is pretty cool. And it does give this movie a very unique and distinct feel and aesthetic to it. Not to mention, it looks way less cheap and haphazard than it did in the original, so credit where it's due, it's better. The action is still pretty good. Once again, it delivers on the action. The original, the action was the only thing it delivered on. This one, it delivers, once again, on the action, but also has its own pros as well. The Yakuza League themselves are pretty cool, both design-wise and as characters. Yes, we've seen these evil Justice League variants before, but I quite like the spin that they put on them here. Not to mention, Wonder Woman gets to be the one that gets to still be a hero. Which is fine by me, because she's actually really good when she's paired with Batman, so I'm cool with that. Not to mention, the designs are really cool, and they lean very heavily into the anime aesthetic. So, yeah. Props there. I do like them. And the pacing is a lot better. Like, it's not like start out fast in the first 10 minutes and then slow to a crawl. This one, it's actually a consistent slow burn all the way through. Which is nice. It's always nice when we get a movie with consistent pacing. However, that's not saying much, because while it is better, it's still not good. Sorry. The English dub is worse than last time. Unlike the last English dub, where it at least had a talented cast to try and make it into something worth remembering, this one has a bunch of really bad stand-ins. Everyone gets recasted, no one from the original Batman Ninja comes back to voice the characters, and most of them sound pretty bad. Especially Batman, who you can clearly tell is not voiced by Roger Craig Smith anymore. And his voice is so, like, grizzled and so deep that it makes Christian Bale's Batman look like a freaking masterpiece in comparison. Seriously, Batman's voice in this movie sucks. But I'll give it this. Diana has a good voice actress. And the evil version of Superman, yes, there's an evil Superman in this movie, because of course there is, actually has decent voice acting. So those two, decent. They're fine. The rest, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Story has even less substance. It's pretty much just an hour and 29 minutes of fighting. That's about it. It's just better pace. It's pretty much all it is. Runtime is still obnoxious. It's longer than the original by a few minutes. And it still feels too long. Writing is mediocre. It's not absolute dumpster fire trash like it was last time, but it's still not very good writing. Rewatchability is low, and the ending is a bit of a mess. It's a happy ending, but it's still a messy ending. Overall, this sequel is definitely an improvement over last time, but it's still stuck battling with a dull blade. Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League is a decent sequel that vastly fixes its predecessor's colossal issues, but unfortunately still finds itself weighed down by its own faults, that being the bad English dub, the obnoxious runtime, and the still startling lack of substance in the storytelling. But if you don't care about that and you just want a bunch of crazy action with Batman and anime, well, this movie's for you. It's worth watching, but it's definitely a one and done. But again, more than I can say for its predecessor. So, because of that, my final verdict for Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League is going to be a middling, but higher than I expected, 5.5 out of 10. It's okay. It's a decent movie, it's an average movie, and it is better than its predecessor. It's not good, but there is improvement. If we do get a third Batman Ninja, I'll check it out. But if it's back to the same horrible crap of its original predecessor, then I hope the third's the last. So, yeah, a kind of mixed review on this one, because it's a pretty mixed product, so. Yep, it's DC animation in a nutshell, just continuously struggling. Bummer. But that's going to be it for this review. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more videos like this almost every single day. And stay tuned, because we do still have more reviews on the way. So, yep, thanks for watching. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on today's review and the movie I reviewed in the comments down below if you so desire. And I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Fighting for what comes up ahead. Hey, shall we run? Can you make my wish come true? I want someone like me who's really powerful too.
Okay, temporary roadblock. Please excuse me. Apparently my search engine does not want to work today, so what I'm gonna do is instead, I'm gonna look it up on my phone, and then once I have it on my phone, it'll be on my watched history or whatever they call it, and then I will be able to go from there. So just give me 1 sec to pull this up, and we will keep going. Sorry, there was a bug on my screen. Okay, so let me try to type this out here. Maybe if I type it on my phone, it might work a little better. Oh wait, I know why. Because I'm typing the wrong name. It's not Luminous Saiyan, it's Cynical Saiyan. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I thought I was logging into my freaking Steam for a second. I'm sorry. Sorry guys, that's my bad. Okay. And then I'll just put in worst movies. Okay, yeah, okay, it's number 5. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Then if I go back here, I apologize for this little blatant moment of stupidity on my end. That's my fault. Sorry. That is entirely my fault, and I will take 100% responsibility for my screw up. There it is. Okay, I got it. There we go. Now I just gotta find it on the timeline here. Tom and Jerry, Conjuring, Heights, Eternals, MK Legends 2, here it is. So let's go to here.
And that's not even the worst part.
There we go. Okay, and we'll go here to here. Okay. Alright, I think I got it. Number 5 is not Eternal, sorry. 5 is Injustice, and I'm just gonna let this, very angry section of this worst movies list speak for itself. So, yep, prepare your speakers, turn down your volumes, here we go.
And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that it wasn't even the worst Warner Brothers animated movie I saw this year. Because the same day I watched MK Legends 2, I decided to watch another movie I had somewhat expectations for. Another R-rated Warner Brothers animated film. And it was even worse than MK Legends 2. You probably all know what I'm gonna say, so let's say it right now, guys. Injustice, the movie, is ass. Like, complete and total ass. Like, you have the games and the comic to adapt from, but instead you try to mesh them all together into a movie that's not even over an hour long. Like, it is an hour long, but it's barely over an hour long. And then you give it the R rating, and then the trailer made it look like it was going to be just as bloody and gory. You use the same fucking animation from Scorpion's Revenge and the other piece of shit. You had me excited. But then you just take the story and just ram it into the fucking pavement. Like, the first act of this movie works well enough. Like, it adapts the game and the comic very accurately, you know. Lois is pregnant, and Superman's trying to contain his excitement, and then he tells Batman, and then he tells Batman that he is, like, gonna be the Godfather and whatever. And he's happy for him, and it all works fine. And then, of course, Joker sets off this bomb, makes Superman kill Lois Lane with fear toxin, sends him up in the sky, and then he kills Lois, and then he comes back and kills Joker right in front of Batman, and the whole thing spirals. Like, that whole first act was good. It was well set up, and it made sense. The problem is, the rest of the movie is shit. Like, not even funny bad, just outright god-awful. And the ending. The ending is a big middle finger to the fans of the Injustice games, the readers of the comics, and just all DC fans in general. It is a stupid fucking ending that should have never, ever been there. They should have split the movie into 2 parts like they did with Batman The Long Halloween. But they didn't. They put it all in one, they rushed it, hit for time, and they don't even have that much blood and gore or violence in it. It is the tamest R rating to ever get a tame R rating. R rating is not supposed to be tame, it's supposed to be bloody and gory and violent as fucking hell. But this just makes the R rating seem like an afterthought. Does it have some swearing? Yes. Does it have some blood? Yes. But the rest of it is it just feels so corporate and sanitized and just fucking pointless. Just don't even watch this movie. Not even out of your own morbid curiosity. It is a piece of shit and it needs to be forgotten. Get the fuck out of here. Number 4.
Yeah, 2 things. One, I didn't realize that my hair was that long back then. My bad. And number 2, yeah, my thoughts have not changed on the movie at all. It is one of the tamest R ratings I have ever seen. The writing is terrible, and the ending, I'll just spoil it for you, because I don't want any of you to watch that piece of shit. Like, even all these years later, it's still fucking terrible. And see, here's the thing. Like, we see the pregnant Lois killed off because of fear toxin making Superman think that it's Doomsday. That's fine. That's right from the comic. But the way the movie decided to end it is Batman uses time travel to bring back a very heavily pregnant Lois from another timeline, which is what gets Superman to calm down and stop being a dictator. And if you have seen the games or read the comics, you know that that is not the ending at all. In fact, it goes for like a whole 5 long years of conflict in the comics. So them coming up with this weird ending out of nowhere, it's half-assed and stupid, is what it is. And even now, just being reminded of it, screw this movie. It is a piece of trash. And it always will be a piece of trash. Okay, now we can end on a positive note, because we are ending off with the Justice League X RWBY 2-parter. And I freaking loved this movie, so we're gonna end this Superman Supercut on the highest of notes that we can possibly get it to, despite all the negative things and bad movies we've gone through. All I can say is, sit back and enjoy.
Hello, I am Batman. Why is this movie awesome? Because I'm Batman. Today, we're reviewing something that has me in it. Right here. don't I look awesome? I have wings, I have powers, it's awesome. This movie's awesome. Why? Because it has me in it. So, 10 out of 10, thanks for watching. Batman out. Okay. Alright, that's enough of that. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Animation Station, your number one stop destination. Yup, here I am in live action. Very rare I ever do this, but I wanted to do it today because, wow, this turned out way better than I thought it was going to be. But before I begin, let me make some preferences. Number one, I've never seen RWBY before. I've heard of it. I've seen clips of it. Like, clips as in pictures and the one time they were on Death Battle. But outside of that, I don't really know a lot about RWBY. So when I heard that this was the next movie in the WBDC lineup, I'm just sitting there like, what is this? Why are the Justice League teens? And why RWBY of all things? And I was just sitting there like, oh boy. This about to be a cash-grabbing piece of garbage, isn't it? Well, needless to say, I'm surprised, because not only was this not crap, which, thank you, WB. It's nice when you have an animated movie that isn't garbage for once. But that I legit actually loved this. Like, so much to the point where I'd watch it again, I'd buy it on Blu-ray, and now I have even more incentive than ever to go check out the RWBY anime. So, yeah, let's just dive right in. This is going to be a pretty long review, but I promise you, no spoilers. So, don't worry, no spoilers. This is just my personal thoughts on it. Let's start with probably the most controversial thing about this movie, and that is that the Justice League are teens again, and they have new designs. Yeah, I don't know why people hate these designs. I think these designs are really cool. Like, let's look here. Like, you still have the curl on Superman's hair along with this cool new hairdo. You have his emblem in gold, which is cool. You have the jacket, which also doubles as a cape. Like, that's pretty cool. And he has brighter, bluer eyes. I really like Wonder Woman's in particular, because it's mostly, stays in line with her normal attire, except now she has a ponytail and two bangs. Like, very anime, very unique. Cyborg's is pretty cool. He has like half dreads here, and then the other half he has that metallic stuff. And instead of being able to, you know, hack into things like he normally does, instead he can like throw around lightning with this drone, which is pretty cool when you ask me. But by far the best one is Batman. Like, he's cool. He has a black scarf. He has like this whole body armor looking thing. He still has those gauntlets with the, you know, the blades on them. And even cooler in this movie, he has more of the actual bat aspects and has powers. Like, it's rare when we ever see Batman have powers. So he has bat wings, he can fly, and he also has like this echolocation that allows him to spot things a lot easier. Like, that's really cool. Seriously, props to whoever came up with that. Like, seriously, I personally really like the designs of the Justice League, and they personally fit right in really well with the RWBY characters. So, yeah, the designs, I personally like them. You're allowed to think differently, just don't be mean in my comment section. Okay, what's the second controversial thing? This is unnecessary and should have never happened. Okay, I'll give you that one. It is unnecessary, and we probably could have lived without it, but a lot like a certain other crossover. Let me go get it. A lot like this little masterpiece right here. It's unnecessary, it didn't need to happen, but it's awesome that it happened, and they found a way to mesh the two worlds together really well. And Batman vs. TMNT, it was having the TMNT have a much darker edge to it than usual. And they mesh pretty well with Batman. So, yeah, and here, I feel like they had to make them teenagers because if they were adults, they wouldn't really fit into the RWBY aesthetic and the whole art style. So I don't mind them being teenagers. Not to mention, they also have some pretty cool character moments and arcs in the movie. Like, for instance, this isn't a spoiler, it's in the trailer. Batman has powers, but now he's also conflicted because he knows that he probably has to go back home. But here he feels like he can do more because he has powers and he can, do more to help. Like, you can understand his little dilemma there. It's really cool. And then you also have Superman trying to help Ruby learn how to be a better leader. And then you have Wonder Woman, realizing that the team is not the same way that she is and learning how to cope with that pretty much. And then the RWBY team are just being the RWBY team, at least from what I've been able to see. Like, from this one movie alone, I can definitely see a lot of their personality. I can see what makes their characters and their distinct uniqueness from one another outside of their designs and their powers. One thing I do want to talk about with the powers, though, the freaking gun blades. Like, that's cool. Like, how they can literally have a giant blade one minute, and then the next it can turn into a gun. Like, that's cool. That is something I don't really see a whole lot of in anime or in Justice League. So, props for that. I know it's probably a mainstay of the series already, but that is super cool. Like, it's RWBY's scythe in particular, how it's both a giant scythe and a humongous sniper rifle. Like, that's cool. That is really freaking cool. Also, I thought the story here was pretty interesting too, like how the League ends up in different parts of Remnant, this world in RWBY, and they interact with the RWBY characters. Each of them react sort of differently, and then they all have to try and figure out how they got there, how to get back, without, stirring fights with each other. And that's the one thing I feel like this movie missed out on, because in this movie, even though it was brief, we did get a fight between Batman and the Ninja Turtles. Here, it's a bit more tame. I mean, there's one really cool, small fight scene with Batman and Wise, but it doesn't go on for very long. I'm not going to say where it is exactly in the movie, because that's a spoiler. I'm just going to say it's there, and it's cool for the little bit that it is. I also think the Grandma are a cool concept. I like the whole world of Remnant they designed with all the different continents. And all the RWBY characters, I already really like them. Like, I like Ruby, I like Wise, I like... Sorry, I'm trying to remember all their names. Yang? Lunas? Sorry, like I said, I'm new to this. I've never seen RWBY until this movie, so please bear with me for getting some of the names wrong. And of course, Wise, who, well, spends a lot of time with Batman, I'll just put it that way. No, not in the way that you're thinking. This isn't the Killing Joke stupid BS again, so. Yeah, the story's pretty good. The writing's actually pretty good too here. Like, at first I was thinking, oh no, this is gonna be real kiddie, and this writing's gonna be horrible and low quality. No, the writing's actually pretty good. There's some pretty funny moments. There's a lot of great back and forth between the two teams, and all their interactions feel genuine. Nothing feels forced here, which, again, is nice to see. And the fight scenes. If there's any reason to watch this movie, it's for the fight scenes. It is so dynamic, it is so cool, it is so well done. And in this 3D anime art style, it is exhilarating. Like, it is so cool, the fight scenes in this movie. Yes, at the end it can get a little too busy with too many things going on, and it can look like a big blur, but thankfully all the characters have like this black outline around them. Kind of like how in Dragon Ball they have the black outlines around the characters. So it works here, and you're still able to tell what's going on. Not to mention seeing all the characters use their powers. Yes, I will admit it's a bit weird, some of the things that they did. Like, for example, Superman has a hammer. I'll admit that's a bit weird, but when you realize the rules of this world, it makes a lot more sense. The runtime's pretty good, the pacing's very good. The animation, oh man, I know I praised Dragon Ball Super Superhero in my top 10 best list last year for doing a great job with 3D anime art style. This is almost as good. Like, there's a lot of really good art style in here. Yeah, you can tell it's a little bit low budget, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's not like that T-posing Superman thing in Battle of the Super Sons. I'm sorry, I'm never gonna forget that. It's just a T-pose Superman being dragged across a screen like a mouse, clicking on just. I'm sorry, I'm never gonna forget that. That's just funny to me. And I just really like all the interactions between all the characters here. Like, it all feels in character, it all feels genuine, and it doesn't at all feel forced or cringy. Some jokes are hit and miss, absolutely, but it's not that bad. Like, I don't know why it's being review bombed, and I saw some disgusting comments in the trailer for this movie, and a few reviews I looked up online after watching it. Like, why do people hate this so much? I mean, sure, it's different. It's a bit strange for Justice League to be in this universe and in this art style, but it's not that bad, guys. Like, why do you guys hate this so much? I don't understand. And not to mention, we also see a bit more Justice League characters in here than you'd expect. We also have Flash, there's Green Lantern, who's a female this time around, which is interesting. Because, you know, we're used to it being Hal Jordan, but here it's a female. And a pretty cool one at that. I love her design with the green hair mixed with the brown hair, and how the lantern insignia is like over her eye in this like green war paint. That stuff is cool. Then there's also Flash. Flash looks really cool. I love the way they designed him with the blonde hair and the like lightning bolt glasses he's wearing. It's pretty interesting. And then I already talked about Cyborg. There's also Vixen, who has this necklace that allows her to use the powers of different animals, which is cool. Like, this movie's just super cool and super fun. Like, I don't really know how else best to put it. It's super fun, super cool. Yes, the jokes are very hit and miss, and I'm gonna admit right now, without spoiling anything, the ending is a bit confusing. Because when you hear part 1, you know there's a second part coming, but you want to see at least some part of an enticing cliffhanger in the ending. I'm just gonna say right now the ending is a bit confusing. Just a bit. There's no post-credit scene either. This isn't Scorpion's Revenge. It doesn't have like a post-credit scene that tries to hint at what movie's coming next. Here, it's more of just one little tossed off line of dialogue by RWBY at the very end of the movie. But again, the fights are great, the animation's great, the characters are great, story's great, writing's a lot better than expected. You guys need to know is that this movie is awesome. This movie is way better than I expected, and even if you're not a fan of RWBY or Justice League, still check it out. It's actually a lot of fun. I think you're gonna really enjoy this movie. And while I don't think it's as amazing as Battle of the Super Sons was last year, you heard me praise that a ton in the best movies list last year. This one isn't quite as good because of that confusing ending and the jokes being hit and miss. And I'll admit, since I haven't watched RWBY, I can't really say how this falls into line with the continuity or the canon of the anime. So, who knows? Maybe I'm just being a moron. I don't know. It wouldn't be my first time. But yeah, I still think you guys should check this movie out. It should be out right now on DVD, so go out and buy it if you can, and just have a blast. It's a lot of fun, and I think you're going to really enjoy this one. I certainly enjoyed it far more than I expected, and a lot like this, it's a pretty great crossover that somehow just works. Like, it's hard to explain. You just gotta see it. So yeah, that's all I got. My final verdict for Justice League RWBY Superheroes and Huntsman Part 1, that title was a mouthful, is a 9 out of 10. This is a great crossover, a great first part to hopefully an even better second part. And now I want to check out RWBY, and I want to see where this story goes. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys for watching. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Let me know your thoughts and opinions down below on either Justice League or RWBY or both, or this movie in general if you've already seen it. But like I said, seriously, check this one out. This might be the dark horse movie that makes my top 10 year-end list. So, yeah, great job WB, great job DC, and great job Rooster Teeth. I'm excited for more, and I can't wait to check out the rest of RWBY. So, yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys for watching, and until next time, I'm Jack Small of Animation Station. Take care. And I'm Batman. See you later, guys. What the heck? You're still here? What more do you guys need me to say? I already told you, this movie's great. Go buy it. Bye. Alright. You guys are probably waiting for me to announce what the next theme month is, aren't you? That's probably why you haven't left yet, or why this video is even still going. Well, alright. Guess I can't keep it a secret anymore. So, next theme month? Well, yeah, they have an Easter egg back there, or a hint. Alright, you guys want the next theme month? Okay. You're gonna have to make the compromise that I don't have to make any more videos for the rest of April. Got it? Okay. Because this is gonna be a very busy month. Trust me. Alright. You guys ready? It's morphin' time!
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot I put the Power Rangers theme month introduction at the very end of that video. I'm sorry, that probably felt super out of place in a Superman supercut. I am so sorry. But nostalgia right there, because that was one of my favorite months to cover on this channel. But, okay. Enough screwing around now, let's finish this off with part 2. Here we go. Oh yeah, and that tagline is aged pretty well. Okay, here we go. Pause. Rewind.
Because of that confusing and
There we go. Sorry about that. And there's my pig going as water again. My little biscuit, my little guinea pig is such a water hog. Okay, here's the actual final review of this giant 6-hour live stream. Enjoy, and then I'll give a little bit of a closing thoughts at the end.
because of that confusing ending and the jokes being hit and miss. And I'll admit, since I haven't watched RWBY, I can't really say how this falls into line with the continuity or the canon of the anime. So, who knows? Maybe I'm just being a moron. I don't know. It wouldn't be my first time. But yeah, I still think you guys should check this movie out. It should be out right now on DVD, so go out and buy it if you can, and just have a blast. It's a lot of fun, and I think you're going to really enjoy this one. I certainly enjoyed it far more than I expected, and a lot like this, it's a pretty great crossover that somehow just works. Like, it's hard to explain. You just gotta see it. So yeah, that's all I got. My final verdict for Justice League RWBY Superheroes and Huntsman Part 1, that title was a mouthful, is a 9 out of 10. This is a great crossover, a great first part to hopefully an even better second part. And now I want to check out RWBY, and I want to see where this story goes. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys for watching. Remember to like, share. Yeah, I guess you can say I'm a fan now. But I waited 5 months for this second part, so we're going to talk about it now. I'm Jad Small, this is the Animation Station. Welcome to my little custom RWBY getup, and welcome to my review of Justice League X RWBY Superheroes and Huntsmen Part 2. Let's begin. Try and get a good action. Begin! Yeah, no, I looked stupid doing that. But I'm in a good mood, okay? Don't spoil it. Hey everybody, welcome back to Animation Station, your number one substitute for anything and everything animation. As you can see, today is a really exciting day because after having to wait a full day because of fighting internet bullcrap, today I finally got to see the second part of the crossover that has since introduced me to the series known as RWBY. And I've become a pretty big fan, as you can see. I've made my own custom cosplay. This is also my Halloween costume. It's not done yet, but this is the basic idea. And then, since then, I've also been able to get this little beauty right here that has the first 6 volumes all on one set. I've watched all 6. I absolutely love the show. I think this show's fantastic. And without this crossover event, well, I probably wouldn't even be up here talking to you about this right now. But yeah, this is probably one of my most cherished purchases I've ever done, and it's going to have a really nice place in my DVD collection. So yeah, for those of you trying to get into RWBY, this is a great starter right here. This is all 6 volumes for less than 20 bucks. I'd say that's pretty much a steal. And then as for the prop you saw, well, it's technically not from RWBY, this is technically from Genshin, but I'm trying to go for like a whole red and black aesthetic, so I got this giant red and black sword. Pretty cool. I promise I will do like a TikTok or something of the whole costume when it's finished, because I still have to like put these little roses on the little things right here. But anyway, we're not here to talk about my costume. We're here to talk about the second part of this crossover event that is now concluded. And also, before I forget, hashtag Greenlight Volume 10. Seriously, get on that, WB. Stop freaking meddling around. But anyway, welcome back to Animation Station, your number one substitute for anything and everything animation, including 4 awesome teenagers fighting for the fate of the world. I know, I'm still working on it. And welcome to my review of the highly anticipated Justice League X RWBY Part 2 movie. Sorry, I screwed that up. Justice League X RWBY Superheroes and Huntsmen Part 2, the movie. And wow, does it live up to the hype and then some. I'm just gonna say it right now, if you love Part 2 like I did, I'm so freaking excited, I can't even talk straight, it's weird. But if you guys loved Part 1 like I did, if you saw my review 5 months ago, you're going to adore Part 2, because it's just as good as that first part, and both of them together create an incredible story. Arguably, probably one of the greatest crossovers I've ever seen. And that's saying a lot, because I've seen a lot of great crossovers, but yeah, this movie's awesome, it's epic, it's fantastic, it's funny, it's heartfelt. It's everything that you love about both DC's Justice League and the RWBY franchise combined into one. And it works on so many levels, and I'm going to tell you why in this very detailed, very long review. And yes, this isn't part of any Halloween marathon or anything, and it's because it's not even Halloween related. I mean, yes, I'm wearing the costume, but that's besides the point. Point is, this is technically not anything related to what we're doing for the Halloween marathons, so because of that, we're not going to talk about it in the marathon of Halloween stuff. This is just an extra bonus review that I want to talk about because I'm a huge fan of both of these franchises, especially RWBY, very recently. And I literally just spent almost $100+ on getting this entire costume, so yeah. Needless to say, I'm going to make sure to get as much usage out of this friggin' thing as possible, even if I had to show it to you incomplete because the rest of it isn't here yet and there's pieces that still aren't done, but screw it, we're just going to roll with it. So, here's my very long, very analytical written review for Justice League X RWBY Part 2. Hopefully it does a good job explaining my opinion on it, and hopefully gets you guys to check these out, because these are arguably among the best animated movies of the year, and way better than all the freaking garbage that's in theaters right now. So, here's my review, enjoy. What's a finale? Following their escape from the digital realm, the Justice League return to their universe only to find that it's overrun with Grimm even stronger than the ones that they fought before in the digital realm. With their backs against the wall and Batman absent, I can't say why because it's a spoiler, Team RWBY arrives to help their new allies and solve the mystery of the partner that Kilgore has been working with this whole time to save both of their realms from utter destruction. For those of you who don't know the story, it's thanks to the fantastic first part of this crossover that was introduced to the RWBY franchise to begin with, which I've now become a huge fan of since. So to say that I was excited for this event to see how this event's going to conclude is an understatement. And I'm delighted to say that this is more than lived up to my high anticipation for it, and only made this entire crossover even better overall. And yes, better than Batman vs. TMNT. Let's start with the negatives first, since I only have a few minor nitpicks. Batman being absent for almost half of the film is a bummer, but it is fixed later on, so it's not that bad. Team Juniper, Nora, Ren, and John from the first part do not return for this second part of the story, which is a missed opportunity since John and Jessica's bonding was one of the biggest strengths of the first one. But maybe after I finally get to see volumes 7 through 9, it'll make more sense story-wise why they're not included. And since there's such a huge cast this time around with both the League, including Black Canary, who wasn't in the first part, and Team RWBY, it does jump around a fair bit, which can get a little confusing. But it's also fixed later, so I can forgive it. Now for the endless amount of positives. Let's start with RWBY's brand new designs, which like always, in my opinion, are fantastic. In my opinion, all the RWBY designs are great for their own different purposes and ways. Yang's is Amazonian-like and armed with a handheld flamethrower. Blake's is sleek like a ninja, but no longer has her ears since Faunus don't exist in the DC realm, with both a katana and a staff. That's pretty cool. White's finally letting her hair down instead of just being in the same braid as usual, as well as combat heels. What I mean by that is that she's wearing her high heels, but they have this platform underneath of the heel part to make them look like boots. It's pretty cool when you actually see it. And armed with an ice gun. And RWBY's design is very wilderness-like inspired, and armed with a mythical scythe. And it's also very rugged looking, which is really interesting. Personally, I can't talk today. Personally, I really love all four of them, and they perfectly fit into the DC realm alongside the Justice League themselves. Add on all its other strengths, the excellent story that perfectly continues where Part 1 left off, the stakes higher than before with both realms at stake, amazing character development, especially Weiss and Flash in particular, who are both suffering from PTSD from past events, Flash from being possessed by Kilgore in the last movie, and Weiss for reasons that are technically spoilers for later volumes of RWBY, so I can't go into detail. Awesome action that's even more wild than the first part, like the action in this is cranked up to 11. And it's so freaking good all throughout. The 3D animation is still excellent, the pacing is fast and doesn't waste a single second, the runtime is perfect and doesn't overstay its welcome, the final act is pure, unbridled insanity, and I love it. The reveal of the secondary antagonist is a huge shocker for those of us that actually know our RWBY lore. The voice acting is incredible, especially Lindsay Jones, and probably her best performance of Ruby Rose since Volume 3, and Travis Willingham as Superman. Both of those two have such a great chemistry together. I almost want to see a whole movie of just those two working together. Like, that'd be really interesting. The final battle is phenomenal. Seriously, the final battle of this movie is amazing. The writing is outstanding, and the rewatchability, especially for fans of both franchises, is extraordinarily... I screwed it up again. Extraordinarily high. I can't talk today. Extraordinarily high. Overall, this is an epic conclusion to a spectacular two-part crossover and easily among WB's best projects in a long time. Whether you're a fan of the DC Universe, the RWBY franchise, both, or just an animation fan in general, I seriously cannot recommend this crossover highly enough. Both parts are fantastic and very high quality, and not to mention leagues better than all the garbage currently in theaters right now. If you know what I mean, then you know what I mean. I'm not going to go into specifics. Easily going to be high on the year-end best list. My final verdict for part 1 was originally a 9, and then I watched 1 through 6 of the original RWBY volumes, and then that went up to a 10 because I had context for some of those extra scenes. And this one, even though I technically need to watch volumes 7, 8, and 9 to really understand how this fits into RWBY, this is still an amazing second part that does not disappoint. Like, if you are a fan of the first part, you're not going to be disappointed with the second part. It is a great conclusion to an epic two-part saga. And honestly, I wish it wasn't just 2 parts. I feel like they could have really made this like its own anthology season, like anthology series or something. It would have been so freaking interesting. And I highly doubt this is the last time we will ever see these two collide together. At least I hope not, because they did such an amazing job. I want to see more of it. So, as for my final verdict for part 2 specifically, I mean, easy 10 out of 10. Easy. It's faithful to the RWBY franchise, it's faithful to the DC comics, and it is a blast to watch, especially as a fan of both of those. And I cannot thank this crossover enough for even introducing me to this amazing series in the first place. Like, without this movie being as great as it is, I probably would never have even watched RWBY. It's not that I didn't want to, I never had the time, but I found the time. I forced myself to find the time as soon as I finished watching that first part because it was so great and I wanted to learn more. Now I own this, now I have watched a good bit of RWBY, and it is an amazing series that you guys need to check out for yourself. I will leave a link to this specific Blu-ray in the description box below, and yeah, that also means that the final verdict overall for the entire crossover is an easy 10 out of 10. Now, yes, that means it's not going to be, like, the best movie of the entire year, because I have given 2 12s this year. First time I have ever done that since I started reviewing things on this channel back in 2021. Yeah, back in 2021. So, needless to say, it's still going to be pretty high on the list, and it is that WB animation Dark Horse movie that we get almost every year. Last year, it was Battle of the Super Sons, which really shocked me. I thought it was going to be really bad, but it was actually fantastic. And this year, it was not 1, but 2 movies back-to-back. So, yeah, it's been a great year for WB Animation. Just wish they celebrated their 100th anniversary special better, seriously. That special, that Teen Titans special can... That Teen Titans Go special can go screw itself. But overall, WB's had a pretty great year, and this is probably the best project they've done all year. And that's saying a lot, because they also released, what was it called? I forget the other project they released this year, and I'm pretty sure I reviewed it, and I'm pretty sure I told you it was good. So, yeah, that pretty much concludes all my thoughts and opinions, without spoilers, on the entire Justice League X RWBY Superheroes and Huntsman saga. Definitely check both of these DVDs out. Buy them both, however you possibly can. You need to see both of these. They are fantastic. The physical for this one comes out on Halloween, and while it's technically not even a Halloween movie, I still recommend you see it as soon as it comes out. It is absolutely worth watching. But for those of you that like to buy things digital and see things early, like most people nowadays, it is available now in digital. But you have to wait until the 31st to get your physical copies. You know, because people just hate physical nowadays for whatever reason. But, yep, that's going to do it for this review. Thank you guys so much for watching. Is that a Grim trying to get in my review? Oh, for goodness gracious. Okay. Looks like I got some work I gotta go attend to. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time on Animation Station.
Yeah, if you couldn't already tell, I had a little too much fun making those RWBY reviews. I had way too much fun. Like, I literally spent like 10-15 minutes on this app I use on my phone that allows me to like download YouTube video, audio, and stuff like that, just to get all the different like grim sounds to sell that ending. And of course, you saw my cosplay, which it is complete now, a few years later. And while I haven't worn it in a while, I'm still more than happy to have it. And I'm still a huge fan of RWBY. However, I have still not watched volumes 7, 8, or 9 yet. I think my plan for that is going to be to watch in August after I'm done with Attack on Titan, because for those of you that don't know, Season 2 of Attack on Titan is really short. It's only 12 episodes, so I will have a decent bit of time in between to review some other stuff. Like, I already have Nobody 1 and 2 on there, I have the new movie Mercy on there, and I have the entirety of Dr. Stone, but that's not till the back half of the month, so from the 13th through the 20th, I will have plenty of time. So that time, I will try to watch the rest of RWBY and do reviews of each volume at some point. It won't be in August, because it wouldn't really make sense. But yeah, regardless, best part of Part 2 that I can elaborate on a little now, because since I've already done a few spoiler reviews in this compilation, shouldn't be a huge deal. It's the interactions between RWBY and Superman all throughout the movie. Specifically, like Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose and Superman, those two working together, bettering each other as leaders of their respective teams. Really cool stuff. Okay. But now with that out of the way, and now that we have officially reached almost 6.5 hours and 30 movie reviews overall, I think this is as good a place as any to end this off, because you have to remember, I still gotta do the other reviews that I have been writing and working on as I was also recording this supercut on my computer, so I still have a lot of stuff to do, but I just want to say that I am extremely grateful for every single one of you who have stuck through this long, and I'm also extremely grateful for this new Superman movie giving me the opportunity to make a big video like this, because I don't think I've done a supercut in a while. Like, I did one for Mission Impossible, but I have yet to review or watch Final Reckoning due to a lack of time. And the same goes for 28 Years Later. So, yeah. Needless to say, this was a pretty big project. 6 hours, pretty crazy. Obviously, it's not the longest supercut we've ever done, because my 31 Days of Horror stuff exists, but comic book wise, it's easily the longest one we've done until we do Batman. Batman's going to be 10 times longer, because he has 10 times the amount of movies as Superman. So, whenever we get Batman Part 2 in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll do a giant supercut of all the Batman movies that I've reviewed. But for now, that is going to be the end of our Superman supercut. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching all 30 of these reviews. Your support means the world to me, and I've had a great time just revisiting all these old reviews, even if some of them were intensely negative. But if you want my overall opinion on the Superman movies overall, and which ones I think you should absolutely watch in conclusion, here are the ones that I think you should watch. Superman the movie, Superman 2, Superman Returns. You can make the choice on Batman v Superman and Zack Snyder's Justice League. I don't really care either way, because I'm just not a fan of the SnyderVerse. Sorry. Definitely watch Doomsday, watch Public Enemies, watch Apocalypse, watch All-Star, absolutely watch All-Star Superman. I mean, it was the longest review out of this entire supercut for a reason, because it is an amazing movie, dude. Seriously, check out All-Star Superman, and definitely check out the All-Star Superman comic books, because that is one of the biggest things that inspired James Gunn to make this new Superman. So, it's pretty much required reading. Definitely watch Justice League Doom, watch Superman Unbound, watch Flashpoint Paradox, watch Justice League War. I'm still gonna say watch Death of Superman, the new 52 one, even though it does have a lot of problems. But do not watch Reign of the Superman. Reign of the Superman is trash. Reign of the Superman is trash. But the first Death of Superman in the new 52, that first part, it's worth at least one watch. It's still a good movie. Red Sun, definitely check that one out. Apocalypse War, absolutely. Batman Ninja 2, that's for you to decide. Injustice, absolutely not. And then, of course, absolutely, there's a reason why I ended it on these two reviews specifically. Definitely check out the Justice League X RWBY crossovers. Like, seriously, they are not nearly as bad as most people try to make them out to be. Okay, so I can recommend a decent bit out of the movies that we've reviewed out of the 30, but there's still a good bit of them that you should absolutely not watch. But this whole thing is in celebration and tribute of Superman and this new Superman movie, and I was not expecting to go this crazy with the amount of content that I am doing specifically just because I'm so excited for this movie, but yeah, dude, like, I am super excited for this movie. I don't really know what else to really say, because I'm gonna finally see the movie tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, at my local Clearfield Theater, and then you're gonna get an out-of-theater reaction from me, first one I've done in a while, and then, obviously, I'll do my spoiler-free review, and then, if I have time, around the end of the month, after we get through Smurfs and Fantastic Four and the rest of the Studio Ghibli movies, I will do like a big tier list ranking of all 31 of these movies. So, yep, we're not done with Superman content quite yet, but we are getting towards the back half of it. But again, I just want to say thank you. Your support means the world to me, and it was fun going back and checking out all these old reviews of mine, because it's felt like an eternity ago. So, what else? I almost feel bad for Christopher Reeve fans that still watch the Blu-rays. The fan edits are significantly more entertaining. Theaters near me are barely selling anything. That's odd, but I don't know. Maybe it's because the people got to see it early. You lucky people at the red carpet premiere and the Amazon Prime screening. Amazon Prime screening. I still can't talk English all these years later. But, yeah. It just feels good to be excited about a comic book movie again that's not Batman or Spider-Man. I haven't felt this excited for a comic book movie that's not those two in a long time. So, yeah. I had to do this big compilation. I had to try to get some Superman content, some new Superman content on this channel in celebration of this new release. Are you aware of fan edits? Kind of. I'm aware of AMVs, and I'm aware of some people making, like, those edits with the, like, Instagram Reels and TikTok and stuff like that, but... Oh, and of course, SpongeBob movie Rehydrated, can't forget that one. But in terms of actual, like, big fan edit movies, no. Not familiar with that. Okay, so... I'm not really sure how to end this review, because... Well, not review, this supercut, because I've already shown you 30 movie reviews, and that alone took 6 hours. Mainly because I almost spent a full 50 minutes on All-Star Superman. Sorry about that, but that was like immediate, had to talk about every little detail kind of review. Whereas the rest of these, I tried to keep mostly around or shorter than 20 minutes. Like, the Superman 4 review, that one was 24 minutes. Superman Doomsday, that one was 18. Justice League Doom was 29. And then Death of Superman was 20. And then, obviously, both these RWBY reviews were over 15 minutes each. So, yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and end it here. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on the Superman movies in the comments down below if you so desire. If there's anything that you think I can do to improve these videos for future uploads, I am all ears for any ideas that you have. And, yeah, just get excited, guys. Get excited because the new Superman arrives tomorrow. And you know what? Actually, no. I think I know a good way to end this. I think we can end it by looking at the Rotten Tomatoes score and the Metacritic. I think that's what we can do. Let's end it by looking at the RT scores for Superman. Oh, dang. What we got here? We have an 83 critic and 96 audience. 96, dang, that's only 2% less than Sonic 3. That's pretty cool. Okay, what about overall averages? Let me look. So all critics 83, top critics 72, that's still a certified fresh rating. And there's only 15 rotten reviews, so... And a whole 45 out of 200 plus reviews. That's impressive. And then for the audience, verified is 96, and it's an 89 for all audience. A 4.6 and a 4.4. Yeah, I don't always trust these Rotten Tomatoes reviews because sometimes they can do extremely egregious lowballing. But, I mean, Mario movie obviously being the biggest offender of that in recent years. But it is still a good way to get a gauge of the overall consensus. And then if we go to Metacritic, which yes, Metacritic also reviews movies, it's not just games. If we go here, and we check out the Superman reviews on this one, 69. Okay, oh, cool, Resurrection's at 67. Okay, good. That's a really good sign. I gotta watch that later. Well, watch it tomorrow when it comes out on Paramount Plus, but still. Alright, let's see. Generally favorable based on 52 critic reviews, 69 out of 100. Okay, what else we got? 90 from Looper, 83 from AV Club, 80 from Variety, 75 from Associated Press, Enemy. I've never heard of any of these three, so this just sounds like bot reviews to me. But, very cool. Like, barely anyone's calling this movie bad, from what I can really tell. Obviously, aside from the toxic Snyder bots trying to ruin everyone's fun, but... I mean, like, genuine reviews. All of them I've seen so far are positive. Like, Cody Leach, Sean Chandler, 3C Films, Austin Burke, they've all been positive. And those are guys that I trust a lot. Like, those are some of my favorite live streamers. Not live streamers, sorry, reviewers, fellow critics. And all of them have been positive. Like, even Nostalgia Critic was mostly positive, even though he did have his fair share of issues with it. I did watch his review. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what else to say here, except for the fact that I'm super excited, and it's cool that we are getting a new DCU. And I know it technically already started because of Creature Commandos, which, amazing show, by the way. If you haven't watched Creature Commandos yet, go watch it right now. It is badass. And of course, Blue Beetle is getting to carry over into this new DCU, as well as James Gunn's 2021 Suicide Squad plus Peacemaker. So, I know it technically already started, but the real, like, actual genuine start of this new DC universe is this new Superman movie. And I feel like Superman is a really good one to start off with, because if you just start off with another Batman movie, people are just going to be like, oh, it's another Batman movie. We literally just had one of those 2 years ago. But No, James wanted to do Superman, and he is a huge fan of Superman. I've seen that from all the marketing, I've seen that from everything that he said, and I can even see that from the cast that he chose. So, seeing that he is a massive fan of the source material gives me a lot of hope for this movie to be great. And a lot of my friends are calling it great too. Like my friend Evan Pohl of Preview Review just put out his review literally just today, and it is super positive. Like his score is very, very high. So that gives me some confidence because he is not only one of my closest friends, but he is also one of the most reliable sources I've seen for movie reviews in the past few years that aren't Austin, Cody, Sean, that aren't already established. So, yeah, I pretty much see nothing but positivity for this new Superman movie, and it has me super excited that it's going to live up to all my personal expectations. But then again, there's also Angry Joe Show, who lowballed it, which is weird for him, because he was the one that was championing this movie out of everyone else I've seen on the internet. But it's whatever. So, yeah, I guess that's gonna wrap things up here. I guess I'll just take a look at these last few comments in the comments section and end it there. Since Superman 2 is two different versions, it's perfect for a fan edit / fanfics. Yes, I am aware of the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2, and I still need to watch it. I just don't have time right now. Hope you enjoy the film. I really hope I do, man. I am super freaking excited for Superman. Again, it is the first time in at least a decade that I can say I'm genuinely excited about a superhero comic book movie that is not Batman and that is not Spider-Man. That is not my two favorite superheroes. Like, that is exciting. Artsy is kind of meaningless, but I don't want to rain on your parade as it closing out. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by Integrity 01, and thank you for giving me a little bit of knowledge about fan edits. I'll have to do some research now. Okay, my throat's getting sore. I better end this review. End this supercut. Sorry for this very long, meandering monologue, but I just had a lot to say. So, thank you all so much for watching all these reviews. Feel free to check them all out. I'm going to keep the Supercut playlist itself on the channel. It is a public playlist. You'll be able to find it pretty easily. And I will make sure to add the two RWBY reviews to that playlist, because as you saw, it wasn't originally in there because I originally wasn't going to include it. But then the more that I thought about it, I'm like, no, Superman is a main player in those two movies. That counts. Which is why some of the other movies like Justice League vs. Fatal 5 and that weird alternative, super cool Justice League Gods and Monsters thing was not in here either, because that was not Superman, that was an alternate universe thing. Yeah, I tried to stick to the ones that were specifically about Superman or had Superman as a big main player. Which is why some of these were Justice League movies. And yes, looking back, I probably should not have included Flashpoint Paradox, but I'm pretty sure Superman is still in that movie to an extent. Just a very small one. But since I was already throwing in War and Throne of Atlantis, where he is a main player because he's a side character in the New 52, I was just like, you know what, screw it. Just throw it in there anyway. Alright, that's gonna do it. Thank you guys for watching this supercut. Sorry for my super long, meandering, rambling ending, but I'm just super excited for Superman, bro, and I get to see it tomorrow. And yes, I'm going to wear that freaking tank top with pride. Okay, thanks for watching. I'm going to stop now before I start rambling for another 2 hours. Thanks for stopping by, Animation Station, your number one for anything and everything animation, including TV and movies, and I'll see you guys next time for my Superman review. Well, Superman 25, whatever. See you in the next review.